If you want to waste your time, go somewhere else. If you are passionate, you want to do a software job, but don't know where to start, this is for you. I've made this particularly to help you, to enable you as a software engineer, irrespective of the technology that you know, irrespective of the work that you've been doing so far, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't know what the computer is, doesn't matter at all. This will enable you with the essentials, so it will give you the wings. So you can work in any technology going forward with these concepts. Housewives, beginners, the students, for all of you, I've made this course. Kick them all, whoever say that you can't do it, you have no talent, you cannot do programming, you cannot get into software field, them all. Let's meet you in the course. All you need is persistence. Persistence, persistence, persistence. That's all will help you. Talent doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have a talent. If you think that you're good, if you're not doing it, then it doesn't matter at all. All you need is persistence. Keep doing it, you'll be able to get it. See you in the course. So, the technology stack. Before I talk about the technology stack, let me give you some information about this course. This course is not like any other traditional course where you would have attended in your school the classes and teacher will teach on something and you have to memorize things. It's not like that. This is completely driven by your work. The more you work, the more you get. So you will start working from this first hour onwards. Okay, so basically what I do is I will enable you to exactly know essentials and at the same time working on them in parallel, right? So the concepts will get clear and as you work through this course, basically you will develop an app called movie rating app. So movie rating app is where you see a list of movies and you can like or dislike the movie. Okay, so eventually you will see end-to-end application by using these technologies. What are those? React, which is a front-end technology, and Node API we use on our backend to develop our server, and the Mongo data store, which is what we use to store our data, right? That is a NoSQL database. But right now you don't have to worry about, you don't have to understand these terms, but these are, consider them like tools, right? And if you see here at the bottom, the technologies JavaScript, React, Node.js, and MongoDB, right? This is the whole architecture. So architecture is a big word, but don't worry about it. Just outcome of this whole effort is you will develop one application. So you will get all things learned and you'll be able to work and try for a software job. Okay, so here if you look at these points, building web application end to end. So here end to end means in the real world you see a lot of apps, right? So you interact with apps in your mobile, interact with apps through browser in your machine, in your laptop, right? So how that's all happening behind the scenes, there are a lot of things happening behind the scenes. So you do all of that work end to end and automatically you learn all of these technologies. It's not like you're coming here to learn the technologies, you're coming here to work. The side effect of that, which is positive, is you're learning these technologies and eventually you will land in software job in no time, right? Let's get to it. So on this slide we'll go over software programming building blocks. So basically software programming is the heart of the whole software design system. So once you know programming, you can develop anything in software. So that is the key. That's the main key, that you it's like you have wings that you can fly anywhere, right? So especially these building blocks, they are generic concepts. So once you master these generic concepts, you can apply them to any programming language. You can master any language. So in this course we chose JavaScript as a programming language. So the main advantage is JavaScript is easy to follow for considering beginners and experienced people, and we could use JavaScript on the front end and on the back end, and especially we have Mongo data store in this. We are using Mongo data store in this course. So as you guys know, MongoDB is all about dealing with JSON documents, so it's very easy to deal with JSON using JavaScript. So that's the whole reason why we chose JavaScript, and it's very easy to follow. With that introduction, so I'll show you how to write a code in the first place, like the sample code, and then how do we run that code in JavaScript, right? So let's go to editor. So here in this course we chose Visual Studio as our editor. Feel free to choose any other editor as whatever you're comfortable with. It's all about we need a place to write a code, right? So let's write a sample.js file. .js is JavaScript extension. So let's write quickly one line of code. Welcome to full stack course, right? So this is a program, right? What is a program? Basically, a program is a sequence of instructions. So in this case we have one line of code. What we're doing is we are telling the computer to do something. So in this case we are asking a computer to print this line. So that's what this line does. Don't worry about what the internals of this line of code. Try to understand, get a feel of what it looks like writing the code in JavaScript, right? So now I wrote this line of code, and how do we run it? So to run the JavaScript we need Node.js. Node.js is an engine that can understand JavaScript and that can run the JavaScript, right? So likewise, for any language we will have corresponding engine that can understand and that can run the code. So in the case of JavaScript it is Node.js. So to run the JavaScript we need Node.js to be installed. So as I provided the list of instructions for you guys to install a bunch of processes or softwares, so I assume you installed the Node.js already. So assuming that, let's run this. So how do you run? So I'm in this directory, projects and full stack course, and this is where we created the sample.js file. Let's run that. We give node and then you will give sample.js. So here you see it printed the output. It just ran that code. So you executed a JavaScript program now. So this is what it looks like. You write bunch of code and then you provide that file as input to Node.js. So in a real time it's not going to be like this as it is, but behind the scenes the concept is the same, that all the JavaScript code is run by Node.js. So for example, if you want to make some modifications here, welcome to software vault, and when you run the program again it printed that, right? So this line in JavaScript, this is the syntax of printing something. In other languages it could be different, but the concept is you're printing something, you're telling computer something to do, right? So this is a bare minimum of how it looks like writing a code and running the code in JavaScript, right? So now with that knowledge, let's move on to next topic. Variable. What is variable? Why do we need variable, right? Like I said, this terminology is same across all other programming languages. These are general concepts in software programming, and we are just taking JavaScript as an example. Okay, do remember that point. So variable is a holder. It holds some value. That is the purpose of variable. Why do we need that variable? We'll get to that in a minute when we write the program. But the whole concept of variable is it holds. Assume that this is a holder like this, right? It holds something. So that something could be a value. That value could be a number. That value could be a string. So if you compare it to real life, in real life you deal with numbers, you deal with names, all of that, right? In programming world also you deal with those kind of things. This is no different than real life. It's always, software programming always reflects the real life. Okay, so in programming we deal with numbers and names, right? So you want to write a program using those or creating those variables, the names and numbers. So how do we do that? Let's get to the code. So let's take the same example, same sample.js. So in this case I said variable, right? I said it's a holder. Okay, let's take an example of adding two numbers, right? What do you need to perform that task? So assume that you are a person and I'm asking you now, add 5 plus 7 and tell me the answer. So what you would do in real life, what would you do? Your mind thinks, okay, it's 5 plus 7. You think about 5 and then you store that in your memory, and then you think about 7. That 7 is stored in memory, right? And then you compute that. That means you're processing those two steps, and then you're coming up with output. That output is also stored in your memory, right, in your mind. And then from that memory you're saying the result is 5, right? That's what happens in real life. The same thing happens in software world. Always when you're writing a new program, always think from the real life perspective and figure out the steps, then convert that into program. 99% of the time you will be able to do that. So like I said 5 plus 7, right? So let's take I want one number, 5, right? So when I say a 5, in real life we store that in our mind, right? How do we store in a program? That's where the variable comes into picture. We need something to hold that value. So here we assign 5 to a variable of name A, and we are saying this is constant. We'll get to that, what is constant, in a bit. So now the 5 number is stored. Assume that this is stored in mind, right? And we need another number which is 7, right? I store that to a different variable of name B. Now what you do in mind, you add them, you put them, you store that output into some other location, right? Then assume that we need C for that, C variable, right? Now what you do, you compute that and you want to store that result into some other variable. So you define two variables here and then you initialized them. Initialization means you are giving some value to a variable. If you just do this is like a declaration. You declared a variable. If you do this at the same time, you would say you have initialized the variable, right? So now, okay, you're telling the computer, okay, I gave this, I stored that number, and then I'm adding that, and then C. Do add them and then put them into C. So to see the value of C, what you do, you can print that. So previously, if you remember, we to print anything onto the terminal or console, we use console.log in JavaScript. So now if you run this program, what would you expect? It should print 12, right? So see, the result is printed. What happened here, when you run this program, it went one by one, the line by line. So it processed this line, it stored that 5 into a memory, and then it processed this line, it stored the number 7 into memory, and then it processed this. So it performed that computation and put that into C. That's what happened. So now you know what the variable is, right? So variable is a holder. It is, this variable is holding this value, this one is holding this value, and this one is holding the sum, whatever that sum, the value comes out of it, that is the value being held by the variable C. So now once variable holds value, you can use that anywhere in the program. So let's say you're writing a lot of lines of code, here, and if you want to use this variable here, you can use them in the rest of the program, right? So that's the whole point of variable. So now in a variable, I define it as a constant. So constant, once you define variable as a constant, you cannot reassign that variable to some other value. So what I mean is, so let's print that. Let's say you defined constant place equal to USA, right? I gave some value. So you see the difference. If you're giving numbers, you directly give them like this. If you're dealing with strings, which is the names or any non-number values, alphanumeric, right, you need to put them into strings. So whatever the value you put in quotes, we call it as a string. This whole thing is a string. So I assign that. Now if I try to assign that to some other name, then it complains, because we are saying this is a constant and we are trying to reassign that to some other value. So if you define that, see, when we reassign value to this, it says assignment to constant variable, right? So then if you change this to var, then it will allow that, right? So I run that. Now it printed the output as 12. It's not throwing up that issue, right? So there are two types of variables. One is constants and other type is vars, variables. So here I define as a var. This can also be defined as a let. Let means you're saying this variable would be reassigned to some other value later point in the program as needed, right? That's the whole point of variables. So now you know what is variable and why do we use variable, and what types of variables out there. So one is constants, another one is variable using let or var, and what type of values that variables can hold. So here I showed you how to store numbers and how to store strings. So the things which are surrounded by quotes, they're called strings. So if you define this as 5, that is string, that's not a number, right? If you just see, and if you print place here, then it would output 6. So this 6 is not a number, it is string, because it is surrounded by quotes. So that's what the variable is. So now let's move on to other topic. So the next topic is control structures. Don't be scared by the term. It's just a terminology that you'll have to understand, and it's very simple and easy concept. So control structure means in a given program, like I said in the previous program, if you remember, we have written the number of lines of code, right? So when we execute the program, our system, our Node.js will go through line by line and it executes that. It executes all the lines by default. What if you have a situation where we want to skip, or if you want to control the flow on some conditions? For example, if you have 10 lines of code and based on the business logic, I would want to skip or I would want to execute just these the middle 5 lines of code, and then I want to exit the program, or I want to skip some lines of code based on some conditions. How do I achieve that? If you compare that to the real-time scenario where, let's say you're going to a movie, right? You're buying a ticket on the online site of one of the movie theaters. So if they have tickets, if tickets are available, then you'll be able to place an order, right? You'll be able to move to the next screens. But if tickets are not available, then on the first screen itself, you're stuck. so you will just exit out of it, right? It's the same scenario. So let's take that sample, that scenario, and see how we can translate that into a program. So the scenario is you're placing an order for ticket, and movie theater, the program that you're writing, it should tell the user that, okay, I don't have enough tickets available, or I have no tickets, or ticket is issued to you. So something like that, simple program, right? So like I said, always connect your reality into the program so you can easily write as you think, right? So let me show you that example. So this is our previous program. You can comment that just for the clarity purposes. So what is our scenario? So in our scenario, what are the entities that we have? We have theater, right? Let's hold that in a variable. So theater equal to some name, Fundang, right? That is the theater name. And what is the other word? Tickets. So theater will have tickets, right? So let's store that in another variable. So how many number of tickets we have? Let's say we have 100 tickets to start with. And who else is involved? So the customer is gonna buy the tickets, right? So let's say customer name equal to Narsi. So myself, I'm going to buy a ticket from this theater. Okay, so what I want to do is, whenever ticket has been issued, my program should print your ticket has been issued. Otherwise, if there are no tickets available, my program should print you mean the log. It should log tickets are not available, something like that, right? How do I write in terms of program? That's where control structures comes into picture. Control structures means we use that concept to control the flow of our program, right? So in this case, in control structures, there are few concepts: if else, if else, like that, right? And also there are loops, conditionals, like that. We'll start with if. So like I said, if else, if, right? There are three types of one of the control structures. So how do we write that? So every program, every concept has syntax, right? For example, if you take a variable, this is how we define and initialize the variables. That is the syntax of that. You cannot define something like this. For example, if you go theater and put constant here, then it will throw error. So you need to follow some syntax. So for every program, this syntax can vary, right? So how do we write if? For example, first, if I will check if tickets greater than 0, right? Then I will assume that, okay, my program can give me a ticket. So I can console tickets are available. We can say tickets are available, right? To close to the reality, tickets are available. Else we will say no tickets are available. So what are we doing here? Let's say you're writing a program and you are using that program in your online application, and that has to issue the tickets, right? On the first page, before it proceeds showing the number of available seats, it needs to check if tickets are available or not. So this is how we write the code. This is the conditional we use. If tickets greater than 0, that means tickets are available, and we issue tickets are available, show that, right? For example, we can say let's run this program. And see what it prints, right? So before we run it, think logically. So now we define 3 variables here. We give theater name, we initialized the number of tickets, and the customer name we gave. We are not using this customer name yet, but we'll use it later. And now control, I mean the Node.js that comes and executes this line, it checks. What it's doing here is if tickets greater than 0. So this is the condition it will check. What is the value of tickets here? 100. 100 greater than 0, true. If that is true, then it comes here and it will execute that, and it won't even bother about these lines of codes because this condition is satisfied here itself. So to summarize, in control structures, if else is one of the concepts. What it does is it checks for some condition. If that evaluates to true, then it comes inside. That means whatever the statements you have in this block, they will execute all of those statements. Otherwise it will come to this block and it will execute all of the statements. So we call this curly braces as a block. So if you imagine if you have 20 lines of code in this block, then it will execute all line by line, right? So when you run this, what is the output that you would expect? Guess. I'm gonna execute it now. See if it matches your expectation. Tickets are available, right? Which is true because this tickets is 100 and 100 greater than 0. What happens if you give it as 0? What would you expect? Think about it. I'm gonna run that. No tickets are available because tickets are 0 now. So there are no more tickets to be issued. So then it will say no tickets are available. The point is, it's not about theaters and tickets, but it's about how and why we are using this if else condition in our program, right? It's basically we're controlling the flow, right? In general, by default, the flow is it will go line by line, right? It doesn't check any of these conditions, it will just go line by line. But whenever there is a condition like this, if else condition, then what happens is it checks for the condition and it takes different route. Here, once it comes to this block, you could have many if else conditions here, right? And accordingly, the conditions, for example here, right? If tickets greater than 10, then only execute this block. Otherwise comes to else condition. So likewise, wherever you want to control the flow, there you would use if else condition. You got the concept? And the other part is, so let's say you have one more condition. For example, I have tickets greater than 0. I will say tickets are available, but I have other condition also. Else if customer name equal to Narsi, then issue tickets to him because he is a premium member. They don't have any conditions applied. Whenever they want, they will get the tickets, right? That condition might happen in real life. So for those kind of things, we can write if else, and we can write something like this, right? Now if tickets are 0 now, what would you expect? I am Narsi and Narsi is premium member. If I execute now, previously what was the output? No tickets are available, right? But now see the output. Tickets are available because we are checking for some other condition also on premium thing. If customer name is Narsi, then don't even check for any conditions, issue the tickets, right? So this is one kind of control structure. If else. That means if none of these conditions are successful, then it automatically comes to default case. Default case is by default it is whatever it is, right? So that is if else concept. So the next topic is in the conditionals. In the control structures we have switch cases. So let's take a scenario. So in switch case, basically it acts similar to if else. It looks cleaner. So when you have lots of conditions to apply on any expression, so syntactically, let's start with switch. Syntactically, it looks like switch on some expression. For example, nature color, right? So that is the expression, and it evaluates this expression, and if it is green, let's say we want to print weather is very nice, right? And you break it here, and then you go to second case. If it is blue, then console.log, it's little cloudy, and then it will break here. Default, we can say it's sunny. So this is the syntax of switch case, and here we are checking for 3 if conditions, and this is else, right? If we had written this using if else, then how we would have written: if nature color equal to green, print this. Else, if nature color equal to blue, then print this. Else, you'll print this. So that is the default case, right? So what's happening here? Let's define const nature color equal to green. So first we define a variable called nature color, and we have the initialized value as green. And now control comes here, it checks switch. Okay, it is switching on this expression. Here in this case it's a variable. What is the value of this? Green, right? Then it directly jumps to that case. So it checks. If it is green, then it stops here. It will print it, and then it will break. It won't execute any of this, right? So with that theory, what would you expect when we run this program? Let's run. Weather is very nice because we gave nature color as green. So it is coming here on line 27. It figures out the nature. What is the value of nature color? Green. Okay, let me find out if there is a case for it. Then it will come here. Oh, it finds that, then it printed that, right? So if you say blue, then what happens? It comes here again, it checks for value. Okay, it checks for first case. This is not blue, so it will ignore that. It comes here, it checks for blue. Oh yeah, I find it. Then it prints that little cloudy, right? So when you run this, it prints little cloudy. What happens if it no match, right? There is no color. Then it checks all the cases, and default, it will say sunny. It will come to default. If it doesn't find any of these cases, then it will print whatever is in default. So it is sunny, right? To see the similarities between if else, and switch. So if you had written this if, then you would have written something like this, right? If nature color is green, then print it. Then else, if nature color equal to blue, then you print it's a cloudy, right? And then if else, then control and here, right? So let me go ahead and comment out this switch. So you would expect the same output here. So it is sunny, and if you change it to blue here, then it will expect little cloudy, right? See, the output is same, but you see the difference between these lines of codes, this lines of code, and this line of code. It looks a little beautiful, right? This looks cleaner, but this guy can get messy easily, because if you keep on adding more conditions, then it becomes unreadable. So as a software programmer, you need to make sure from the beginning, whenever you write a program, make sure it's clean, it's readable. Anybody outsider comes and looks at your program, then that person should be able to understand what's going on. Otherwise, we are not a good programmer, right? Always keep in your mind about that point. Okay, so that is about switch. Switch is one of the control structures concepts. So you can utilize the switch in many cases. So basically the from switch, all you have to remember is switch will evaluate expression and it goes to corresponding condition. So if you see break here, break is a little tricky. So if you remove break, then what happens is it goes to all the cases. So see, now nature color is blue, right? When it is checking case by case, it checks this case and then it is not matching, right? Then it comes here, it checks case blue, it prints that, and again it cascades to the next one. It print this one as well. Because there is no break, it doesn't know to come out of the switch, then it will print all of this. So let's say if I put break here, then it doesn't print this guy. So now it is printing this is also, right? Now if you see, it just prints it's a little cloudy, right? So that's the concept about switch case. Let's move on to the next topic. So the next topic is in control structures, it is loops. So before we discuss about loops, we need to understand data structures. So let's discuss the data structures, the basic data structures, and then we can move on to the remaining topics in control structures, right? So what is data structures? Before we even go into data structures, what is a data, right? So let's get to the topic. So here you have already declared the variables and initialized the variables. You dealt with some data here already unknowingly, right? So if you look at this nature color, this is one data, and then here if you look at the theater tickets, they're all data. So I mean that is pretty straightforward, right? The variable and it's holding one value. So what if for example, if you have, let's say, let's comment out this part, and yeah, so if you, let's say if you define something like fruit, right? I can say apple, right? What if you want to store another fruit, for example, let's say mango, right? How do I store that into this variable? Is that possible? You know, right, when we define const fruit equal to apple, in memory it is already storing apple. So as you imagine, like one location, the square location, in that there is apple and fruit is pointing to that. So that's how it is stored. But as soon as you change this value, that memory value will also change. So we cannot assign multiple values to a single variable, right? So that's where data structures will help us. It will enable us to deal with this kind of situation, like storing multiple values, any kind of dealing with playing around with this data, right? So in this case, we can use a data structure called an array or list, right? So how do we define that? Let's say you have fruits, then you can define multiple values here: mango, orange, or guava, right? So likewise, you can add many elements to this variable. So now if you print out this fruits, and let's see here. So you see this is printed down here. So it printed these four variables, four values, right? If you don't use this data structure, then how you would have defined this? You would have to define, for example, fruit is apple, then you would say fruit 1 equal to orange, and const fruit 2 equal to guava, like that. So what if you have 100 elements? Then I cannot define good, and I cannot define 100 variables like that, right? It won't scale. So that's where you would use the right data structure, so it saves amount of time. It makes your code clean, and it makes it optimized as well, performance wise, right? So this is one data structure. So understand, this is an array. Array is to store the list of elements. That's all you have to understand and remember the understanding, right? And the other data structure that we have is set. So in array we have, let's say if you have defined multiple fruits, that means it is these are duplicates, right? These are duplicates. So does array will take care of removing the duplicates? Let's see. If I print this, no, right? It just stores as it is. It doesn't make any modifications to that. So if there are duplicates, it doesn't know, it just stores and it'll spit it out as it is. So you see apple, and apple is there, orange is there. So what if I don't want these duplicates, I want to eliminate these duplicates. So there is a data structure that will help us. Let's say unique fruits. Let's name that unique fruits, and then you can say set, and you can pass fruits to that. Then if you print out that, then let's see the difference. The array is printing all the values, and the set eliminate the duplicates, right? So this is printing the set directly. If you want to get the array from set, then you have to do this array from this thing. So basically what you are doing is you are using array class and then dot from. Don't worry about it, just I'll explain that later. But for now, let's focus on the data structures, the array and the set. So here array printing all the values, and set avoid the duplicates and printed out the unique values. So that's the whole point of set. The concept is same. Both are to save the list of elements, and array just stores as it is, and set will avoid the duplicates, right? So the next data set is map. We can also call it as a object. So but map is to store key value pairs, right? So the situations where you would have to, for example, if you want to store the counts of this variables of these fruits. For example, I want to store apple count 2 and mango 1, orange 1. So you can define something like this. So fruit map, right? You can define map like this. You can define apple and say these are 2, and you can define orange, you can define 2, and you have mango, right? Mango 1. So this is the syntax that you would define map. So if you print this, let's print that, then if you do that, see it is printing apple 2, orange 2 and mango 1. So you are storing the data in this structure. So that's why we call them as data structures, right? So this is one of the data structures. This is called map. We can call this as an object, and to store the data in the form of key value pairs. So in this case we can call this as a key, and this is the value. So object or map is to store key data as a key value pairs. So for example, if you want to, these are all the keys, right? How do you access that data is by using key, and then you'll get the value. So I will get to that, how you could access the data later. But for now, understand these are the three main data structures. One is array, another is set, another is map, which is to store key value pairs, right? So with this understanding, let's discuss more about these data structures. So how do we use them? How do we access elements from those data structures? Just basic operations. So mostly with those operations, you'll be able to write programs in real time. Most of the programs just deals with these main data structures, three main data structures, and then some of these operations. That's it. So let's write down. So let's segregate this, right? So this is an array. This is an array, and this is set, and this is map, right? Let's categorize that, and we'll go one by one. So let's comment out all this code. I will give you all this code once we finish this course. Then let's list down the operations. So now you know what the array is, right? So array is a list of elements, and how do we use this data structure? So how do we use is the first question, right? How do we use this, and how do we access the elements, and how do we add more to it, or how do we delete the elements, right? Mostly if you have some kind of elements like this, those are the major operations that you would do in your day-to-day life, right? So first, before we dive into this concept, understand when you define an array and initialize it with some values, what happens behind the scenes in memory. So if you know how they are getting stored, then it's easier to understand these concepts, right? So let's get to that diagram. I'll give you the quick diagram on that. So whenever you define array in memory, what happens is it will store the elements something like this. So this is in memory, and each value will have its own block, right? So in our case, let's say this is apple, right? So here it can have apple value, and here it can have mango, and it will have orange. Likewise, it will have its own blocks, and this is how it gets stored in memory. And visualize something like this, right? So for each block, it will have index number. Index number is the important piece in the concept of array, which is what you would use to access the elements. So, and then what happens is you give a variable name to an array, right? So what happens is, in this case, it's fruits. So you have fruits variable pointing to this location. So that is what happens when you define on line 45 here. On line 45, this is what happens behind the scenes in memory. So now you know how these values are getting stored, and then you know the variable name. How do we access this? That's the first question, right? How do we use and how do we access it? So basically what happens is, if you want to access the first element, what we do is in this code, basically you will write the variable name, and then you will start with square brackets, you will give index. This is how you will access. And if you want to access third element or second element, in this case, you would write, what is the second element here? Mango, right? Fruits, and then you will give 1. Did you notice this? So when we are accessing second element, the index is one number less than that. If you want to access third element, then the index is 2. That's because for array, index starts with 0. That's why the length of array, let's say if length of array is 4, then the last index of that element would be 3. So in this case, let's assume it has 4 elements. Last index is always less than that, one number less than that, because of starting with 0 index, right? So that is the concept of array. So let's get to how do we use and how do we access these elements. So let's write some code for that. So here, So I'll skip this diagram here. Basically we want to print the first element of this array, right? So how do we do that? Console.log, and then how do you get the first element? You remember this diagram, right? So fruits, and then you access the first index of that element. So basically you go here and you'll put this guy. So let's run this. See, we printed the whole array, and then you printed the first element of this array, right? So let's comment out that fruits part also, just to avoid confusion. It's printing the first element. Now if you want to print the third element, then I can blindly put second index, right? See, orange, which is the third element, so which is second index. And if you want to put let's say this guy, this is the fourth element, right? I can blindly say third index, guava, right? So now we used the array and we accessed the elements from this array. So next question is, how do we add more elements to it dynamically, right? So you have, again, that will come something like this. So you have variable name, and it enables some operations we can do, right? So you could do push, and then let's say you want to add one more element to this array, then fruits push, the fruits.push banana. And if you want to see if it's been added or not, you can print the whole array. So when you add new element to it, it always goes to the last element of the array, right? So you can see this here. See, this one is pushed, and you got this as the last element. The banana is added. What if you want to remove that element, right? Remove the elements from the array. So these are general operations, right? So what we can do is fruits, and we have pop function, which could remove the last element of the array. So here pop, and then it will say console.log. Pop automatically removes the last element. You see, now it's printing banana here, right? Now if you print out that, then you wouldn't see the banana there. See, the banana is removed, but here there is a banana before. So that's about this print, right? So we can added new fruit just to differentiate between logs, and deleted fruit. You see the difference here. So added new fruit, which is banana, and deleted fruit, so it doesn't have banana here. So these are the major operations that you mostly work with when you're dealing with arrays in real time also. Mostly you would looping through these elements. So now you got this number of elements in this array, so you could have hundreds of thousands of elements in the array. So when you want to access these elements, obviously without index you cannot access the element, right? But if you have hundreds of elements like that, how do you access? You cannot go ahead and add always fruits and then you give index number. You cannot do that. It's a manual process, right? So that's where loops will help us. So loops are very powerful, and that's one of the control structures, right? So the loops will enable that functionality. So you could with one line of code, you can loop through the whole array, which means looping through all of these blocks, and then you can access those elements and do whatever you want with those elements, right? So that's all about the array concept. So I think for now, let's keep this understanding and make sure you are very clear on this concept. So far, whatever I've explained about array, then in the later on when you write more programs, you can correlate this concept at that point, right? So now let's discuss about a couple of more operations on set. So you know what set is, right? Set is very similar to an array, but the only difference is set maintains no duplicates. So even if you try to add duplicates to set, it just ignores them, and it always maintains unique values, right? So let's get rid of this diagram here. Okay, so let's also comment out the whole array code and the set. So now we're printing out the sets from array. Let's take that away. Let's print the raw set. So now it has 4 values, right? It maintains unique values, so it's removing all orange and apple, right? So now how do we add values to set? So here we can do unique fruits dot add, and you can say banana, right? And let's print out that. So console.log and unique fruits. So when you run that, it added banana to the set, right? How do we delete values from set? So it's the same way. You would have delete function, and then you would have you'd give which one you want to delete, right? Deleting banana and console.log unique fruits, right? So it deleted banana. So these are basic operations on set, but there are a lot of other operations which you would we would get that later, because that requires some understanding on class and object, and also function itself. What is function, all that. I will get to these more about set operations once we finish those concepts, right? Okay, so let's move on to map, right? Map is also called as an object, right? So map maintains the data structure in the form of key value pairs. So like here, apple is a key and value is 2. So this can also be given something like this, right? So you can give in quotations, or without quotations also, it can identify that as a key, okay? So let's print out that. So it printed the map, right? It has 3 keys and corresponding values. So the first thing is, how do we access an element from the map, right? So for example, if I want to access the orange, what is the count of the orange, then I can do something like this, right? I can directly access the key like that. So what would you expect now? It should print 2, right? It printed 2. So basically what I did just now is I'm accessing map using key, right? There is another syntax that you could use. So you could also use something like this, and you could do that here, and you could access from the key. So it's 2. This is the other way of accessing with the key. Okay, now I'll give you more insight into what how to visualize the data that gets stored for map, right? So here, if you just choose that and visualize something like this. So for every key, assume you have one bucket, right? And for the key you have another bucket. Let's take 3 keys, right? And for each bucket, it's named after key. So here, this could be apple, this could be orange, and this could be mango, right? And corresponding value is 2, and then this is 1. So when you create a map, visualize something like this. That means that all the keys have their own buckets and they maintain their values. And for the whole thing, we are giving a variable name, right? Which is here fruit map, right? So that's what we are doing. So when we are accessing element, we are saying it is a fruit map variable, and then giving the key. When we say fruit map dot orange, it directly goes to that bucket. It takes the same amount of time because we're giving the key, and the way it stores behind the scenes, it knows exactly where to go. That is the advantage of fruit map. Any map data structure, that it takes the same amount of time no matter which key, doesn't matter. It directly goes there within within the same amount of time for every key. So this is how you can imagine that the data gets stored, and this is the way you will access. And let's see, how do we add values dynamically to map, right? So for example, I can do fruit map dot if you want to add another key, right, you can directly do like this. Let's say 10, and let's print out fruit map. So you would expect to have banana there, right? So see, you have banana. And this is how dynamically you can add a key. So how do you change the value? For example, if you want to change the value of particular key, then it's the same way. Then you could dot orange, let's say I want to change the orange value to 4, then we print that. See, orange value changed to 4. So whenever you modify for particular key, then it's going to override in that bucket. So when we say 4, this 2 will be overridden with the 4. Okay, so these are the basic operations that you could do on the map, and there are a lot of other operations. Like I mentioned, it's pretty similar to set. Once we are comfortable with the class and object, I will teach you more about, and when you write the real-time program, then you automatically it makes sense for you. Okay, so with this understanding on data structures, let's move on to other topic, which is function, right? So what is function? A function is one of the main important blocks in programming. A function is a thing that can perform a particular task, right? A function is a piece of a piece of code that can perform a particular task. So what does that mean? So in the real life, you can consider a function is like a person, right? Let's say you have one person who is helping you on something, right? So what you would do in your day-to-day life, what you would do, you would have conversations with people, right? So when I say function is a person, then let's assume that you have one person there, and the person's name is add. So let's take example of adding two numbers, right? I need help adding two numbers, right? What we can do is we can do it ourselves, and we can produce the result, right? What if some other person also is in need of that task? Other person is also needing to add two numbers, right? Even that person also can do his own job. Let's say we have 100 people. 100 people wants to add two numbers. Then 100 people have to do this job, right? Wouldn't it be great if there is one person these 100 people can ask, and this person can quickly respond with result? Let's say I want to add 5 and 7. Hey, add, what is the result of 5 and 7? And he'll tell me 12. And the other person can ask the same person. Then that person gives the result back. These 100 people doesn't have to think in their minds. They can feel free, right? That's the whole point of function in programming. What we would do is, any task that requires that there is a possibility of repeatability, so that chunk of code can be reused in different places, or it could be useful for many people, in our case for many other parts of the code. Then we use functions. So let me get to the code, what it looks like. I told you function is like a person. So let's take example of adding two numbers. Let's create new file for that and name that as add.js. In the split editor, let's split this to right so you can see both at the same time. And here, so let's remove this, actually this picture, get done with that. So add.js, right? How do you define function? Function is a keyword. When I say keyword, it's a reserved word in JavaScript, right? We cannot use these as variable names anywhere in our custom code. And you give name to it, to this function you give name, and you start with parentheses and curly braces. That's what the function is. Now this is in different file. How can we make this available to be used any other files. In our case, we need to use this add in sample.js, right? Treat sample.js and add.js are two people. Okay, so now in this file what we do is we write module.exports equal to we give name. Don't worry about this syntax yet. For now, just understand, okay, this is the line you need to write to have this function to be available to other files. Okay, now we made this function available. So how could we let sample.js know about this file? There is a syntax for that. We require that file. We are saying hey, sample.js, there is a add function which is defined in add file. If you want to utilize that, what we are doing is we are defining it here at the beginning of sample.js. Now sample.js person knows there is a add function. Okay, so like I said, sample.js wants to add two numbers. So what it can do, it can call add function, right? And so let's see what happens here, right? So let's assume that add, we're calling add function. So this, we're exactly calling this add function here. This is how you call the function. And let's see if it is going to result in something, right? Whatever we get back from add, we put that value into result. This is a variable, right? You imagine this is a variable. So in memory there is a variable, there will be a variable of name result, and then that will have that points to a location, memory location. That's where it stores the value, right? If add function returns some value, that will be added, that will be in the result variable. Okay, so if you print that, let's see what happens. Sample.js. So for now, let's comment out this other code just to avoid confusion, right? Okay, see, it is printing as undefined, because that makes sense, right? This add function is not returning anything, right? We just defined this function, which is we created a person and we haven't given any life to it. What do you mean life? It needs to do something, it needs to perform some tasks. We need to give some life to it. So what our task is to adding two numbers, right? Const b equal to 20, const c equal to a plus b, and we gave some life to it. Now it is adding two numbers, right? Let's see what happens. Still undefined. Why? Because this function is doing something now, but it is not returning anything back to the caller, right? So now let's return some value. So in this case we want to return this sum, right? So now let's see what happens. See, it printed the value. So right now treat this add like a person, and now we are asking that person, hey add, what is the addition of 10 plus 20, and it is doing that. So this is little bit of useful, but what if I want to add some other two numbers, for example 30 plus 40? I cannot do that. So I need to ask that person, hey, can you accommodate to take any of two numbers, and you will be able to help. So okay, so what we can do, add can say, okay, yeah, give me some two numbers and I'll put them into these two variables and I'll use them to add that. Okay, now the person has changed. Now what we can do, hey, thank you for doing that. Now I'm giving you these two numbers. Okay, now I want to give 30 plus 40, 30 and 40. We are passing these values. So what this person does, these values, it put those values into these two variables, and these variables can be used within this scope, this within braces. These variables cannot be used outside of the function. It's always within the function. Now we passed that. Now see the result, it is 70, right? Likewise, I can call result1 equal to add 60 70, right? And then if I print out that result1, then it prints the 70 130, right? How clean it is. I am not writing any of this code in the main file. it is readable. So anybody, if I delete this one, and it's all just 2 lines, if anybody comes for the first time look at this program, oh okay, this sample.js is doing, all it's doing is adding 2 numbers. They don't need to worry about the implementation. That implementation is in other files. Assume if you don't have this functions concept, what you would have done, we would have done const c equal to const a equal to 30, const b equal to 40, const c equal to a plus b. We would have written code something like this, and we will print result c here, right? Which is okay for now because it's few lines of code. But what, imagine if we had hundreds of lines of code, and if we keep on including all of those lines in the main file, see how it looks like. We have gone through all the concepts in the same file. I mean, if you imagine if you had separated this array into another function and set into another function, then you would have had code like something like this, set or array function, you know. By looking at this, okay, yeah, there is something happening with the set, there's something happening with the array, so it's more readable, right? So that's the whole point of function. And so this is all the core concept of function. All you do is you create a keyword, you define a function. This is defining a function and then giving some implementation to it. What we do is, it is implementing the program, implementing the function. So once you implement with this line, we're going to have that function available to other people, so anybody can call this as many number of times as needed, right? This is the example of adding 2 numbers, and you can think of other examples like subtraction or printing something or anything that any other task that can be put into functions, right? It's very powerful concept, and you'll know more about this in our later programs. For example, here in this section, once we finished class and object in the scenario, so I'm going to take up one scenario end to end which would utilize all of these concepts, and by that time you would be comfortable with the whole JavaScript, the needed concepts for you to the build the whole end-to-end web application, right? So that's all about functions. So next topic is class and object. So before we dive into technicalities of class and object, let's discuss some of the real life situations, right? So in your day-to-day life, you see a lot of things around you, right? You see trees, you see sun, you see moon, you see sky, you see a lot of people, and you interact with them, right? There are a lot of interactions happen between you, yourself, and many people, and the atmosphere and the nature, the whole nature itself, right? So let's take an example. For example, you are planting a tree. So that is the statement, right? A person is planting a tree. In real life, we see that, right? But what if we want to put that into programming? How do we capture that situation in programming? First of all, why do we need to even capture into programming? But that's the whole point, right? So using software, you can do wonders, right? You could solve many real life problems, right? For example, in this case, you can develop an application, as a planting application, which could be utilized by many people, and they can keep track of who is planting what and how many trees are being planted, that kind of stuff. So if you want to capture, or if you want to do something like that with software, in the first place, how do we even capture this particular instance where a person is planting a tree, right? So far you learned few concepts, right? Variables, control structures, and data structures, right? Let's think about using these concepts. Could we capture the situation? Let's try. So let's go to let's create a new file here, maybe class concepts.js, right? Let's try to utilize the concepts that we have learned so far. Let's see. Okay, variable. Let's start with variables. Before we do that, person planting a tree, right? That is the situation. So to capture that, who are all involved in that concept? A person is involved, a tree is involved, right? Okay, so probably we could start with a variable person name, the name of the person who is planting a tree, right? So probably we could put Narsi here. I myself plant trees, right? Then tree, so probably we could put tree name, and here we could say Tulsi plant, right? That's the name of the plant. So far we captured the names of name of person, name of the plant. A person planting a tree, how do we do that? Probably maybe we can write a function where plant tree, right? What tree? Probably we could say this argument, this function can take the name of the plant, right? Name of the plant, and this function can execute that job, right? So planting a tree, so the all this function does is it plants a tree. Probably for now we can just print a plant with the name is planted, right? So here we can utilize that name with the name. So for now just look for this syntax, but you don't try to understand. I can tell you in the later part of the programs, right? So here basically you can just remove that. So here the function, it is printing a thing that okay, this plant has been planted with the proper name, right? So for concepts, I mean roughly we could utilize this, and when we execute program we can say hey, this person has planted this plant. Probably we can take person name as well, right? This person planted a plant with name, right? We can print something like this, right? So to capture this, probably we can call this function plant tree, and we can pass person name, and we can pass tree name, right? When we execute this, see, it printed, this function printed a person, this person Narsi planted a plant with the name Tulsi, right? So roughly when we look at this program, okay, we captured that situation, right? But this planting the tree itself, I mean this function is not doing it, just printing that. But probably to plant a tree in real life, what we have to do, we have to dig the soil, we have to prepare the soil, and then we need to mix the soil, and then we put the plant, and then we again fill with sand, and then we pour water. We do a lot of things, right? How do we capture that here? So probably we can introduce more functions, right? Water the plant, this is one function, and then dig soil is another function. So for each task we can create functions, right? But this whole program, how could we utilize this in a way that if I want to use this concept for another person, right? Right now we are just kind of talking about a person name called Narsi and then tree name Tulsi, right? What if there is other person called some X, and then he is planting some other plant? Then how do we capture that in program? So do we come and write another name, person name 1 equal to X, and then do we do like this, tree name 2 equal to Y? Do we do like this? Is that scalable? No, right? Software is dynamic, right? It should be able to support the dynamics of the real life. Any person should be able to utilize our software, and without us getting into the code every time, that should accommodate most of the situations, right? That's where we need some tools in JavaScript, so that which could enable us to capture any real life situations, right? So far you learn variables. What variables are helping us to capture some of the things that we see, the anything, any specific thing, for example person name, or it could be a pen, it could be a TV, it could be a light, right? Anything that you want to hold in programming, so we could utilize that later, is variables are helping us. Functions are helping to perform some tasks, right? Likewise, to capture this whole thing connected to the real life situation, for example planting a tree, that's where we use class and object concept. So what is class and what is object, right? So we'll dive into writing a class, and then how do we utilize that, what it looks like, and then we talk about object, right? So in this case, let's comment out this whole part. Let's write a class. So the class syntax of class looks like this. You'll use class keyword, and then you give a name to the class. So in this example, person planting a tree, right? We got two nouns there, right? Person and the tree. So let's start with the person. Okay? We'll create a person. So this is the syntax of the class. So this exactly represents a person. So in our example, a person plants a tree, right? Person is one thing and tree is one thing. We need to capture those. We cannot capture something like this in the variables, right? That's why we are using class. This is how we capture a person. And then the other class we would have is tree. So in this case, probably rather saying tree, we can say plant, right? Tulsi is a plant. For now, let's focus on just plants, right? So this is how we represent in class. But here, what is class? A class represents a template of a real life thing. So in this case, it represents template of a person. Here, this class represents a template of a plant, right? A person can have properties, right? A person can have name. A person can have, how do you describe a person? A person can have hobbies. There are a lot of things that are associated to a person, right? In this example, we can just name, we can say yes, that person can have name. Plant can also have name, right? Likewise. So this is how you create classes. This is the basic way of creating class with the properties. For now, we have only one property. So we can say probably a person hobby is another property of the person, and a plant life, or a plant, what we can say, plant health, right? Plant can describe health. Health is one of the properties, right? So let's take with these two properties. So this is how you capture real things in using class. Okay, we define classes. How do we use this, right? This is just a template. We call this is a template of a person. So this is template of a plant, right? So this is about class. Let's talk about quickly about object, right? I am object, right? I am a person. I may belong to a person, but I am the object. You are one object of a person, of type person, right? We all belong to person class, but each of us is an object. What is object there? It is an instance. An instance of a class is object. So I am one instance of a class. Which class? Person class. And you are one instance of a person class, because you are person, I am the person, right? Likewise, if you take plant, Tulasi is one instance of a plant, and rose plant is one instance, another instance of a plant class, right? They are called objects. Basically, to use these classes, first of all you need to create an object from class, which means you need to create an instance from the class, right? So in this case, let's start with person. Okay, what would we say here? A person with the name Narsi, and planted a plant of name Tulasi, right? So we need to create object of a person first. How do we do that? So you can create variable person new person. You could do that, right? That is one instance of the person. I can also create person1 equal to new person. This is you. Likewise, we can create many instances of the persons. Each one is an object. Okay, so let's get into the details here. Assume I created this person, right? So when you are creating, we can create names to it. We can assign values to these properties. Okay, what we can do, you remember the syntax? This is a function. This is specialized function which could assign values to the properties of a class, right? So when you are creating let's get this. When you are creating object, we need to assign values to it, right? So we can create, for example, a person. I want to assign a name here, and then I can give hobby, planting, we can say hobby is planting, right? So here in the constructor we can give it can take name and then hobby. Okay, so look for the syntax for now. I'm assigning name and this dot hobby equal to hobby, right? So this is the template of the class. This class is having one constructor. A constructor job is to create an object which takes some values and then assign these values to these properties. Okay, so whenever you create an instance like this, these values will be assigned, object is created. So this is the real person now. In software, you just captured the real person of a live situation into programming. Likewise, we can capture plant. To capture plant, we will say constructor and then name health, right? So we can say name equal to name and this dot health equal to health, right? So to use plant, we need to create an object, right, which is instance of a class. We create plant and then plant. What is the name of the plant? Tulasi. These are arguments, constructor arguments. Whenever we create a class, new class name, and then give these brackets, it automatically calls this constructor behind the scenes. Okay, like you call these functions, right, like that. And then health is excellent, right? We captured these two objects, a person, a plant. Now you can print out the name of the person just to understand what this object looks like, right? To print, you can say the person name is, then you can say person.name, or you can directly print the whole person, right? It prints the whole values. So let's run that. See, a person is an object. You remember the object, right? In the data structures, key value pairs, it's the same thing. Here the key is name and the value is Narsi. Key is hobby, value is object. It exactly looks like the object that you learned in data structures, right? So you captured the person, and you can also capture, you also already captured the plant also, right? The plant is plant. See, the plant name is Tulsi, health is excellent. Now you captured person and plant into programming. How you use those objects is the next step, right? See what you have done. Let's recap. This is the class syntax. Whenever you want to capture real life thing, you create a class and then you give the name to it depending on the statement. In this case, it's person. Okay, person is a class. Basically you try to name class as generic as possible, so it could be utilized across, right? And then okay, I define person, and then I think about okay, what are the properties of that thing. In this case, person, name and hobby is one of the properties, right? We call this as properties, and just defining that doesn't help. We need a class should enable a way so we can assign some values. We give some values to these properties, right, when we create objects. So that's why we create this constructor. Think of constructor is like a giving life to an object. Constructor is the one which creates object from the class. Okay, so constructor enables us to pass some arguments to it, so it will assign those things to these properties. This always refers to that particular instance. For now, don't worry about it. You'll get to know more about it later. Okay, so that's all about class person. Same concept goes to class concept, class plant. You're defining plant, and then you're defining some properties for the plant, and using constructor help, you are enabling to construct an object, right? So you can assign values to it. It will initialize. So what is happening whenever you create an object, using this constructor, you are invoking the constructor basically by using new keyword, and you are giving a person with these brackets, parentheses. You are invoking this constructor. This is one way of invoking the constructor. Usually functions you call, right? So in this case, the plant tree is a function here, and you are calling this function like this, right? You're particularly calling with the name. But constructor is little different. It doesn't have a name. So we call that by using new keyword and then defining class name and giving this parenthesis. It automatically invokes the constructor, which would execute these statements. So the properties will get values assigned. So you see the advantage now. Now I can define person 1. I can define another instance of, for example, here Vinay, and then here you can say Vinay is the base construction, right? Vinay is hobbies is construction. So these are two different persons now. Likewise, you can create another plant here, plant 1, or we can say like this, and we'll say rose plant, and then good health, right? So this is how now it's like we created two instances of a person, right? Two instances of a plant which holds different values. This represents Tulsi plant, this object represents the rose plant, this object represents Narsi, this object represents Vinay, another person. It could be you, right? So that concept is about capturing the real life things using class and object. Now let's talk about how does it look like behind the scenes. What does object look like behind the scenes? Like when we are talking about variables, we imagine, right, how variable gets stored in the memory, and then variable name pointing to a memory location. That kind of imagination will help you to understand more about class internals, right? So let's take this. So think of like a circle, okay? Now in this we have properties, right? Now you have, assume you have name property, and you have in this case hobby, right? So this is class person object, right? Whenever you create an object, you assume it's creating a circle like this, and it has these properties, okay? Now when we create a person equal to new person, we are basically, what we are doing is, it is creating this object, and then it is assigning this variable person is a variable here, right? You are creating a constant person that is just a reference to an object. So what this person does is, this holds the address of this object. This object will have 1 x y w q, so some random address, right? Memory address, and this person variable holds this memory address. So whenever we use this person here, it is basically grabbing this whole object and printing it. You get it? So like the same thing happens when we create a new plant. Assume circle object. Whenever you do this new plant, and those properties, and then you will have a variable name plant, and that points to an object, and this plant will hold the memory address of this object. It's a simple concept, right? A class, it is a template. You see, now you understand what is the template of a class, right? Class is just a template. From that template, you are creating many instances which are objects, right? So that's why when you see the real usage, the wording of the definition, you see in the software terminology, a class is a template of an object. An object is instance of a class. So same thing applies here, object and then class, right? So that is the basic concept of class and object. So now let's also see how do we set the values on the object, right? Right now we are assigning these values through constructor, right? What if after the fact that you constructed the object and you want to change the values of the properties, then there is no way that we can do other than creating a new object with those values, right? What I mean is, let's say here we want to, for this object I want to change the name to be some other name. How do I do that? All I have to do is I have to create another person object like this here. I need to pass different name, right? So what if I want to change the name on the same object? So what we can do, we can do person dot name equal to 1, right? So we can change the name. Now if you print the person object, you will see the updated person is here. It's printing Narsi, right? Now if you print out that, it will print Bannu. See, the updated person is Bannu. So you change the name of the property. So that is one of the ways you can change you can interact with the properties of the object, but this is not the ideal way that you would do. But for now, to understand the concept, just do like that, and later on I will show you how to set properly through setters, and you can get those values using getters and stuff. Okay, so now you know how to create an object, how to when you're creating object itself, how to assign values through constructor, and then you can create different types of objects, right? So here you create a person object and plant object. Now let's go into how we can use these objects so that we can achieve our goal, like planting a tree. All right, let's create a new file. Well, let's name this as plant tree.js, right? Even naming convention, there are some standards while you name the way you name your files, variables and functions. Don't worry about all of that. When we get to the point, I will show you what exactly and how you want to name them, right? So now let's get these two classes here, just for the simplicity purpose. Let's put them in this file. So you created templates, right? Person and plant, and let's create objects. So you already created them here. So basically now the focus is, let's focus on playing around with these objects, right? As you know, you are passing these values while constructing itself. That's well and good. Now our scenario is planting a tree, person planting a tree, right? Person plants a tree. Okay. Okay, so we have person. You imagine, right? You can imagine that you have circle created in memory, right? So let's say you can imagine something like this. Person is created and it has name and then hobby. Okay, but this person doesn't have, so basically let's create a pointer here, and then here it is person variable, right? That's what is happening here, right? So a person is there. Now we need to give plant to him so that he can plant it, right? How do you give plant to him? You need to introduce another property on that object, right? So far it has only plant. It has only name and hobby, right? So let's imagine here you introduce plant property. Okay, so we need to assign value to that, right? When do you assign value to an object? While constructing an object. So here we need to pass plant object. So before that, let's enable this constructor to take plant object as well, and then you assign this plant to the plant value. Okay, now let's pass plant object. So what is plant object here? Let's put before that, because to use plant object we need to create that first, right? So this is the plant object. What is plant object here? This is the plant object, right? So it's the same concept. So assume you have a plant object here, and you got plant, right? And for plant you have name and then health. So the person to plant a tree, we need to provide plant object to person, right? That's what we are doing. So you need to provide this plant to person. So how do you provide that? Through constructor. You already enabled that plant here. So let's pass this plant object. This is the variable we are passing, and it gets assigned to person. So now it's like person having tree in his hands, plant, right? But does this person object know how to plant a tree? We haven't mentioned anywhere here. So if a person knows just to hold the tree at this point, now we need to introduce how to plant a tree functionality to him. Okay, let's introduce a function called plant tree. Okay, so this person already has plant with him. He will go ahead and plant it, right? For now, to keep it simple, we need to track whether a person planted a given tree or not. Okay, so for that, what we can do, let's keep track of some property on the plant object. So let's say whenever anybody plants this plant object, let's set that property, some property, so it will tell us, yeah, I am planted, right? What I mean by that is, let's say we have is planted property on the plant template. Is planted is a one variable, right? We just named it as is planted. So if you look at these two variables, what is their type? This is string, because name is, it's holding a value string, right? Health is also a string. Likewise, is planted is a boolean type. So far you know variables, right? You learned variables can hold integers, it can hold alphanumeric, which are strings. A variable can also hold either true or false. Those type of variables we call them as a boolean variables, boolean type. Okay, so here, since we have the property, we need to enable. So in this case, this guy we don't have to enable through constructor, because we are not going to pass that value when constructing the plant object. So we don't need to put that here like we did here, right? Okay, so now coming back to person object, we gave a tree and we are providing a function saying implementing. So he planted a tree, and a person sets, hey, this plant is planted. So what we can do, we can say is planted equal to true. What is happening here? In this object, this means this person object, instance of this person object, we are taking this plant, which is an object again, right? What object is this? This plant is this object. That's what we are passing right here. In that object, we are setting is planted equal to true, which is this person got a plant and then this person planted a plant. We enable that functionality for this object. Now, in real life, what this means is a person, we created a person and then we gave a tree to him, and then we also told him how to plant it and how to mark, hey, this plant is planted, like putting a variable, putting a label on the plant, right? Assume that's what happened so far. He hasn't really planted, nobody told him to plant it, somebody has to tell him. How do we do that? We are the one will do that. So now we have this person object, right? We call person, hey person, in this case Narsi, plant a tree. We call that function. Okay, when we execute this program, what happens is it creates all these classes, it creates these two objects, and then it calls, which is asking a person to plant a tree. Go ahead and plant a tree. Now I taught you how to plant a tree, how to label a plant, mark it as done, and we have explained everything, right? Now we are asking that person to plant a tree. So whether he's planted or not, because after this step he should have marked that plant to be planted, right? Let's verify. After this, let's print the plant object, plant details, right? Plant details. So now it should say whether this plant is planted or not. Okay, let's run that. Plant a tree. See, a plant details, what we got, plant name is Tulasi, his health is excellent, and is planted true. That means it's planted. What if we don't call this? We did not tell the person to plant it. if you run the program, what would you expect? Undefined, which is nothing happened. Nobody has done anything on that plant. You're getting the concept? So here we established a person interacting with plant object here. Any object interacts with other objects through their properties, right? So in this case, plant is one of the property on the person object. So we can also say on this plant, who planted that? We can introduce another property, planted by, right? And we can also set that here, this dot plant dot planted by this dot name, right? So whoever the instance of this person, that's the guy he's planting. He's planting this plant, right? So now if you call that, see the plant details, what are the plant details here? Plant name is Tulasi, health is excellent. Oh yeah, it's planted true. Who planted this? Planted by Narsi. Now if I create another object, let's say there is another person called person 1, new person, let's say Bannu, and his hobbies is also planting, okay, and he's also planting the same plant, right? Now we can call person 1 dot plant a tree. We are telling Bannu also to plant a tree. Now what happens if we print the plant? We are passing the same object C, it will override, right? So see, first Narsi planted this, after that the same plant is planted by Bannu also. But in this case we are passing the same plant object, but in the ideal world you would create another instance of this plant and then you'll pass that. So it's basically two plants, right? So the concept you got it right. So it basically class, objects, and how you interact with objects. So far we established a person planting a tree and then marking that plant and putting a label like, okay, it's planted. That's what we established here. So let's do a quick recap. Person template, plant template, and then here we are passing, we are giving name to a person, we are giving hobbies to a person, and then we are giving plant also to him. So he is holding the plant. Now what we introduced, we enabled that person to do something, to do some task. We created a function. That function's job is to mark whether the plant is planted or not, right, and who planted it, and we are assigning these variables. What we are doing here, we are modifying the plant object, which is this guy here, and then we are assigning is planted and planted by, we are providing some values here. You see the difference? Basically this plant object is already created here, right, and then we are using this object, and then we are adding more variables to it, or we're adding more values to other properties here. So basically you are modifying the object, right? This is one way of modifying. And we enable planting a tree functionality for that person, and then we are asking here what we are doing. When we execute a program, what it does, it creates a plant object, it materialized a plant, and then it materialized a person, and then here when it is materializing a person, it is giving a plant to the person, and then person, we are saying as a program, this program software is saying, okay, go ahead and plant a tree, and the person went ahead and plant a tree. And after planting, if you can check the sample, the label on the plant saying, hey, yeah, it's planted and planted by Narsi, and this is also planted and planted by Bannu, right? So just go through the concept, and the next topic we'll get to more about more ways of interacting with objects, more ways of getting values from object and assigning values to the object. So far you know only assigning values through constructor, and also directly updating the variable, right? And we'll see a couple of more variations in that. So the other variations are you can assign the values to object through setters and getters. So setters and getters, they are just functions. They are like any other functions. So the purpose of setter is to assign a value to the property, and the use of getters is to get the property value from the object, right? So let's look into quickly on that concept. So let's go ahead and create a new file, setter and getter.js. So let's take a simple example where you have a class called fruit, and then you have a name on that, and color, right? So yeah, for now we don't have constructor. So if you don't have constructor, there is no way that you can assign values to this one, right? So that's what we're going to talk about. So here, and let's create a fruit, and then you get new fruit, right? If you print that, it will be an empty object. So you know, right? So when you do new constructor, it creates, you can imagine that circle with the properties, right? They will be just undefined for now. So if you print that, see, it created an object of fruit of type fruit, and then the name and color, they are undefined. So they don't have any values, because we cannot assign through constructor, because we don't have constructor there which can take those values, right? What is the other way that we can assign? So using setters and getters. So here we can put set, then you can say the object, the property name there. So here we can say set fruit name, and then it will take a function. Okay, so here this is the syntax. It will take a fruit name, so it will take name. Then what you would do, you would assign that here, right? So this is just a function. This is the syntax that you would define setter as, and the getter also is the same syntax. For regular functions, you remember, right? Previously we talked about, you usually define something like this: function, and then test, then you will give the body to the function. So this is little different because it's a setter. So it specifically says that setting the value to the property, right? Now let's set that. So how do you set it? So whenever you want to set, it is the same syntax that previously you had seen, that we are directly assigning the value to the property, right? So here what we would do, see, it is showing the fruit name. When you do that, you will say maybe apple. What it does is, behind the scenes, it calls this function, and then it passes this apple as an argument to this function, and which would automatically assign this to this name, the name property on the object. So if you run this program now, you would see the name value is got assigned. So this is the way that you can assign value other than the constructor. So now if you want to assign a value to color, then what happens? See, red. So we don't have any setter for that, right? Let's see what happens. See, it directly assigned, because this color is a public variable, so it is available as a public variable, right? That's why you are able to assign that. Otherwise, when you try to do this, if it is not available as a public, so for example, I'll talk more about public and private later, but this will set this as a private. So if you run that program now, see, still it is saying, so basically it's so property, this is a little different, the color stuff, the public and private stuff. So I will get to that concept later, but for now assume that so let's assign value to the color, right? So let's do this. So you see the value of name is apple, right? So now the value of name is apple, right? There is no value for color because we have not assigned, there is no setter for color, right? Let's put setter for color also. So fruit color, and this dot color equal to color. Assign fruit color equal to red, right? Now if you run that, now you got the color, the value for color also, right? How do you get them? So this is one way of, when you print it, it's printing out, right? So for example, if you want to just get the the name of the fruit, then what you can do is you can put a get and then fruit name, just a function. So here it will return this dot name, right? That is the fruit name, right? The fruit name we are storing in the name variable. So the function, if you want to return some value from function, like I explained before, you will use return keyword. You remember the example that I showed you in sum previously, adding sum of two numbers. So it's the same syntax. This function is going to return. So what happens is, when I say fruit name, behind the scenes it calls that function and that will return the value, right? So now it would just print, now it's printing the whole object, right? But with this change, it just prints the name of the fruit. See, apple. Likewise, if I want to print the color also, fruit color, right? Then it will print the color as well. Oh, sorry. Fruit color, this doesn't print, it's printing undefined, right? Because there is no getter for that. So fruit color and return dot fruit color, color, right? See, it prints both. Yeah. So now you know you can assign values to the object not only through constructor but also through setters and getters. Here, this is the syntax for setter and getters. If you want to introduce another function here, for example, pretty name, right? You can do that. This is the regular function. This is not a setter or getter. It's a regular function. So for example, if you want to print if you want to combine the apple and color, then you can say this dot fruit name and this dot fruit color. Sorry, this is name and this is color, right? That is a regular function. So like you had discussed, we had discussed about some adding two numbers, right? It's a pretty similar function on the object, and you can call pretty name and you'll call like that. So when you run that, say it prints the prettier version of apple and red. So that's the concept of setters and getters, and it has specific syntax, and for functions it has its own syntax. Let's dive into another concept called looping statements. So if you remember, we left this topic for later, so now it's time to talk about it. As you know, functions and classes and objects now, it's easier to go through that concept. So what is a looping statement? So you know the data structures, right? So we have different kinds of data structures: arrays, map, and list, set. They're all different kinds of data structures. Basically, they hold the data in different various structures, right? That's where basically this looping concept come into picture. How and where we exactly use that, let's get into the topic. So let's create new file for that. Loop drama.js. right? So let's define, the data structures. Let's take array, right? Probably you can take, for example, ages, and you can define 1 2 3 4 5, right? Simple. This is an array. So as you guys know, when you define the array, you remember the behind the scenes what happens. So let's take the diagram. You remember, right? You will have something like this, and I told you to vision your how the data gets stored behind the scenes. For example, here 1 2 3 4 5, right? And each one will have its own index, correct? So that's how this data gets stored in memory. So now with this, how do you access the elements from array? If you remember, basically to access the first element, what do? You would access by index, right? This is in 0 index. For example, if you want to access the third element, you would get from second index, correct? I mean, this is a simple example. You have only 5 elements, but what if you want to access, what if you have an array of 100 elements, like 1000 elements? Do you write like this? Do you keep on go on writing like this? For example, 6. If it is a 100th element, you would have to get it by ages 99, right? You cannot code for that, right? But without using index, you cannot access the element from an array. That is for sure, right? There is no way that you can get the element. If you don't know the index, it is completely closed door. You cannot access the element from an array. So that's where loops comes into picture. You use loops concept, so it automatically loops through the array, and it will enable you to access the element easily, right? Irrespective of number of elements it is. So we have different kinds of looping structures. The mostly in real time you would use for loops or while loops, right? So what kinds of looping structures? We have for loop and while loop and do while. Mostly it's very less frequently we use do while, but we can achieve the same concept using any of these loops. Okay, let's start with for loop. So what is let's start with the syntax of for loop, right? For loop. So like I said, okay, I use for loop. Why do we use for loop? Why do we use loop here? So basically to loop through the array, right? In this case I have 5 elements. For example, if I want to print all the elements, what I would do before using loops, I would have to go through each and every index and print that, right? Since I cannot write all these line by line, I use loops. What that means is, for loop you would define, let's say I equal to 0 here. So this is the index, right? Let's name it as index, because array starts from 0 index, right? That's why I gave 0. And what I would do, I would continue until array dot length, and I would increment the index. So now I can access element from ages, right? You understand what I wrote here? So basically this is the syntax of for loop. What am I doing? To loop through the array, basically we need to start with one index, and then incrementally we need to get the elements, right? First, if I start with 0 index, to get the next element I need to increment this by 1, right? And then I need to increment this one by 1, so I get to 2 and I get the value of second index, right? That's what is happening here. So what I'm doing, I started with the index 0, which is here, assume there is a pointer here, and then I am checking, hey, if that index is less than the whole length of the array, because once index crosses this 4, there are no elements after that index. You cannot access, right? There is nothing to access. That's why we need to make sure whenever you are accessing index that is less than the length of the array. Here the length, what is the length of the array? 5. There are 5 elements, right? And then we are incrementing index one by one every time. So when it executes, what happens is, first it will check, okay, what is the value of 0 index? It's a 0. If it is less than array of dot length, it comes here. Then it increments the index value. So in this case, what happens? 0, it checks for this condition, it is less than array dot length, which is 5, and then it comes here, ages the square brackets index. What is index value here? 0. What is ages of 0? 1. When we execute this first iteration, it will print 1. Now what happens? We need to get the rest of the elements, right? What happens is, after it prints 1, it goes here and it increments the index. So basically this index, once it's incremented, now what's the value of index? It is 1, right? If it comes to condition here, if 1 less than ages dot length, 1 less than 5, it comes here. Control comes into the body of for loop. And now what is the index value? 1. Ages of 1. It prints 2. And again it increments index value, right? It comes here. Ages of index. What is the value now? 2. Right? Every time it continuously does that until index is less than, as long as it is less than the length of the array, it continues this operation. As soon as index crosses the length of the array, it exits the loop. So basically what that means is, it continues to execute this for loop until this condition is true. As soon as this condition is false, then it terminates, this looping terminates. So now if I execute this, see, with this it should print all the values. See, it is printing all the values. First it comes here, it prints 1, index increments. That's the point of loops. Let's say if we have 1000 elements here, it prints all the elements just with this one line, with this for loop using just one line. Assume if you have if you don't have this loop concept, what you would have to do? You would have to print 3, ages 4, and like that, right? So you would have to write like that. If you have 1000 elements, then you would have to write ages 99, ages 90, 100, ages 101, all that concept. So that is one way of looping the array using for loop. There is another way that, now you are initializing the index and then you're incrementing all of that, right? There is a simple version of for loop. You can simply say const I in ages. You can do this. You can print simply print I. So let's comment out that. Then see, now it's if you do like this, basically you will get the index, right? Now you can do, what you can do is See, now we're getting the value. So what is the difference between this and this? It's the same concept. This is just a syntactic sugar where you wouldn't have to worry about all this. The length of the array, behind the scenes it takes care of that. Okay, so mostly you would use this kind of for loops. The next topic is while, right? It's pretty much same thing. All you have to do in all the loop things, the common point is, all you do is just start with the beginning of the index, or somewhere you will start on the index, and then you will check the condition and you increment it. That's all. Those are the three operations you would do in irrespective of what loop you are using. So let's get back to while loop, right? While loop, it's the same concept. You would initialize, let I equal to 0, here index equal to 0, right? That is the index starting point, right? And then what we would do, we would have to check if index less than ages dot length, right? Which is what we do here. What is the next step? You would print out ages dot index, right? Next, what you have to do, you would have to increment the index, right? Index plus plus. Index plus plus means the shortest version of incrementing the value by 1. This is basically what you're doing is index equal to index plus 1. That's what it means. You're basically using the syntactical sugar, that simply shorter version of adding 1. So that's it. These are the three operations. This is while loop, right? So if you execute that, see, it's printing the same. You get the same output. The concept is very same. Start with index, check for the condition, and do whatever whatever you want to do with that value, and then index plus plus, increment the index. So the next one is do while, right? So before we go to, you got the concept of while, right? Basically you'll get to the control comes here, it initializes the value, it checks for the condition here, it comes with, because this value is true, this continues this loop as long as this condition is true. As soon as this condition is false, it breaks out of the loop, it terminates the loop, right? So do while is the same concept. The only difference between do while and for and while, they both belong into the same category, but do while is you execute something before you even check on these conditions, right? So I would want to for example here, right, I would define index equal to 0, irrespective of, before I even check for the condition, I want to do something with that index, right? I'm printing it out, then I am incrementing that, right, while index less than ages dot length. So execute that, the output is same, but here before even it checks on the condition for the index, we are doing something with that value. That's the difference, if you notice, right? So in while, see, before you use that value, you're basically checking the condition. Here there is no condition, right? That's the only difference. So basically it all depends on the scenario. If you want to use that value before it even checks for the condition, you use do while. Otherwise it doesn't matter, like it's pretty much, the concept is looping through the data structures, right? So in this case, the example I showed is looping through an array of elements, right? So for now, just understand this concept. So to loop through the data structures, you use for loop, while loop, or do while. There is other way that you can loop through. At the same time, you can also do some operations on the elements. There are some functional way of doing it. I will come to that later when you are doing this project. So for now, this is fine. So now let's get on to the project scenario, right? So for project scenario, let's take a real-time example. So maybe let's take up movies, right? So we watch movies, that's part of our life, right? And we give ratings to the movies. So users will give many ratings to movies. So if you take up that scenario, let's see how we can implement that, right? So the goal is we'll make sure to use all the concepts that we discussed so far, and then we will see how the real-time kind of work looks, and you get some kind of feel. And while programming also, while implementing that scenario, how we think and how we look up in Google, how we look up the documentation and all that, you would get a little bit feel of it, okay? So let's go to movie scenario. It's basically giving rating to the movies, right? Let's name it as movie rating.js. Okay, that's good. So let's think that this is the main file of the whole project, and then when we run this, we run this file, so which will take care of executing that functionality, right? So before we dive into the code, with so far concepts that we discussed, how we think. It's movie rating, right? It involves nouns. What are nouns? That's the first step you need to think. In the real life, what are the real objects that you are interacting with? So here you are interacting with the movie and the rating, right? Rating, basically these two objects are talking. So there itself we got two classes, right? So let's create them. You can create movie. So usually when you create classes, you name this way. So basically the first letter is uppercase, and all other letters are lowercase. Okay, so let's rename that movie.js. Okay, what the other one we need? Rating. So rating, what kind of properties can rating have? It can have, what is the number of stars and who gave that rating, right? So there itself we got one noun, so we create class for that. So these two objects will talk to each other, right? So what else we have? We have user who gives the rating, right? He's the one, or he or she watches movies and then gives the rating. So let's create user object. That's good. So we created three classes, right? Now the main file is movie rating. Okay, so the main file is movie rating. Now let's get back to how we create classes, objects for that, and how these interact with each other, right? That's what we need to think about. Okay, so let's first of all we need to create object, right? Before we create object, we need to think about what is the template of the class, right? So let's go to movie. Let's class movie. Okay, movie. So what are the properties does movie have? It will have name, right? For now name is good. And then we can, when we create a movie object, what are the things that we need to pass at the time of construction of the object? What is the thing that you know about movie? Obviously we know the movie name, right? Probably we can start with that constructor, and then it takes name, and this dot name equal to name. Okay, so movie is done. Okay, that's how we start. That's how in real time also we start coding, right? And as we implement through the project, you will add up more as needed, right? So now let's talk about rating. So rating is also a class, right? Then what properties could have? It could have stars, number of stars, and rated by, probably, right? Rated by. And when you create a rating object, each rating is its own instance, right? Obviously you will pass, when you're giving rating, obviously you give stars, and then who is giving that rating, right? So you do that, and rated by. So we assume we pass. I mean, for this scenario, obviously we pass this when at the time of creation, right? at the time of object creation, then the star rated by equal to rated by. Okay, so we constructed rated object, the rating object, right? Now what else we have? We have users, right? Okay, so let's go to user, and so this is I'm just thinking on fly, nothing has been prepared, the documentation, anything like that. So I just wanted to give you the real feel how a programmer can think and how you can club all these together. So user could have name, right? So that, let's start with name. Okay, so name. So these are the basic minimum objects that we need, right? And we will create more classes as needed if you uncover more scenarios later on, right? So this is on fly thinking and coding. Okay, so movies you have rating and user. Now let's go to movie rating. This is the main file. This is assume that this is an application, movie rating application, which would take movie ratings, and it will keep track of who is giving and how many ratings. Okay, first of all, what we need to interact with the movie object. So let's create movie. So before that, you need to import them, right? What do we need to do to import? First of all, we need to export those classes to outside of this file. So what do we do in the vanilla JavaScript way, Node.js? So here model.exports equal to movie. Okay, and rating users also module.exports equal to user, and rating module.exports equal to rating. Okay, so we exported them. Now let's go to movie rating. Then we need to import them, right? So basically you will create movie equal to require, then movie. Okay, and what else we need? We need rating required rating, then user equal to require, then user. Okay, so we got these three classes here. Now let's go to create object movie equal to new movie, right? This is the syntax, right? Now what we can pass? We can pass name of the movie. So let's say Bahubali. It's a popular movie, right? This is Bahubali. Let's name it as Bahubali itself. Okay, so right, you're envisioning or imagining these things, right? Behind the scenes it creates those, the circle creates in the memory, and then it creates those properties and all that. So imagine that. Now let's create we need to, so now we have movie object, right? How do we, so we need to create a rating for that. So let's create Bahubali rating, or maybe let's create rating 1 for now. Rating 1 and new rating. While creating rating, how many? You'll give 5 stars, and who is giving rating? Here you need to provide user, right? So to provide user, we need to have a user object, correct? So here let's say this guy is Narsi, right? New user, we give Narsi the name. So we have these two objects. Now we're gonna pass that rating Narsi user object to rating. And rating, what we have in rating, we are rated by, and we are attaching that object, user object, to the rated by. Okay, so class concepts, where is that? Movie rating. Okay, yeah, let's close all these files, so we don't need we just need these things, right? Okay, so now you give one instance of rating. So I want to give another rating 2. It could be for by different user, right? let's say Bannu, new user Bannu, and he also gives 5 stars Bannu, right? That's good. Let's separate this. So we got a movie object, and then we got 2 user objects, and these 2 users are giving different ratings, right, for the this movie. Right now, if you see, these objects are independent. I mean, this is not associated yet to movie. So that's where you need to think, right? A program or real life situation can be implemented in many ways. Okay, so everyone has their own approach. What is good and bad? There is no good and bad in programming. There is only betterment. So you could let's say you write some program today, and after a few months, if you look at that program, you would think, oh, this could have been done differently. So you always, it's always like a new approach, you know. So this is one of the approaches that you could give rating to movies. Okay. So now we need to associate this rating to this movie. How do we associate? Now we need to enable, remember, setter, because at the time of creating movie object, we don't know what ratings are available, right? Obviously, we don't enable that through constructor. What we do, we enable through setter. Okay, set movie rating, and rating equal to this dot rating, this dot movie, this dot rating equal to rating, and here you can rating, and we are assigning the rating here. Okay, that's good. So if you do like this, every time you give new rating, it's going to override the existing rating. So in this case, let's say if I set movie.set rating of rating 1, that will attach rating 1 to movie, this rating variable, and then if I do another rating, then it will override. So obviously there is no way, with this approach, there is no way that you can store multiple ratings, right? What you would do, whenever you think of multiple elements, you think about arrays, which is a list data structure, right? So obviously this ratings, we need to have ratings as a variable, okay, which is a array, right? What you would do, instead of assigning like this, what you would do is you will push to new array. I mean the existing array, you will push to the ratings array. So what you would do, every time you set movie rating, you're going to push that to array, so it will keep track of all the ratings for the given movie object, correct? So that's what you need to do. So now we enabled, let's split this vertically here. Now you enabled movie to set ratings on that movie object. Now what object we have? We have Bahubali movie object. So let's set rating equal to rating 1, okay, and then we give another rating equal to rating 2. So what this means, Bahubali dot rating equal to rating 1 means basically user here Narsi is giving rating, and here and Bannu rating. So it's a different user, right? Now it keeps track of all the ratings in the movie object. How? Here this rating is still not attached to the movie, so we need to enable that, right? How did we enable now? Obviously, if we go here, we enable through ratings, right? That's what. So when you look at the object itself, it is independent object, and in the movie you're not passing any rating object there, because at the time of movie object creation, we don't know what ratings that would come. What we do is we enable movie to set ratings later on, at the later point. That's what we're doing here. Now if you see at this point, if you print out movie object, which is Bahubali, what you would expect? here we created movie object, assume it's a circle in the memory, and it has what it has. It has name and ratings as a properties. Since we are passing the value to the movie constructor, in the circle, if you imagine, name will have value, but ratings is empty array, right? So what we do by default, we will give as an array. So this is how you define array, right? Now we are constructing user objects, so it has its own circles in the memory, and then it has property name. Okay, that's all going well. And in the rating object, you are providing these properties. Okay, that's good. And even this has two circles and with the different properties. Okay, now you are attaching this, you are saving this rating, you are giving ratings, the different ratings to this movie. So this is when it is going to add these ratings to that empty array. So at this point in the movie circle, you have name as Bahubali and ratings array. It pushed all these into ratings. See, you can see that here. Let's run that node movie.rating.js. Okay, so now you got the error, right? So this is how you would look into. Okay, now this also teaches you the debugging skills. Okay, so whenever you see something doesn't work, the programming does tell you that, okay, where exactly that is. It's saying that cannot find module user. Why it is not finding user? Because you see here the way it is required is different. You need to give the path to that file, but by mistake we gave this, right? That's what happens. That creates bugs. So when you're writing programs, right, you run into these situations many times. Okay, so what you need to do is, whenever program doesn't work, go to the stack. This is called error stack. Okay, so it is saying code module not found, and it is clear, right? Cannot find module user. What I would do, okay, oh, cannot find module user. I'll see, okay, where I'm requiring user here. Okay, I'm requiring user. I define user, then why it is not finding? Because it's not, path is not given. Now if you see, it will identify that file. Okay, now run that. Now another error. So what it's saying now, okay, let's clear this up. Okay, now new movie. What is a movie? Is not a constructor. Good, right? So this is movie is not a constructor. It's basically it is having trouble in constructing a movie object. This is interesting, right? Let's go here and movie. So constructor name, and you're exporting it here, new constructor, and then you're providing name. Why there is a problem here, right? You're defining class and module.export equal to, you're giving movie object, right? This is all good. You are the way you're exporting, everything looks fine, right? That is good. Now let's go to movie rating. Why this is not working? Which means if you believe this is all good, then there must be some problem on the other side, which is receiving part. How you're receiving is a problem, right? So here you define class movie, template wise everything is same. The exports, you're exporting like an object, right? When you're exporting this as an object, then on the receiving side also you should receive it as an object, right? So basically you need to put this, and same is the case for the all other cases, right? If you look at rating, we are exporting as an object, right? So now you got this value, real movie value. Now it can construct the object. Okay, so let's run that. Now let's see, it worked, right? So the movie object, like we discussed before, what are all the things it should have? The rating. Oh, see, the problem. So there is some problem here. Name Bahubali, which is good. Ratings is good, but why it is coming as rating equal to so and so? It should not come like this, right? why this rating even, the rating even coming? We don't have a rating in here, right? So what is the problem? Let's see. So there is a ratings here. You are pushing rating movie. That is the problem. So see, this is very good situation. You set movie, the setter variable, you set it as a movie rating, right? But here you called rating, and then the variable itself is not there. Then it's basically you are introducing a new variable on the object, right? Instead of that, what you would do is movie rating, and here movie rating. That's what we do, right? Like we discussed in setters, you need to provide this the exact setter. Okay, now what it does, it comes here, it pushes to the array, which is good. But now before this, the problem is you are introducing a new variable, right? By mistake you gave rating. Okay, that's the problem. So if you do that, now see, it is good, right? This is what we are expecting. For given movie object in the circle, it will have name, and then it has properties called ratings, and that is an array. It provided by different users. If you want to see, so right now it's not showing up the user in the console.log, right? So whenever you want to print whenever you want to print a JSON object continuously, then you can stringify. Stringify means it will stringify the JSON object, so you can see all the values. It's basically convert JSON object into string. Okay, so let's clear this up. See, this is what you would see. You know what object is, right? Object is a key value pair. So this is the JSON object, right? But this, you can see the whole object values, right? So if you want to see, usually the you will have a lot of JSON editors online, you know. So you could also look at this in Visual Code itself. You have formatters and you have commands too, you can format it. But this is the object, right? You remember object is a key value pair, right? This is the key and this is the value. What object is this? This is the movie object. Movie has name, which is Bahubali, and it has 2 ratings so far. So all are 5 stars and given by Narsi, given by Bannu, right? And let's take another movie, right? Let's do the same operations. Second movie. Okay, here I pasted that, and movie, this could be Inception, and Inception, this is also 5 ratings. So it's a beautiful movie, right? Then print out Inception movie. Okay, now let's see, has already been defined. So this is one more thing, right? Whenever you're defining variables, you need to make sure they're all unique. So here I defined this variable already, right? Then I am defining again, so it will complain about it. So it's a duplicate identifier, right? So what you could do, you would remove this, because you don't need to create 2 new user objects, right? These are the same users who watch this movie as well. Okay, so that's good. And now the problem is rating 1. It's already declared, right? So here you could associate. Let's create a different 3 and 4. Okay, then 3 and 4, and here you're giving it to Inception, right? Inception, and you provide all of that. So now you printed Bahubali and Inception, right? So if you look at these 2 objects, now let's go here, let's put them into array, because this doesn't format, right? Because you're putting two objects, correct? Now see, so these are the two objects, movie objects, two movies. For this movie Bahubali, and this movie is Inception, and gave starts, right? What just happened, right? So what you just did, so basically you developed a program which helps to rate movies. This is exactly what happens in real time. But how this code gets executed, that's the only difference. So right now what you are doing, how you are giving rating, you are writing a line of code, and then you are giving rating, and you are passing these objects along together. You are manually doing this in this movie rating file. This is kind of call it as a desktop application, right? Once you compile this and package this all code, and then what you would do, you would just run this, and that will run all this code and give ratings. But in real time, if you put this into a real application, what happens is, you would have front end where you would select movie, and then you select ratings, and you provide those values to this code, and this code will take those values and do all of this stuff, and then store all these values into database. That's what happens. But now we are in the coding part. I'm just creating this temporary movie rating file, and doing all this by myself, right? But you got the concept, right? So here we dealt with objects, we dealt with the variables, and let's see, if I want to loop through the ratings of all, I want to display the ratings of all the ratings of a given movie. Okay, so what you would do, you remember this syntax, for loop, right? What you would do, you would loop through the array. So which array you want to loop through? On movie ratings, right? So let's take a variable which is let I, which syntax do we use? We have the syntactic sugar one, which looks precise, right? Let's use that. Okay, yeah, I in let's take a Inception movie dot ratings, right? This is the array, right? And from that I want to display just the rating, the stars. Okay, now what I would do to get, okay, let's define variable here. What is a star? And then what you would do, you need to get the value from the array. How do you get the value from the array? Using index, right? Ratings I. So the first object you will get the, what is ratings actually? It is a array of rating objects. You would get first rating object, or you name that as a rating. Okay, since that is an object, you can directly print that, right? Directly print that. What happens now? It goes through the ratings, and it loop through, it gets the index, and then it takes the rating as it comes, and it prints. Okay, so now if you run that, so ratings, see ratings is not defined. Why? Because this is very good situation. So Inception movie, on the movie object, basically every object has properties, right? What you are doing here on this object, using dot notation, you are accessing the property which is on that object. Right now it is complaining ratings is not defined. Why it is saying that? We have already defined ratings here. What are we missing? Think. It is complaining about here on line 36. See, this is one of the mistakes that we do when you're programming. I mean, see, you think that you know this program well, or you think sometimes, right? Exactly, see where it is failing. It's on line 36, right? Ratings is not defined. On this is what it shows on the stack. Basically, on the in this file, this is the line. What is the line number? 36. It's ratings. Okay, we are basically accessing this array, right? Where we don't have any ratings array there. So basically you need to get that from inception.ratings. That is the array we are accessing, right? This is the array we are looping through, and then from that array we need to get the element. So that's why it was not working, because ratings itself is not available in this program, right? So that's the problem. So now you see, we printed all the ratings of this movie. Which movie? Inception movie, right? Let's clear this, and let's comment out all the other consoles. Okay, so now you printed the ratings of Inception movie. Here you just used looping concept, right? You just used for loop, and there are many ways, like I said before, there are many ways that you can loop through. So for now, just understand these core concepts. Later on, it's just a piece of cake. You'll just understand by looking at it, and we will run into different concepts with end-to-end programming, right? This is good. You're looping through this ratings array. Usually, sometimes you need to take care of the way you code, right? Some of the semantics basically here, you could have put this into a variable, right? Let's put this as a variable. Okay, ratings equal to Inception ratings, and then here you'll just use that variable, right? And you would use the variables here. See, it will still run. So I'm just running through all these scenarios so you understand thought process and what are the things that you would run into a situation, what kind of situations that you would run into, how you think through the programming concepts. Whenever you run into bugs, bugs are very interesting. It will challenge you, it will make you to think beyond and go through the concepts and go through the documentation and stuff, right? So that's the reason why I'm kind of running into all this. Okay, make sure you understand what I'm doing here. So this is one thing, and so far you covered classes and objects. You know how these objects are interacting to each other, and you used a for loop. The same thing can be done with a while loop. So let me show you that. While while index, right? So first you define index const j, or we have directly put it as index, and index less than ratings dot length, and what you do, you would take these two and then print, right? And here index plus plus, right? So that's what you would do. And let's comment out this for loop. So what you just defined, while index equal to 0, index less than, obviously less than length, right? And then it's printing the same is, right? Index plus plus. So this is a constant. So this is one other scenario. Let me put that. What happened here? This is constant. You cannot increment. Basically, what index plus plus means? Index equal to index plus 1. What you are doing here? You are saying this is constant, but you are reassigning this to some other value, which doesn't work. For that to happen, you need to define it as a let or var. These are two things that you could define variable as, which means you are saying that, hey, this variable value will be changed. It is vulnerable to change. Okay, so then it will consider, okay, then because we already set to the JavaScript, it will take care of that. Let's run that. See, it worked, right? It's the same output but different ways of doing it. Okay, so same concept for the do while. So do while, if you do, what do we need to do? We need to do this. Let's copy paste. It's the same. So ideally you maximum avoid copy pasting initially, so you will get good hands-on with the fingertips, right? All the programming concepts, like you think and you also coordinate at the same time. As much as you type, the more you will be comfortable with the programming. while what we do index less than ratings dot length, right? So let's comment out this part. Index is not defined, so index is not defined because we comment out this part here. Okay, right? See, output is same. That is the beauty of programming. There is not a single way that you can write a program. You can write in many ways. That's why programming is very easy. You don't have to stick on to one thing or remember one thing. As you write it, or maybe I can put this, as you think through, sometimes you will get different thought and you can just implement that. That is a wonderful. What I used to do when I was a starter in programming, I used to type a lot of programs, even though, let's say, if I finish all the program, right, I used to delete that program altogether and type it. I never copy until late next few years, like initial beginning of my time. First few years, probably maybe 2 to 3 or 4 years, I think I never copied. I just type. Even though it takes time, that is fine, but that will help you in the long run. It's on my fingertips, programming, all that, so those are some of the tips you can follow. So pretty much we covered all the JavaScript concepts, objects, variables, loop statements. Hey, and let's talk about if conditions, right? Here, let's say if in this case, for example, if we give 4 rating, right, Inception movie, and I want to display only if it is 5 rating. Okay, then what I can do here what we can do in the for loop, what I am doing, I am printing all the ratings by default, but I don't want to print all the ratings. I want to get all only the maximum ratings printed. Okay, so what I can do, I can put if condition here. If rating dot stars equal to 5, then only print it. See how I am accessing the property. Rating is an object, right? Because ratings itself is an array of objects. What is object? Right? This is the object and key value pairs, right? And then on the rating object, I am accessing the property by using dot, and then I am checking equal to 5, then print. Otherwise, do nothing. Right? Now, if you see the output, it will just print only 5. See, 4 is not printed. See, it prints only 5. That's a very simple concept. That's how you use if conditions. Wherever you want to control the flow, you use conditionals. Or if you say, okay, if it is not 5, then tell me this is not max rating. See, I put else, so it prints something. At least it will tell me, okay, this is not max rating. What is that max now? Not max rating. Maybe let's print rating dot stars here, so that we know what rating is not max rating. See, is 4. Okay, 4 is not good rating. I mean, just for example, but they are good rating, right? Okay, so this is how it will be in the programming world. You think through the scenario. See how many lines we wrote. You will never be tired. If you love programming, you will never be tired. You will write thousands of lines, because you're not writing in a single line, right? It is like having conversation with the computer. It's very interesting. So here scenario is movie rating app. That's the app. So eventually, since you got understanding the JavaScript for now, so you can go through and repeatedly write some sample programs. After this, we move on to the next topic called Node.js, where Node.js you write the APIs, and after that MongoDB, and then React.js. Okay. So now let's get to that Node.js in a bit. but here I just want to make sure we cover all the. So what we did, just a quick recap, we started with the movie rating app, which is giving different users give rating to different movies, right? And then just a single line giving rating to the movies. So now, and we thought process is like, okay, think about, in reality we have movie, we have rating, we have user, and we created classes for that. And then for those classes, what are the properties that could exist? We think about this naming and ratings. And then for rating, we have starts and rated by, user has its own name, right? Then we came to the main file, which is movie rating app file. This is where it creates objects and it manipulates and it interacts with different objects. And then finally we displayed the movie report, right? We displayed movie Bahubali report and movie Inception report, how many ratings they got and who gave the rating, right? I think we pretty much covered all the concepts. Look at the PPT here. So functions we are covered, right? So there is a function there, and then data structures, array, objects we covered. So yeah, this much is enough for now. Don't get into too much into JavaScript. As you work through, you will know more complex concepts like how you manipulate the data structures and stuff. But this is for now is fine. But by the time you finish the whole course, definitely you'll be champ. Okay, and one more thing, the last topic but not least, I'd like to show you whenever you're writing some programs or referring some things in JavaScript, how these things work, and you might forget the syntax or you might forget the concept itself, right? You might remember some of the buzzy kind of fuzzy words of JavaScript. Where do you refer? There must be some truth, right? You should always refer to the truth. But when you search in Google, you will get lots and lots of information, but they're all coming from different people and they're all of different various kinds of experience in their background, right? But you should always, it's okay to read all of them, but you should always refer that to the truth. Where is the truth? So for JavaScript, Mozilla, MDN, they take care of standards. They maintain, they're the ones which implements the standards for JavaScript. They maintain the standards. So where do you go refer to that? So let's go to MDN. So developer.mozilla.org. So this is where basically they maintain all the standards. They show you the examples and implementations of every concept. Okay. So what JavaScript is and how JavaScript has been evolving, how it started and all that, I will talk about that in later videos, focusing just on that topic. But for now, you can, as I've been mentioning, that JavaScript is a language, and this guide you can take this as a reference. For example, right, if you look at here, it's targeted for all kinds of experienced people. Complete beginners, JavaScript guide, intermediate and advanced. Okay, and the references, you got so many topics here. So for example, you're writing program, right? So here if you look at, I'm writing this program and I'm dealing with ratings, which is an array, but based on this course or based on your knowledge, you might remember, oh yeah, now I want to go through the data structure, but you forgot about the syntax of how do you write the for loop, right? Obviously you won't remember everything. As you write more and more programs, it gets registered to your mind, it gets automatically to your hands. But initial days you might have to, or throughout your life, it's always good to refer to a truth, right? So the first and foremost thing, basically you need to be very comfortable how to look up for the information. So here, for example, in that scenario, I forgot, I don't know how to look through the structures. Okay, I want to use for loop. So let's see. So here, if you look at foreign, and this is one of the topics under statements and declarations. But if you search for it, it directly takes you to the example, and see, they're looping through the object, right? This is object, right? And they will start with the definition. Foreign statement iterates overall enumerable properties of an object that are keyed by strings. So basically it is looping over, right? So here, when you loop through object, what it does is it loop through the keys. It will give you the key here. This is the key, and that's we are storing that in object property, variable property, and then you're accessing object by using the property. I mean, this is other way of accessing the object. You can also do that by object dot if you know the property value, right? And you can always try it out. When you click on run, it will take you to it will run the program, and if you want to try out different syntax, you can type it out here, and you can try it out. So for example, right, make modifications here. Okay, the value, I mean, just for example, right? See, it updates. So this is the quickest way of trying out the concept before you use that, right? So for example, this is for about for. Okay, so you want to use array. So I want to see how to use array. So for example, if you go array here, type it out array, you get the complete description. This is the truth. This is what you have to rely on to discuss with somebody, because when you're developing in a team, you run into this situation many times. Some people will suggest you, hey, go and use array data structure, or use this concept. To be able to discuss the concept properly, you need to have truth, right? Otherwise it's gonna be everywhere and everybody will talk about something and you will never get to the truth. So that's why you have to back up your theory based on this truth. So it's a description about array. It's a global object that is used in construction of arrays, array list like objects, and the common operations. You can the syntax, how you define array and how do you access it. See, it's index, and then how you loop through the array. We haven't talked about dot for each and dot map yet, but we'll use that in the later parts. I don't want to put all the information right now. So but now you know how to loop through, right? So this is the way you refer to the topics, and then your table of contents, you have classes, so let's go to search for classes. This is the class, and you define the constructor. You can understand all these words, but this is huge, right? This is like an ocean. You don't want to go through all the topics and memorize. It doesn't work like that. Especially programming doesn't work like that. Software world, it's basically you need to have these basic building blocks. That's what we are learning in this course, and then using that you can look into the documentation or anywhere you'll understand. For example, if you want to learn in Google, right, how do you use Google? I mean, JavaScript, this is good from documentation. Sometimes you want to quickly get to the solution or quick reference. You can use Google, for example, how to use for, or just for in JavaScript, right? For loop in JavaScript, it directly takes you to that. So W3 Schools is also one of the good websites which will maintain all these specific chunks of code, and you can try it out. There are tons of references like that. So that's how you get used to the programming or exploring the concepts, right? Then in this case itself, use classes and variables and then for loops, right? That's how. So basically this is very important. So once you know how to use web to go through your programming, then you're called an expert. I mean, these days there is no concept of expert. Experience or expertise comes in a given area when you work through so many years, but in this world right now, the trend is there are a lot of many technologies coming every day. New technologies are evolving. So there is no concept of one person going through one technology deep. It doesn't work, because tomorrow new technology is coming and you have to get through that language as well. That's why you need to be expert in basic building blocks, not the overall programming. If you're familiar with the building blocks, then the same concept can be applied. Syntactical thing, it's always you can have to the documentation, you can use the concept, but the building blocks are very important, right? All right, so with this, let's move on to next topic called Node.js using Express.js. Node.js and Express.js. Node.js is a engine, right? Like I mentioned, it's an engine. It is used to run the JavaScript, right? And using Node.js, with that concept, we can use JavaScript on the front end and also on the back end, right? In the initial days before Node.js, JavaScript we used to use only on the front end for developing web applications. Now we are using that on the back end as well. What is back end, and what exactly does it play a role? Like in the previous diagram, like initially when I showed you, the backend is it comes between the front end and the database. You have a middle layer where you write your APIs, and then API talks to the database, and that's what interaction keeps going between your browser. That could be mobile clients, or that could be browsers. Browser sends a request to the backend, and backend will take that and processes that, and then saves information to the database, or it can fetch the information from the database, and then it will send that information back to the clients, right? And we are talking at the middle part, where it is you write a lot of endpoints. In this scenario, this is a movie rating application, right? So in movie rating application, client wants to store movies and store movie ratings, and then client should be able to retrieve all the ratings and all the movies and about user information and all that. All that happens through this API. API is stands for Application Programming Interface. So for that, to develop API, we use Node.js and Express.js. Express.js is a wrapper around Node.js, which would enable the to write APIs in easily and in a lightweight manner. You can quickly create endpoint. What is endpoint, and how do we utilize that? What types of endpoints exist? What is REST API? HTTP calls look like? What is request body and the response body? How does API talk to database? All that we'll get to that in this section, right? So let's get into dive into the concept and the diagram, and then to the coding. So this diagram, I quickly put this together to save some time. So this is the part we're going to focus on. So that's called Node.js server, right? So if you look at this diagram here, basically you have different clients. One is browser. This one is it could be mobiles, it could be iPad, it could be many devices, right? So in a real world, you see users are using so many devices, and they're operating from TV, iPad, or it could be phones, it could be a lot of IoT devices, and a lot of other things work from laptops, so here the browser is one of those clients. So every client makes a request. So basically on the client side, our apps are running, right? If you take a phone and launch any app, and so that basically that runs some functionality. So during the process, an app in from any of these clients, an app what basically does is it makes requests to a server. Server will take care of processing all the functionality and talking to the database. All that stuff is done by server. So eventually server has the most of the complexity handled, and then it computes a lot of the data, and all that is streamed to clients. And what client just takes the data, and then if there is any logic, mostly in real time we'll keep the complexity minimal on the client side, mostly it could be used to just present the data, right? So this is the part we're going to focus on. So what is Node.js server? So Node.js server is like any other server. We have, before Node.js, we used to have we have this WebLogic server, Tomcat server. So there are a lot of web application servers, right? WebSphere, all of that. So the purpose of those servers is to take requests and process that, and then send the response back to clients. I mean, in a simple way to say that, but it handles more than just handling the request and sending the response. It maintains connections, how many connections it needs to take from clients, So every server has a limitation, right? So at a time, how many connections this server can handle, and there is a lot of concept behind that. So now let's basically start from the how does even server get connected, right? So basically what happens is, let's assume that this is a machine, right? One computer, right? In this we install software. That software will take care of taking the requests, and that software is always in the running state. As long as it's running, it is open to take connections, right? So if I stop the server, and if any client makes a request to the server, then it gets connection refused. You'll get nothing. So if I just go ahead and browse google.com, if Google server is down, then down in the sense the server is stopped or it's not responding, then what you would see is the response, you would say connection refused, or you wouldn't get anything back, right? Server is a very critical part in whole end-to-end web application, and also the database server as well. So if any of these connections are down, then you will get nothing. So in this part, the server, Node.js is one of the software we install in our machine. So it will enable us to run the server and write the software to handle all these requests. So basically, a while back, before Node.js, the JavaScript and all that, the way we use JavaScript, it's a little different, right? Before Node.js, JavaScript we used to use just as a front-end language, which means you develop web pages, right? There, to give some dynamic functionality to the web pages, we need programming language, right? There, it's only JavaScript, because the browsers, like we have Chrome, we have Mozilla, Safari, any browser, they can understand only JavaScript. So all browsers, we are using JavaScript just to develop the web pages. So a browser can understand JavaScript. How? It has a V8 engine, which is developed by Google, and that's what understanding the JavaScript, and that's how browsers are able to run the JavaScript and then display the pages, right? And lately, a few years back, the JavaScript got introduced to the backend, which means you take a guy, I don't remember exact name, but I think Ryan, he took that V8 and V8 part from browser, and he put that he developed the Node.js by including some of the APIs using C++, and all together combinedly he called it as Node.js, and all that functionality is now supporting on the backend, which means we don't have to run the JavaScript in browser. So in addition to running the script on the browser, we can also run this on the machine itself. So that enabled us lots of opportunities, possibilities, the way how you can use JavaScript. It made because you're going to use the same language on the client side, on the backend side as well. So that gives more flexibility on utilizing libraries. If you write one library that can be used in both places. And also in database side, you can just use JavaScript. There are tons of libraries got opened up. It is pretty much like a revolution. When iPhone got introduced, how app development got revolutionized, the same way when JavaScript Node.js got introduced, a lot of libraries opened up in JavaScript. But I'll go deep into those internals later. But for now, understand Node.js is an engine that can run the JavaScript, right? So using that concept, we're going to build the server. So why do we need the server? To handle client requests. So in our scenario, it's a movie rating application, right? So movie rating clients, when they open them the web page, they will see the movies, right? They click on the movie and then they'll give rating. So when they do some event on the UI, we need to capture that event and then we need to store that in the database, right? Who does that? That's what the server does. Server takes that event and then it will save that to the database. So how does this how does the server get the event? Because client will call the server to send that event. Okay. So for now, just understand Node.js is a server. It is its functionality, its usage is to take requests and processes them, talk to the database and then send the response back to the clients. Before we dive into, just quickly just get a feel of Node.js, what it does. Let's get to the documentation. So and then let's quickly start the server and call the server and see what it looks like, right? So anytime you get into new technology, anytime you want to learn something in software, first let's get to the documentation, right? So now I take this different approach now. In JavaScript, I quickly explained all that stuff, and right now you're familiar with the terms. So now as if we are doing this collaboratively together, let's get to the Node.js website and see what we see there, right? Okay, so Node.js. So nodejs.org. So this is where you can find everything about Node.js. So what we see here, it is I'll keep this diagram for a while because just to reference that. You see recommended for most users. This is the latest version stable version of Node.js, and then this is current. So current will have a lot of latest features, but it is still not stable. But you can try it out in your project, right? That's what it means. So this is for Mac OS. So let's go to about. Okay, so here there is tons of documentation, right? So don't worry about right now. I'm gonna consolidate this in a simple lines, and I'll explain you what Node.js does internally, what it does, because that concept is very important for you to use Node.js in a scalable manner, right? That has some terminology called event loop, callbacks, all of that. Okay. Now it's Greek and Latin, but don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain it later. So here they gave a simple code. What it does is, so here now you can understand this code, right? What it does, it's requiring HTTP module. So basically HTTP is one of the library. The Node.js is providing that. It's one of the APIs, right? We are requiring that. You remember require in JavaScript, it is we have different files, and then we are wanting to import some of the functions into this file, and we required that file, right? That's the same concept. We are requiring this, so that means this code we are letting this code know that there is a HTTP module, right? And now here we are defining two variables, right? One is hostname, one is port. It's just variables, right? We're giving some hostname kind of this IP address, and then port is giving port. And then here on using HTTP, on HTTP object, we are calling create server. You remember the syntax? We are using dot. So on object, when you use dot, on object dot something, right? On this object, we are calling create server method. For that method, we are passing some arguments. Okay. So this one is no different than function. This is a kind of syntax of anonymous function. This is called arrow functions. You can also write this differently. I'll show it in a bit. And then after that, once you create the server, you got the server object, right? On the server object, what you're doing, you're calling listen function, and then you're passing arguments, right? That's what you have done in this code. If you run this code, what it does is it spins up the server. So what that means, it will start the server and then it'll keep it running. Once server is running, we can call that. So it will respond with a response, right? So let's take that code. I don't want to copy, but just to save some time, I'll go through the code right now. Let's create a file here. So server.js, right? I copy pasted that. So here, when you want to require HTTP module should have been installed in your laptop. Okay, so in my laptop it's already installed, and I will show you the installation process of these modules. So it's basically use npm and install, but for now assume that you have this module installed. Just understand what server does and how you call that. Okay, so now you understand the code, right? So let's go to terminal and then run that. Let's clear this part. How do you run the JavaScript code? You got Node.js, node, right? And then you see basically node. So don't get confused with this Node.js server and then node. So node is a software, right? To run the JavaScript, you need node, right? And then using JavaScript, we are constructing a HTTP server. That's what we are doing here. HTTP server, which can take requests of type HTTP or HTTPS, whatever, right? So HTTP is just a protocol. It is a way you can interact between client and server. It's one of the protocols. What is protocol? Protocol is set of rules, right? So yeah, for now that's fine. Don't go deep into there. That requires its own set of videos. Okay, so I'm gonna give this server and then see what happens. It executed line by line and then created server, and then after this server, well, when it executed this line, basically it started the server and then it executed this console.log, right? How it what is the syntax and all that, I'll go through that in a bit. So now server is running, so let's see, we can call that now. Okay, so let's go to, what is that, localhost. So let's take this, server is running at, so we gave this host name, right? Let's take that host name directly like that, and then using browser you can call. What is this? HTTP, you're saying I'm making a call. This is a browser. Assume that correlate this to this diagram. So assume that we are calling that from this browser, and then you're saying of type HTTP and giving host name. That is the host name of this server, right? This is the machine. That host name is this guy. And then where is it listening? Server listens for requests, right? On some port. Where is it listening? It is listening on this port. See, we are saying server.listen on this port, right? So when we request that, it responded with hello world. Who is sending that hello world response? Here. When we create the server, what we are doing is, whoever calls this on this one, basically it's going to respond with this, whatever we responded with here. We're giving back status code, header, all of that, right? So but from this concept, don't worry about what is this response, header and all that. I'll go through the internals, but now just focus on what is server, and when we call it, how server is responding. So we just demonstrated this browser calling Node.js server, and then server is responding to browser. We don't have database yet, but we'll get to that part in the later course of this program, right? So Node.js responded with a response. So now let's change this, right? Movie rating. Welcome to movie rating app, right? change that. Now we start that server. If we respond that, right, welcome to movie rating app. So browser, so it happens to be the browser and the server in this video, I mean in this course, basically the client, which is browser, and the server, they are on the same machine. It is my machine, right? In real time, you have this Node.js running in different machine. It could be running in cloud, right? This browser could be on your mobile, on your laptop, as a user machine, right? So that's how it does. So but concept is same. Wherever the software is running, that is listening on port, it takes requests and it processes the requests. So this is the simpler code of creating this server, right? And we could continue to create endpoints, all of that. So before we go into that, Node.js is good, right? So you got a lot of documentation here. You go to the docs and you got a lot of APIs and dependencies. For example, here tons of things here, right? Mostly in developing web applications, we don't go deep into using low-level APIs. All we use is some HTTP modules, very few modules, and then on top of that we use express.js, which is a wrapper around Node.js, which enables to create this code. It'll make it easier to create servers and creating APIs, endpoints, etc. Right? So let's get into Express.js and how we write API endpoints and run the server and start calling endpoints. Now we just called this localhost 3000, right? 3000. We're not giving any endpoints. So let's get to that part and what endpoints are and how we use those endpoints in our movie rating app. So let's see how we can create the server using Express.js. So like I said, Express.js is a wrapper. It's a framework around created around Node.js, right? So it hides all these nitty-gritty details. So it doesn't look like a lot of code when you to create a server, and then also adding endpoint. It's pretty straightforward and it's easy, right? So as we do usually, like when we're getting to the new technology, how do we do? We go to the documentation first, right? So let's get to express.js documentation. So let's open that up. Meanwhile, let's get rid of this diagram. Okay, so Express.js, right? Express.js, Node.js web application framework. So it's a framework built around Node.js. So basically, if you go to the get started, so I mean there are a lot of topics you can look into, but let's get to the straight to the point, getting started. So to work with Express.js, basically you're saying that assuming you have already installed Node.js, so you have Node.js installed on your machine already, right? We work with JavaScript and then using Node.js already. So basically he's asking to create a directory and then changing directory to that new directory, right? Probably we can create new directory in this folder itself, stacks course, clear and make directory my app. So here we can create a movie rating app, or we can create the movie rating app later, but this is for understanding the concept, right? So let's follow the same approach there, and then you're going to that directory, right? Right, so you're in this directory now. Using npm init command to create a package.json file, right? So let's see what happens here. So basically it creates a package.json file, right? So npm init, you give my app, click enter, description not needed, entry point. For now just create the whole thing, enter. Okay, so that looks like that, and click yes, right? So basically what it does is it creates a package.json file, which is what maintains the project information about what is the name of the app and version, and then what are the dependencies that is required for project, all of that, right? So we will get into all those internals in the later part, but now just focus on how we can construct the server using express.js, right? So let's open that up. Let's open that folder. See, it created package.json file, right? What is in package.json file? Is what it has a name of the app, version, description, and main file is index.js, and then scripts. So it's just a template, right? So we'll go over what we use package.json for and how dependencies look like and all that. Okay. Now let's go to the next step. So what they're doing here, this command prompts for index.js. So enter app.js or whenever you want the name of the file name. So here, if you look at main file is the index.js file. For now, let's keep it that, and let's go to, and then they're saying install express in my app directory. So basically we need to install express. So what I said, we're going to use express library, express module to create a server, right? To use express module, we need to have that express code. So express code we need to have in this folder, right? So that's why we install express JS file, express.js module. So installation looks like, so you go here and then npm install, and then you give express save. When you give, so I'll explain you that command. So let's install that. So npm stands for node package manager. Okay. So here you got node modules folder, right? In this node module folder you have install, you just install express. See, this is the express folder. So this is all the code that you got. So the concept is, so let's get this going. Once we start the server using express, I will get back to the beginning of this point, and then I will go over the concept, what we did, each step, what really happened. Okay. So express save, and then to install express temporarily, it doesn't matter, right? So we install express. Now let's go to hello world. See the code, how code looks like. These are the just two lines, the few lines you need to create a server. So let's copy this and then go here. Let's create a server.js file. Create under here server.js and then copy. You can express you can require, because you just installed express.js, right? So that's available in this node module, so you can import that code, right? And then to create app, you just call this express function. So basically express is a function. When you require app, it is going to provide you a function, so you're going to call it with a parenthesis. That will give you app instance. App, what is this app? App is an object, right? And then you're defining a variable called port 3000, and then you're defining an endpoint. So this is how it looks like. app.get slash is an endpoint, and then you're responding with hello world. Okay, and then you're saying app.listen, and you're providing which port you have to listen on, and then you're consoling this, right? It's pretty same code that we did for previously with Node.js, right? So if you look up that code and full stack course, see, it's pretty same thing. Server.listen, creating server. Basically express is doing all this code behind the scenes. It is just made our job easier to create a server, right? And then what we need to do, all we have to do is just running it locally. So what are they saying, how to run it? Node app.js. That's it. So you go and then you run this server file. So let's go to the terminal, and then here my app, we're already in the directory. So node.server.js. See, it's running on localhost 3000 port. When you call this, see, hello world. It's pretty quick, right? You don't have all this code here, creating server. This is a low level code, setting status code, and server.listen is there, but the way you are creating server is different. And to create more endpoints, to add more functionality while creating the server, it takes a lot of code if you don't use those kind of libraries. So it's pretty easy, right? So now here, let's change it. Welcome to Express, right? And then restart that. Usually you don't have to restart. It will hard reload. It will take the changes as you make it, but for that it requires some setup, so it's pretty easy. This is all about using Express to create this server. So now let's go back to the steps. So what we exactly done here, right? What are the new words, terminology that you came across? Basically we talked about so getting started, all we did is created a new directory, and then we did npm init. What is npm? npm stands for Node Package Manager. npm is a module. So basically when you install Node in your machine, Node comes with npm. So Node is a software, right? It is, assume this is a piece of software. That's a code. What is software? It's a bunch of code. In that code you have npm also. So Node comes with npm. Okay, so that's why you don't have to install npm separately. But when Node gets npm might be of some version, right? So but if you want a different version, then you may have to install different Node version, or you can directly install npm itself using brew in Mac, or in Windows it could be different way of installing. Okay, but npm itself is used to manage the packages. What is package? You can understand here. This is package. Require Express is a package. Okay, did we write that package? No, somebody wrote it, and somebody made this available to all the users, to all the developers. All we have to do is we have to go and type this npm install. So what we did here, all we did is npm install Express. We just install. But how does npm know where is it, where to get this? This Express package must be stored somewhere in the cloud or somewhere, right? Some machine should be storing it, and it should be providing to everybody, right? How npm knows about it? So that's where we will have, when you install npm, you will have we need to have this in the home directory, npm rc file. So let's go to home, and then you have cd.npm, then so you could, so look like it's not there, but by default what happens is npm goes to npm the public registry. So where is public registry? It is npm js.com. So if we go here, npm js.com. So this is where all of your Node modules are managed. For example, I install Express, right? You go Express here and see, this is the package. These are all packages. There are tons of packages. See, so many. For Express there are 24,000 packages. So there are millions of packages like this here. So basically this is all because of Node. Node made this possible because Node is supported JavaScript, and then everybody just started contributing and built lots of packages like this, and made it so faster to develop any project. So you go to the Express, and it's published 2 years ago, and then here this is a Git repository, and it's licensed under MIT. So likewise, you could also develop some code, and if you think your code can be reused, then it solves some problem, then you could develop and publish it here. That's the npm registry. So think of this like a home for packages. All the packages, and whoever develops it, they publish it here. So that it's available for everybody, right? So that is the one terminology we came across, and now you understand, right? npm is a Node Package Manager, and to install any Node modules we have to use npm. we use npm to install. And then npm supports so many commands: npm install, npm init. Likewise, you have so many commands. If you want to see what it supports, you can say npm help. So it will provide you all the commands it supports, right? npm help. So these are all the commands it supports. And I mean, there is a documentation you can look into, but init is one of the commands. So init, what it does, it creates a package.json file. What is package.json file? This maintains the project information. What is our project information here? This is my app. We just created this folder. And then what does project have? Project have, see, this is object. This is a JSON object, key value pairs. And then name, it has name, version, description. And what is dependencies? Dependencies are the modules. What that means is, when you develop a project, you can write all of your code on your own, right? By yourself. Not on your own, but by yourself, right? But imagine if we were to write Express code also to run the server, how much time would it take? We have to, whatever code that Express has right now, we have to write all of that code. It's time consuming, right? It's not efficient. If somebody, because working with server is a common concept. It's a common problem. Everybody needs a server. Everybody needs to work with server. Everybody needs to develop node-based applications using node server. So how many people could utilize this code? So that's why people contributed to this, and they created this Express module. And with just one installation and importing this into our new file, into server file, solve the problem. And that's the whole point of dependencies here. That's the whole point of dependencies, because we haven't written that code and our file is not aware of all that code, creating server and all that. That's why we are using Express. To use Express in our file, we need to install that in this project. Once we install it, what happens is that Express folder is downloaded to node modules. In every node-based project, you will have this structure: main code, and you have node modules folder. Node modules folder is where you will find all the dependencies that is required for this project, right? And by default, it got this template has created all these modules here. See, all HTTP, these are all part of node itself. HTTP errors, Express, and Express we installed it, but by default you have all the modules that is coming from using with the node. They're all available by default. So if you remember, in our previous server file, we used HTTP, right? We have not installed HTTP, right? You see the difference, right? To use Express, we installed it explicitly, but for HTTP, we did not install that. Here we directly require that, because that is provided by node. When you run node, that has that HTTP, so it can understand. Okay. So all we are doing is basically we are providing all this code to node process, so it can run this code. So when it come across this require Express, it directly goes here, and then it gets this Express, looks into this Express folder. See, it's a lot of code here, all this code, right? And after that, what we did, that's all. We installed Express, and then we directly went here and we used Express. This is a pretty regular JavaScript code, right? App.get, this is one of the ways that you can create endpoint. What get and what put. There are a lot of different methods that you can call, different kinds of endpoints that you can call. That is covered when we talk about REST endpoints, okay, in a bit. And then you're calling with a listen. So that's all you did, and directly run the server, right? How easy it is. So now let's get into properly creating endpoints, sample endpoints, and let's call them from in different ways. What types of endpoints out there in REST, and what is REST and all that. Okay, let's dive into that topic. What is REST? So REST stands for Representational State Transfer. Too technical, right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about those terms now. So basically understand in layman terms. REST is not a physical thing. REST is a style. It's an architectural style. So for example, in the real world, if you want to correlate this concept, you look for different buildings, right? Different skyscrapers, but they're all built with some architecture, right? Some of the buildings that looks familiar, that looks common, right? They all belong to one architectural style. They may be different in shapes, the elevation could be different, but it has some style, right? So the style is not a physical thing, it is brand, right? But in the programming world, the REST is a style. So you build server using REST architectural style. So like in real world, you build bridges, right? Every bridge has its own architecture, but the style could be common across different architectures, right? The style is common, but physically the way it looks, the way it's built could be different, but the style is common. Likewise, we build servers, right? Here we just built this HTTP server. This follows REST style, but this basically this server uses HTTP protocol. So what is REST? REST is an architectural style. Using REST style, we build server, and we use in building server we use HTTP protocol. That is the very basic in layman terms. What we just did here, we build this server, and then this server is capable of responding to this request. What is this request? What is really happening here? So when we call from browser, it is accepting this request. This is the endpoint we call, right? So if you look up here, the server, let's see this one, it is listening on this one, right? So if you go up and this guy, so welcome to Express, right? This browser just made a request and we're getting the response. So in browser, you have network tab. Irrespective of the browser, every browser has this network tab. What is this network tab? Whenever a client makes a call to the server, we can track those calls here. We can see what is the request that we are sending to server and what is the server responding back, right? So let's make a call. So when you refresh this, it made a call, and then localhost, and then header. So here it is the request URL is this guy, and then this is the host, and this is the protocol, and this is the port number it is requesting, and then this is the slash is the endpoint. That is what we have in server, and request headers and all that, we'll get to that later. But this is the request details. Whatever client is making, those request details you can see in the browser, right? And it is able to perform now because our server is running in the same machine, and this server is listening on this port, on this endpoint. For example, if you comment out this part, right, this server is no more supporting that endpoint. See what happens if we refresh this, right? See, cannot get. That means this server localhost, it is saying 404 not found, because this endpoint is not found on this server. So this is a pretty simple example of what happens when you call some server. If it doesn't support that endpoint, you will get 404 not found. So we have these standardized codes, HTTP codes, for every type of error. We'll get to that when we talk about HTTP protocol and status and all that. But coming back to REST, basically using that architecture style, we build endpoints, right? Okay, so what are we really dealing with in REST? So REST deals with resources. All it does is it creates a resource, it updates resource, it deletes the resource, it gets the resource. So here when we request this guy endpoint, the thing that is getting back is a resource. Okay, so what exactly is the resource? In our example, in our real-time scenario that we picked up is movie rating app, right? In that process, we're involved with movie and then users mainly, and you have rating also, but mainly these are the two real entities, right? Here, movie is called a resource, and user is the one more resource. So whenever you are dealing with those things on the server side, you basically deal with movies, right? You create movie objects, and then you are dealing with movie properties, all that, right? So eventually you will store that movie data in the database, right? And you need a way to do that operation. So for example, in our example, we dealt with the Bahubali movie, right? First of all, that movie has to be existed in our database, right? For that, we should be able to create a movie. So that operation is called creating a movie resource. So how do you create this REST style and using HTTP protocol combination of that? It provides different specific methods for each operation. So in this case, we are creating a movie resource. For those kind of creating a resource, there is a method called post, and to update that resource, there is a method called put, and to delete a resource, there is a delete method, right? So what I mean by that is, so let's write down to visualize this, right? So basically you have server here, right? And then you got client here. So this is client, and then this is server, right? So in this case, we made a GET request. So it talks to the server and then got the response back. But to correlate a resource concept, for example, we are talking about a movie resource, right? So movie is a resource. So the movie is a resource. So this resource has got properties, name, right? Name, and then rating. It got different properties to that, right? So to build an app that takes movie ratings, we need to create a movie first, right? So what client does is, okay, so client makes a call to the server, hey, create this movie resource. But first of all, server should be supporting that operation, right? So that's where we call some HTTP, and then we give some host, right? Some host, and then port number, and then slash. We give some endpoint. So in this case, let's take movies, right? Movies. And then we are with this kind of endpoint, we call the server, and then we provide what details it needs to create for movie resource, right? So here we send movie object. So in this case, name, and then rating, right? But concept is you are sending some data here. So you're posting some data, right? By calling this URI. What is it called? URI. So you're dealing with the resource, and then you're calling this URI by posting some body. What is this URI stands for? Uniform Resource Identifier. You're identifying a movie resource, and then you're posting this body. What server does is, basically we will write code in such a way that the server will take this body, and then it processes that request, and then eventually that gets stored in the database, right? In the database. Now client called this guy, right? And then got stored. That operation is called post, because we are calling HTTP and we're sending some body. So this guy is called of type post, right? And if you want to get that resource, it's not about just storing it, right? We want to display the movie on the page. So what we do, client will call, hey, can you send me the movie, all movies that you got? So what happens, this makes a, so this guy first thing is post call, right? And then this guy is called get. It is asking for, okay, so get me all the movies. What is the endpoint for that? It is the same endpoint. The structure is same. The only thing changes is this method, what type of method that we are calling. What we do, we use the same endpoint and then we specify what type of HTTP method, get. So client makes a get request for this URI for the same resource, and server will understand, hey, okay, so this method is, this call is type get. Okay, now server knows, okay, it is requesting some information. So what it does, server will go to database and then get back all the movies back to the client. So here we are calling same endpoint, right? Get. We got all the movie resources. What do we get back? Movie resource, we get the same information, name, all of that. What happens if we want to request for a particular movie? So that means we need to pass some information, either ID of the movie or the name of the movie. In get itself, you got different types of requests, you know. So for now, just understand just basic get, right? Now I want to update a movie. So for example, here we posted some movie here, for example Bahubali, right? Bahubali movie got posted here, and then the movie resource got created. What happens if I want to update that resource with a different name? I don't want to create a new movie, but I want to update the same resource. So this guy is called one resource, right? This part. So for that, server supports one type of operation called put. So basically it looks like this, HTTP put, and we use the same URL, but you specify which resource are you updating. So the URL looks like everything is same, and then movies / you provide ID. Here in this case it could be 1 or 2, it could be any unique ID of that movie, and then you will send the same type of body, name, and then all that stuff. Server what does is, it looks at the request, hey, okay, so the URL is endpoint is this and it is of type put. We write the method in such a way, whenever it is put, we just update the existing resource of type of this ID, which belongs to this ID. We update that. So here there is no constraints. I mean, you can put any of these methods and you don't have to follow all of this, right? But this is the style. This is what is called REST style. For example, if you post, in post also I can do whatever I want. I can write some code which can do outside of REST style, but we don't do it. It is about following the REST style. That's why we call this as a REST server, right? What happens, for example, if I call get/movies, in the code, instead of getting the response from database, I can just delete it, right? Or I can just update, I can create some new junk stuff. Get is not supposed to create anything in the database, but we can still write a code to do it. That's bad. That means you're not following a REST style. You're getting some junk server, right? It's all about style. So if you follow the style, this is how the concept looks like. Post, you create resource. In put of type request, you update the same resource of this ID, and then get give you all the resources to you. What happens if I want to delete a resource? I can do in a similar style. All I do is I will request delete method, the request of type delete, and then you will pass the URL the same way, movies, and then you give ID. It particularly delete that resource, that particular resource. For example, if I send 1, then it deletes that resource of a movie resource which has ID of 1. So these are the 4 basic operations you mostly deal with in your real time. There is another method called patch. So patch also we use these days, we are using it many times. So it's all same, slash movies, but the type HTTP method type is patch. What happens is, in the movie resource you got a lot of it could be a bigger object, right? It has name, it has ratings, it has location of theater, anything like that, right? But what if you want to just update part of partial resource, the partial information of that resource? In that cases, what we do is we use patch. So the difference between put and patch, both are updating the resource, but put overrides the whole thing. Whatever you send in the body, that overrides the existing resource, the whole resource. But the patch, it doesn't override, but it just patches it. It just updates the partial resource. So that's when you use patch. So just get hold of these terms. So what we just discussed, basically we talked about REST style, and then there you come across resource, and then you come across URI, right? Uniform resource identifier, or it can also be called as uniform resource locator. Basically with this URL you are locating a resource. And then we talked about HTTP methods, right? So here we have post method. Why do you what do you use post for? Post use HTTP method you use whenever you are creating a resource. Any creation, use post. Put, these days it can be used for creation and also for update. For example, what that means is, if you don't pass this ID and then you are putting an object, then basically it will create it. It can create or update. When you are updating, then you need to pass this particular resource, but otherwise it will just create it. But to differentiate between, mostly prefer creating, if it is pure creation, prefer using post, and then updating for you use put. Get is, it's obvious, to getting all the movies resources. Deleting is about resource. So these are all the terms, right? Now what we do is, using these concepts, right now if you correlate this, we are already having get. We will change these endpoints. We create a movie resource. For our example, we picked up movie rating app, right? But to understand the concepts, probably maybe let's pick up some other example. Let's keep movie for later, because we're going to build end-to-end project using that scenario. So we create some book resource, right? A book, and then you create a endpoint, all these endpoints to deal with books. Okay, let's dive into the code. So let's use Express to build these endpoints. So we're using Express to build all of this, right? So let's go to the documentation and see how we can build additional endpoints. So first, let's get rid of this diagram here. Let's go here. So in the documentation, probably let's go here and see if there is a basic routing, right? So the basic routing, so basically routing refers to how application can respond to client request and to a particular endpoint. So we're calling those as a routes. So if you see the definition here, it refers to determining how an application responds to a client request to a particular endpoint, which is called URI. Like I explained, uniform resource identifier, right? So it has a lot of details, but straight get to this point that if you have app.get, app.post, app.put, app.delete, right? So let's start from here, and how we can scale this, write in various ways, how we can write endpoints in various ways. Okay, so we already have this get endpoint. Let's go to post. Okay, first start in an order doesn't matter, it could be anything, just for in the concept of creation, updating, getting, and delete, right? So if you just put that here, let's change the endpoint. Now we're dealing with books, right? Books. So resource, by looking at the resource endpoint, we should be able to tell what resource we are dealing with. Okay, so let's comment out. Let's see, let me show you how it looks like, right? Localhost 3000 and then books. So this is how our URL looks like, right? This is how we identify our book resource. Okay, books, and then we provide function here, right? So you remember the syntax. So basically what it is doing here, app is an object, right? And then on that object we are calling post method. For post method we are passing arguments. What is the first argument? String. It is taking a string. Get book. It could be anything, it could be something like that, just a string. Okay, and then second argument is function. So we are passing function itself as an argument to the post function. So you can pass something like, so basically here you can define function and post book function like this, and then this guy takes request and response, right? You can pass directly something like this, post book. So this is what you're doing. So you're passing string as an argument, first argument, and second argument is post book function, and here you can respond with whatever, right? We'll get to that, but syntax is, it's a pretty much that you have learned so far, right? So here, why do we have to define separately here and then passing this here? Why can't we just directly put this here, right? Which is what we're doing. Okay, you got it, right? So post, and now what is request and response object? So request object is basically when you create, when you call client by using this post method, you pass body, right? That body you will get it from the request object. The server takes that body and then put that into request object. You can utilize that here. And the response, whatever you want to respond back, you will respond using response object. Okay, before we go to other endpoints, let's explore something about response. So anything that you can refer, all the API and all that, you can here refer here, API reference, right? So you got these main concepts. So you go to the response object. The response object has got a lot of methods, right? So you can utilize one of those methods. So in our case, we want to respond with some JSON response, right? JSON is a JavaScript object, you know that. So previously we used to we were responding with response.send some text, right? Now instead of sending text, let's respond with some JSON object. So because we are creating book object here, right? We're not connecting to database yet, but now we just pretend that we are doing something with the post request, and then we are responding back as if that we had created this book resource. Okay, so what they're saying, the syntax wise, response.json. So they got a response.json. This would be apt for our example. So here we can respond with object directly like that. Okay, so response.json, and then you can respond with the book. What ID you are creating? Let's say you're creating 1, and then name of the book is you can give some name, right? Have fun, right? So we created post endpoint. We enabled server with an API endpoint called /books. So we can call this endpoint now. So let's call that. So let's restart this server. You don't have to restart all the time, but for this example, since we have not set up this project to reload automatically, we're doing it manually for now. So now we enabled two endpoints. One is post, one is get, right? Even this also can respond with the same object, because we are pretending that we are creating these resources in the database, right? So we can pretend that when we call post, we assume that it's creating a book resource, and when we call get all books, we are sending all the books. Let's send in the form of array of books, because we might create array of books, right? So let's simulate that. Okay, let's restart the server, and then let's go here. What is the endpoint now? We enable endpoint called /books. Okay, /endpoints and then books. See, we directly called get endpoint here, but to replicate the scenario, first before we call get endpoint, I mean, since we hard coded this, we are directly getting the response, but in the real world, until you create a resource, you cannot get it, right? So how do we call? So you could utilize some tools that to make post calls like that. You have a lot of tools like Postman. So let's use Postman. Postman is one of the clients that we could utilize to make HTTP calls. It's a lot easier, and it provides lots of other features that where you can maintain a lot of collections. You can organize all your calls properly. Okay, so let's open up Postman. So what is Postman? You can go ahead and install from Google. It's pretty straightforward. Search for Postman and follow the installation instructions. So if you look up here, this is just so dismiss, and let's go to create. So basically we want to call post, right? We want to make a HTTP call of type post. So if you look up here in the drop down, you got lots of types of HTTP calls. Mostly we focus about those 4 types. So we want to make post call, right? And then we give our host, and then port, then we call our endpoint, which is books, right? So when we call this, pretend that it is creating a resource and then giving that resource back to you with an ID. Okay, so view in console, because there is a typo in our local host, right? So basically since we ran into this issue, so it is not working because that address itself is not found, right? This is what you get sometimes if server is down or server is shut down, right? But our server is running now, but because of the typo, so when you send that, you got the response back. So this is in the real time, this is how you would see, assuming your code, your server code, taking the request and then processing it and then saving it to the database, and it will return with 200 OK. This is one type of HTTP status code, which means that it says that, see, HTTP request is successful, and you're good to go. So in the response, you got ID of that resource, right? So let's try the get call. What do? You will use the same URL and then go to get, right? And you call that, you got the get response. That means right now you just created only one book, right? I mean, we're not literally creating the book, but we're kind of simulating it, right? You got the concept, right? Now let's go ahead and introduce put endpoint. So it's the same thing. Try to type it out, but going forward I'll just copy paste it, but for now you guys just type it out, so that you will be familiar with all that, the terms and the code. You'll get very much familiar. It will be on on your tips. Put book, and I'll show you other way that you can call these anonymous functions. So right now we are passing these named functions, right? There is other way that you can also do. I'll show you in the other endpoint. Okay. That function takes request and response, right? You can respond with the same thing that, okay, I updated with a different book name. Probably you could say had fun, right? I mean, to replicate that put. So now you can call with the put. So put type, and here see had fun. So you got put endpoint. So now these three endpoints are supported. What is the other endpoint? The delete endpoint, right? Get, we already have it. So let's copy paste that, and then delete. For delete, so put this endpoint is same, but delete you should provide the ID. So the concept looks like, the syntax looks like this. In the URL you need to pass the ID. Whatever ID you pass in the URL, that gets stored in the ID variable, and you can directly use the ID from the request, okay, as a path parameter. So these are called as path parameters. I'll get to that concept later. For now, assume that you're passing some information in the URL, and then you would respond with deleted. Okay, so you can respond with JSON and status. Okay, just a simple example. Okay, now let's restart the server and call delete, right? So delete endpoint cannot / books. So here the endpoint you need to pass the ID, right? So basically that endpoint you need to pass either 1 or 2, whatever the book ID is still not found, because if you look up here, the syntax might be different, right? So let's look at into this is I literally want to show you how, when you run into these things, how you can refer documentation and see to pass those parameters, right? What you would look like here, you would look for delete in the documentation, right? So basic routing, and then here, okay, so they don't have example here, right? Let's go to routing guide. Look for that, or you can put delete here, delete path, and right. So here they provide examples where how you can pass. I mean, if you're not able to get to the documentation, right, you can always look up in Google. That will directly take you to that particular step. So you can look for params here. Probably what you are looking for is a path parameters. It's not about delete, it's about looking for path parameters. Okay, so see, this is the syntax you want to give: colon and ID. So you would see that the braces and all that in different languages, but in JavaScript, in here you need to pass path parameters using colon. So let's change that to be colon. Then whatever you pass it here, that will be added to that ID attribute. Okay, let's restart this server, then call it. See, status got deleted. Now this endpoint exists and delete is working now, right? So this pretty much concept that you introduced endpoints, and then you know how to interact with server now. It's all it comes down to. Since now endpoint is supported, all you have to do is here, this is where you write the logic. It could be database logic, it could be processing the request itself and then saving it to database, all of that. Okay, now we have seen endpoints. Now with the post endpoint, you need to pass some body, right? You need to be able to create a resource. What do you want to create? You will pass the book name. So in this case, let's go to the post, and so see, it is accepting the body, right? In the body you need to pass in the form of JSON, right? So let's say I want to create a book resource with the have fun. So this is the JSON object, right? So when you pass this for the first time and take this away here, so this is what you would do. Assume that there is no resource created for book yet, and there is no data in the database. When the client wants to create a book resource, this is what endpoint it calls, and this is the body it will send. Okay, so now we are sending this. Let's see what happens, right? You got this book, but what happens if I send this have fun too? It's supposed to return have fun too, right? But nothing will happen. So basically we just hard coded, we're not taking anything what client sends, right? Let's get to that, how we can take the body from the request. Okay, so let's refer to the request. So we're just saying request here. So what that request object is, what are the things that it supports. Let's get to the documentation. So in the documentation, let's get to request object, right? So let's go to 4.x, and in the request object we can see what are the methods that it's offering, right? So you got a lot of methods here. We're interested in request.body. So let's see. So request.body so basically contains key value pairs of data submitted in the request body. By default it is undefined and is populated when you use body parsing middleware such as express.json. See, documentation it is saying if you want to parse the request body, you want to use this middleware, right? What is that middleware? How do we configure that? Let's try out without doing anything with this express.json. Let's try to take the body out of request object, right? So let's go to our code and let's log that request.body, right? Let's restart it, and then here we're sending this request, right? So send that, got back, but it did not print anything. It just printed undefined, which is what documentation is saying. It is saying by default that requested body is always undefined. If you want to populate that body with the input that you are sending, you need to utilize this middleware function. So you need to use that middleware function like this on the app object, right? So it's basically for parsing application/JSON. And if you are sending a request of type like this, then you need to use this middleware. So middleware concept is basically it's basically enabling your server to understand these kind of tasks, or to be able to enabling server to do more things, giving capabilities to the server. So now by using this particular middleware, we're enabling a server to be able to process or understand and parse the input JSON request, right? So let's do that. And here we have app object here. So basically we have to use, when you want to use middleware, you can this is the method you would use, and then you would have to do express.json, right? Let's restart the server and let's recall that. Okay, we called, and see now it printed whatever we are sending. Okay, now we are able to get that body from the request. Let's directly return that response here. Whatever we send, we just respond with that. Okay, and with that response, we would also send the ID to it. Okay, so how you would do that? So basically you can do this syntax, and here you can just put ID. What you are doing is, for JSON object you are attaching one more property. Okay, this is one way of sending it. And so far you have learned about this, right? How do you put a new property onto the object, right? Let's say you got body here, request dot body, and then how do you want to put one more property to the object? So you will just put body dot id equal to 1, and you can directly send body like that. I mean, so far what you have learned, if you want to implement that concept. Otherwise you can directly instead of writing all these boilerplate code, you can directly send like this. Okay, yes, send that. So when you call this, you will get the response back with the id property. See, whatever you are sending here, and then it's sending with the id 1. So let's say if I just put this while you get the name, and id is always 1 because that's what we just hard coded. And it's a pretty much same concept for put and get also, right? Get, the semantics doesn't change. So what I want to enforce here is you need to understand how you can take the body from the request, and if you get in that scenario, how do you explore documentation? So right now we got the request, we want to take the body from the request, then you went to express.js, understand the request body, and that's how you will get it, right? Likewise, you can also get request params and request path. You know, there are a lot of things that you can do with the request object. So all that's useful when you are dealing with the get. So in the get endpoint right now, it is just slash books, right? You can also pass some additional parameters to get the books. So I can request, for example, when you request here get, you can pass query parameters. Hey, I need book of id 1. You can pass something like this, and these things can be used from the request. How do you do that? You will have a query params here, query params. So basically whatever you send in the query params, that will be put into the query params object, and you will use that id, and then you will query the database using that id, and then get that particular resource and send it back to callers, right? These are all general concepts, but from this you just take how to define endpoints, how you are calling those endpoints, and how you are passing a body to a given endpoint. We just showed only the example of post, but the semantics is same for across all the endpoints, how you want to pass. The body usually you will pass only for post and put endpoints. Get endpoints always get, and delete you will never pass the body. So only these two. Okay, and you also pass for patch, right? So with this basics of endpoints, let's get to our the real scenario where it is a movie rating app. So for movie rating app, we need to come up with endpoints like this, right? So slash books. So for movies, it would be like slash movies, and then you would orchestrate your APIs in such a way that it makes sense when you look at the any endpoint, right? So anytime when you're designing these kind of services, for the first step is to come up with the interface. So interface here in the sense these endpoints. So when you look at, like, from user perspective or from client's perspective, if you look at those endpoints, you would know like what you would want to offer from your API so that clients can consume, right? So in this case, in movie rating app, you're going to deal with movies and users, and users are giving rating to a movie, right? So let's write some of the endpoints here just before we get into the code. Okay. All right. So it would be something like this, right? So you know the pattern. So when you call these books, you know how we call it, right? Localhost, host name and port, and then you give books and stuff, right? So it would be similar to that. So for movies, so let's open this up. Okay. So HTTP, and then you would have host and then port, in this case it could be 3000. This is where the interesting part. That's when a very important piece in any API endpoints. So you're dealing with movies, right? That means you're dealing with movie resource. So what would you do in API endpoint, in the REST API endpoints? You should always, if it is pure REST, then you should always make sure you use nouns. So movies means movie is a noun, user is a noun, right? You're dealing with the resources. So here we would name this like movies, right? Movies. What endpoint it is? So then you think about functionality. Okay, so you're dealing with a movie. So first of all, a movie should exist in your system, right? For that to exist, you need to provide a way to create a movie, right? So in this case, this endpoint, probably we could think about, okay, we want to create a movie. So what the method, what HTTP method could be related to that, right? Recall, it's a post, right? That's what we did with books. When we're posting a book. So in this case, we are posting a movie, right? So we could name this HTTP post, and this is /movies, right? And then the post takes a body, correct? So in this case, let's design JSON body. What information do we have to send when you're creating a movie, right? This is always like when you're designing, you wouldn't know the complete details, right? That's why you should always start small, and then as you work through it, you add more details to it. That's what happens in real time as well. In this case, for movie, we would name, right? For now, just name should be enough. You could add a lot of details, right? But for now, name is enough. And then what else you need? What else you think of, right? So this endpoint creating movie is good enough. This much detail is good enough. So post, you're posting a movie. So this is the endpoint you're gonna design, right? What other endpoints we need? You would need, after that, when you create a movie, you might want to update movie name, or you might want to update some rating of that movie, right? So you should provide put method for that, right? So for now, let's get this post going, and then we can get to one by one, right? All right, so let's get to the code. Let me close this guy. Okay. So these books we put in the main server file. For now, keep it that. Maybe we can rename this server.sample, and you can create new file, server.js, and copy the whole thing here, right? So we'll get rid of all other methods. We will refer to these books when we are writing the other methods, right? So the post, right? Since it is /books, in our case it's gonna be movies, right? And then you're posting a movie, right? So here we can name this post movie, and then you're taking the body and then returning the ID 1, right? It's a same example, but we just talked about book so that you get some feel of it before we get into the real-time functionality, right? So that's about the post, right? This URI could be this way is movies, right? This one is post, right? And then let's write some of the endpoints here, so you'll get some feel before you get into the code of other methods. Let's copy paste this guy. Then when you want to update movie, then how would you design the URL? So it would be the base URL /movies. This is the base URL, and then you're appending /movies is the endpoint, and then for which movie you are updating. So basically you will pass something like this id colon id, right? And then for that you're going to keep it like put. So put method can be HTTP method can be used for both purposes, for creation and also for updating. When you're updating, you should provide the ID of the resource, right? If you don't provide ID and if you just pass the movies with a put, then you can design in a way that to create a resource, right? But for now, just understand that put we are utilizing to update a given existing resource, okay? And same goes for get, right? So while getting the movies, you can say the endpoint like this. You're getting all the movies, which is after get. You could also have one more get, which is movies slash colon id. What that says is you're trying to get a particular movie by id. You're querying the movie by id. So the response that you get is the resource that you queried by id, right? That's what is called get. And same type of things goes for delete. So here you will say everything is same and you're saying delete method here, right? See how easy it is to understand the URLs. When anybody looks at these URLs and have some understanding on REST, it can easily be understood, right? So this guy, okay, this is post, okay, that is for creating a movie, and we are putting on this movie, so it's updating, getting it's pretty straightforward. So the advantage of making sure properly designing these API endpoints, in the long run it will be very, very useful, because when you expose these endpoints to outside clients, it's a self-explanatory, it should be intuitive, right? So let's design these endpoints. We just design post movies endpoint, and let's run that, right? npm run it's a node server, right? It's listening on 3000 port. Let's take a postman, right? So previously we tried with books, right? So now when you call books, it won't exist, because we put that in another server file, right, which does not exist anymore. So you would get empty like this. It says 404 not found, right? And you will say movies, then that, right? Have fun id1. So that's a post, and here you're passing have fun 3. This is the name of the movie, and id you're getting it back. So this is some type of similar response that you would get when you design this properly, integrating to the database and stuff, right? For now, this is all kind of plumbing work we are doing, getting things ready. So when you introduce MongoDB and properly integrate MongoDB with API, this is where you come back and properly code for the taking the request and saving it and sending the response back. And then what is the other thing is /movies, right? And then you would say id, then function. So I wanted to explain you. So here you're writing this function, named function, right? We are giving function and then function name. You are familiar with that, but did you see this syntax? This is another way of providing function. This is called anonymous function because it doesn't have any name, right? Where this kind of syntax, you give these brackets, and then you arrow mark, you give the arrow mark, and then this is the body of the function. Okay, so let's try that here. So it will take request response, and then here, right? So when you want to query, so you're taking the ID from this, right? So basically when you design the endpoint with a colon ID like we discussed in servers and sample here, you can get that ID. So how do you get that? There is a method called request.params. So let's go to Express API, and then you can look into request.params. So this is a request object, right? So you go to the params, and this is where you can get all those. So this params includes path parameters, and also if you want to get query params, you'll get query params from request.query. So now we are introduced. We are interested in request.path params, right? So they don't get confused with this path. This path is basically you can get the path of the request. The endpoint is there, right? The path you can get it, but now we're interested in the params, so get that params. So this is how you get request.params. Okay, so let's console that here. Request.params. What would you expect? Because you are giving this, you're naming this as ID, this params would automatically will have that ID. So that's how you access. So I'll show you in a bit. So that so this is put, right? Go and change this to put, and then you pass this, let's say 2, or since you have this 1, right, you put 1. What you're saying is you're updating a movie of ID 1, right? Send. Now you won't receive any response because we are not returning anything, right? But you can see the param that we printed out, right? You see ID. So let's say if I change this to movie ID, right, that's what it gets printed. Clear that, right? and then see movie ID, right? So it's basically it's a way that you can retrieve the params from path. That's why they're called as path params. And there is other way that you can pass the params as a query parameters. I will show you in a bit, and when we discuss the get endpoints, right? So here we can say response.json, and so body, right? Request.body, and this is the spread operator, like I explained before. This is spread operator. You're spreading the object, so you're spreading all the keys of the object. Then we can say ID, whatever we get from the URL, right? Request.params.id. So this is all for understanding purposes, right? You wouldn't put this code later point. This is not how you would respond. You will get the details from the database and then you will respond. Okay, this is a template what we are doing. You're getting this API ready. So if you call that now you'll get the response. See, now if we just pass 2, then you will receive 2. Okay, so we just assume that we just updated the movie. Okay, so the next one is getting all movies. Okay, so take the whole thing. What you're doing is you're taking app instance and then you're getting all movies. So take away that, and then for get you cannot pass any body, right? So there is no body concept. So let's take this away, and then for now assume that you're just returning the movie ID. Okay, some dummy IDs here, right? Rerun that. So what you would do, you would go get and then you'll receive that. Then you're getting ID. So basically here we should respond with the as an array, right? Because we are saying this is movies / movies. Movies will always return the response in plural form, right? It is array. Whenever it is plural, you think about list, right? Array of movies. So we just changed that as an array. So array of movies. Now what if you want to get just one movie by passing the ID, which is /:ID. How do you retrieve that? Request dot params dot ID, right? Let's call that. How do you call? Let's say we're getting movie of 3, then you're getting 3. But here it should not be array, right? It should be one resource, because for a given ID there should be only one resource, right? So let's call that, and that's how you would get. Now let's say you want to query by some name, right? How would you pass name in the path? You cannot, right? That's not how you could design. Mostly we will pass IDs as semantics, but any other params that you want to query by, you would pass them as a query params. Okay, you could design the same endpoint, and here you can remove it, right? But if you notice, we already have that endpoint. Okay, so if you again put the same endpoint, query parameters doesn't change the path, right? I mean, see, you're able to get this have these two get endpoints because they're all two different endpoints. It has ID, but if you want to pass query params, nothing changes here, so it will complain. So you wouldn't need to do this. If you want to pass query params, you can pass query params to the same endpoint even here. And for here it doesn't make sense to pass query params because there will always be only one resource for a given ID, right? But in the get movies, you could have many movies, and multiple movies can have the same name, right? What if you just want to filter by name, so you can get only those particular movies, right? How would you pass? You would pass them as a query params. That's why we call them in the first place as a query params, right? It's the same concept. So you would have params there, right? So if you see request.query, so it's the same concept as the path parameters. So for query, basically you will have that query params under query object. Okay, so request.query, right? Let's see what it prints. So we are passing query params to /movies endpoint. So if you go here, let's try it out, movies, and you pass query params as a start with question mark, and then you can say Bahubali, right? For example, I mean, you don't need these quotes. It takes this and put that into query object. So that's how you access that. See, that's how you access. And you can say name. You can just return as whatever you pass there, just to replicate, right? Just to simulate this context, like you're getting some movie from the database. So you call that, right? This is how you would get. You get all the movies which has name Bahubali with name Bahubali, and you're getting. So this is the. So now you get the idea, right? So as you are building how response would look like, and you're kind of making these things ready, and it would be very easy that when you come to the point when to integrate with the database and what objects you need to pass around, right? So this is get, and you also know how to pass the query params, right? And delete is pretty straightforward, right? Delete, and you should delete of a given id, movie of a given id, and you can say just status. Usually the deleted resource, you will send the id, the resource id that you just deleted. Okay, request dot params dot id. So you change this method to delete, and then /3, just delete it, right? You see this always we are returning 200. Okay, for now don't worry about it. When we get to the point, the real integration, for each type of functionality you would return corresponding HTTP code. It's not always 200. Sometimes if, let's say, if you are not returning any content back, then you would say 204 no content. I will go through list of all HTTP codes, what supposed to be returned, and also some of the error codes, right? It makes sense when we get to the point, then it will be easier for you to understand. Okay, so just to recap, right? We introduced movies endpoints like we discussed with books. It's the same semantics. You always make sure you use nouns, and post, put, get, and delete, and it all by id, by get and delete, and also you can have get to return multiple resources. And for now we just have this template code, and then we're returning hard-coded responses back. Now what we can do is we can discuss. Right now you're putting all these endpoints in the server file itself. So what if you have, in this case we just put for movies, we're dealing with movie resource. Next we have to deal with the user resource, right? And you need to create users also in your database, right? Do we just put users also here? It will be clumsy. It wouldn't scale. Code looks ugly. So what we can do is we can move all these endpoints. These endpoints, we call this as a routes. There is a route concept in Express. What it does is it lets us to keep all these routes into its own file, and we can import those routes into this main file. So it's very simple. It would look something like this: app.use routes, something like that, and then you will have some endpoint here, right? This would all this code would be gone to some other file called routes, and this looks very clean, right? Let's get to that concept. Let's save this. So basically for that we need to create separate routes file and then import that here. So let's get to the documentation, right? You don't have to remember anything actually. So if you understand the concept, then always it's better to get to the documentation. So we're talking about routing, right? So let's search for routing. Okay, so there are many ways. We have already discussed about this, the way that to put in the server file, but we're looking for to put this in kind of separate routes file, and then see how we can import that, right? So app.route, and this is also one way of getting it, right? So right now if you look at here, we're just putting app.post, app.put, app.get, right? Another way is you can say app.route, and then you can put the main route there, and then you can say .get, .post, .put, all that, right? So let's try this route. So this one is little cleaner because of separate file. So basically, like I said, we need to create routes file, right? So in this case, in this example, they said it's birds.js, and then it's a birds resources. So in our case, it's movies, right? So movie routes.js. Okay, then what do we need to create routes? We need router. How do we get the router? We get the router from Express. Okay, let's copy these guys and router. Okay, so these doesn't have to be what's can and then using a router object you can create these endpoints, right? So router.get, router.get, right? So it's the same semantics, right? Instead of app before, we are using router. Okay, let's copy all of this. Let's cut this out and paste this here. Okay, then replace this app with router. That's what we need to do, right? We're just using router. Okay, and then what you should do, you should export that router, right? See, this router object needs to be exported from this file so that we can import the router in the other file, and other file is the server file, right? So modules dot export, module dot exports equal to router, right? Okay, that's good. Then we need to use this file, right? So here, how do you use that? If you go there in the server dot app.use, if you go there in the documentation, you would see like this. In our case, we can just start with slash, because slash movies, we put it in this file itself, right? Otherwise, what we can do is we can say, just for clarity, or when we look at it to say what endpoints these are, we can start with movies from the server file, and then we can take away all of this movies from here, because the router will take care of forwarding that and appending that slash remaining part of the URLs. Okay, then that's it. And then here you need to import the routes file, right? Routes equal to require movie routes. See how clean this is? We just pass routes there. For naming purposes, we can say movie routes, right? That's all. Server file became very small, right? Let's clean this post stuff. We don't need that. Okay. So if you look at the documentation, all that's mentioned here, right? You see, slash, they just start with slash birds here, and then remaining path you can put it in the routes file. So everything looks good. Now let's restart the server. Nothing changed, right? We just moved the code to a different place. It should still work, right? Delete part, say we call that, see, delete, and then you say get movies, you say get all movies, and put, let's say 5, put id, and then you will pass get and query params name equal to narsicloud, right? Name equal to narsicloud, right? So this is a way we should create routes. So it is scalable, right? As long as you maintain code in separate files, you're good. Next time, whenever after a few months you come back to the code, you don't have to go through lots and lots of code to understand this. So for example, if I get back to this code after 1 year, right, it still be clear. I'll just go to movie routes, I'll see, oh yeah, these are the endpoints. But if you imagine, if you put all these endpoints into one file and user endpoints also into this file, imagine how it looks like. So that's what you need to make sure when you're writing the code, right? It should be clean. It's not about how quickly you write code, or it doesn't matter. Always make sure it is understandable, at least at least most of the functionality to the other people, like new people comes and looks at it, right? So that's very important. Next, create a users resource. Okay, user routes dot js, right? And let's follow the same approach. App dot use slash users, then user routes, right? We haven't imported this yet. Let's import that user routes, right? Then take movies routes here. I mean, for the time sake, I'm just copying this, but you make sure you type it. Otherwise, you would never get that code to your tips, right? So you will say ID, and here post user. We need to create user, and we need to update user, get users, get user by ID, delete by ID. It's the same resources, same kind of resources for users also, right? User routes, and then here this guy is there, and let's try the users, right? Let's try to call that. And slash users, see, ID 1, and then you'll get the one user, right? So it's pretty much same. So it's working. So far we created movie routes and then user routes, which are movie deals with the movie resources, and user routes deals with the user resource. Now we have APIs set up. Probably the next step would be to create these classes and objects. Like when we were discussing the concept, we created these movie classes, right? Movie class and the user classes, and ratings and all that. Let's get the model ready. So that's the important piece. The next step is creating models. So you know how exactly movie looks like, user looks like, and then after that we will get to MongoDB, so we can integrate API and MongoDB and start saving it. So eventually how it looks like, when you call this, it makes call to our API, and API talks to the database, all that interaction happens and get the response back, right? Let's get to that model part now. So for model stuff, for movie we have one model, and for user we have one model, right? First of all, what is model? Model is, it's a plain JavaScript object which holds properties of a concerned object. So in this case, a model can be a movie, and a movie has some properties, right? So likewise, user also is a model. User has some properties. Okay, so let's create those models. So here we can create a new folder so we can separate these files. We can organize properly. We can say model, and inside model we'll create new file. So let's name them as, usually models are named after what you are creating for. So in this case we are creating movie model, so we can create movie.js, and you're creating for user.js. okay, and this is basically, it's nothing new, so we have already looked into this, right? So basically you're gonna create a model movie, and then you will create names, right? So you create name. For now, just start with the name, and then you will create constructor, and then you will pass name. Then you create, so you know this syntax, right? You're creating that, and then you can create setters as needed, but for now let's keep it like that. And then you can create same thing for user, class user, and then name, right? Then constructor name, and this dot name equal to name. Okay, for now this is good. And you need to export this, right? So basically module dot exports, equal to movie. So how do we usually we export in the form of object, or we can export directly movie, but let's follow it, make it consistent. Okay, module dot exports equal to user. Okay, so now these classes are available to be imported. So where do we have to import them? In the routes, right? So when we call endpoint, what's happening? It's calling the slash movies and it's going to movie routes. So in the movie routes, this is where we're gonna get the body from the request. So body, how does body look like? It has name property, right? Which is what we're gonna create out of that. So let's say you're posting a body, you're posting a movie, right? So here, take that body. So movie equal to request.body. So what does body contain? So if you look at the postman, right? So here you have previously we tried some of the requests, right, where we pass this movie name and we pass that as the post body, right? So go here and then body. So we are passing this name. So let's say call inception movie, and we're gonna post this body. So what we do on the API side, we take this request body, and then using that you create a movie object, right? So basically we're assigning to this movie, and then what we can do, we can create, so instead of assigning this directly, you can create a new movie constructor, and then you can pass request.body.name. So I will explain you in how you usually write in a standard way. We don't write this directly getting this request. We do a lot of validations before we consume that body, and there are a lot of libraries which automatically we can pass this whole object directly to the class, and it creates the object. Okay, now since you're understanding the internals of it, make sure that you're working with the low level of creating object, so here you're passing the name as a constructor to the constructor, and then you're assigning that there, right? So now what it does, it creates a movie object, correct? So here the movie, you need to import that here, movie equal to require and then model and then movie, right? So same thing goes for user. So for now let's deal with the movie, and then you're gonna spread out the movie object. So ideally what we do is, once you create the movie object, we're gonna save that to the database. So here let's comment out save to MongoDB, okay, and then it will give you the instance what you saved. For now let's assume that we're getting the movie that we saved and we're getting it back, and we're sending in the same in the response. Okay, so that's all it is. Once you post it, we save that to the DB. Right now it's not saving, so you're creating the movie object, you're passing this as a constructor, and that's it. Okay, so now let's run this. Run start. So you got server running at 3000. So here let's post movies, right? Movies, and then you're passing name, right? Let's post that. So 500 internal server. Movie is not a constructor. That's good. That's good getting these errors. Movie routes, it say movie is not a constructor, right? Why is it say movie is not a constructor? Because you're giving class movie here, and then you're exporting. So it's the same problem. It's the same mistake that we did last time, right? So basically you need to take this in the form of object, right? So yeah, it's good if you do. I mean, it's okay to do a lot of mistakes at this time. Even later, it's all going to be learning for you, right? So let's send that. Now we got inception movie. So basically what happened here, it constructed the movie object, and then it's saving to the DB. Right now it's not saving, but assume that if it saves to the DB, this is how it will be saved. In Mongo, the document that you see, it looks like this. And same thing happens with the put, get, and get. Anyways, it's gonna get from the database, but if you want to put, it's the same concept. Blindly you take the body and then you do validations and then you save it to the DB, you get the updated object, right? So if you take this same concept here, in this case you would not construct a new movie object. You will try to get the movie from the database, right? So at the time it's a movie instance already, right? So put is little different in that sense. So before we proceed with other calls, let's get this connected to MongoDB, and then when we save, send this here, this gets saved to MongoDB, and then at that point, you know from Postman as a client calling API, and then how things get saved to database. Then these are all kind of cakewalk, right? It's a similar flow. So let's implement this for user also, so we can take advantage of saving user also to the DB. Okay, so user routes, and assume that you're gonna get user from the request, and then you create user object, right? User object, and then take request.body.name, and then you spread that from user. It's the same concept. You imported this already, and then user object. So this usually, I mean, you can export in the form of object, or you can export something like this, right? So I'll show you both examples. So now we change the movie like that. Go to movie routes, then you don't need this anymore. See, you know both examples now, right? And if you go to the user, it's saying in the form of user, and here, so let's export this in the form of object, and you're extending this. Yeah, that's good. Let's restart. So you see, movie would still work because it doesn't change. It's you're accepting in the same way that it's been exported. And if you want to try for user, and here you say nrc, and so it's a users, send user. So same response, right? So now we established a pattern of calling APIs and sending the body, and how do we create objects from the request body. And next step is we will see how we can save this to the database. So before we get into that, let's get to MongoDB, the basics. What is MongoDB, and what it's really for, and what kind of and how the data gets stored to MongoDB. Then we'll get to hands on that. Okay, let's get to MongoDB. So what is MongoDB? MongoDB is a data store to store the data in the form of JSON objects. So what is JSON object, you know already, and now we call, from MongoDB terms, we call that as document. So what exactly it means? So let me draw the quick diagram here. So we have already discussed about this. So just to recap real quick. So basically you have client, right? And then you got services, so which we have seen just before, right? And then you got MongoDB. So MongoDB is the database, and the server will post. So in our case, we post this user body, and that user body looks like it's a JSON object, right? So and then that user object will get stored to the DB. What exactly is the document? So in this case, if you take the example of user, it will be user object is this one, right? So it has name, and user can also have a lot of properties. But when you store the object, this is particularly in the form of code, right? JSON object, that's what you deal with all with JSON objects when you're writing the code in JavaScript and also in other languages. especially in developing REST services, the way you interact all with the JSON objects. So we can store this object as it is to MongoDB. So if you look at traditional databases, how we used to query Oracle database, which is relational databases, the way we store data is different than how you deal with that data, right? So that's why we call those databases as SQL related databases, but this thing we call it as a NoSQL, because those databases are kind of structured, and to access data from those kind of databases, you have this you use SQL, right? Structured query language, and that's why we call this MongoDB as a NoSQL, because the way you query, it's all completely different, right? So the main advantage is MongoDB lets you deal with the data as it is, the way you store also. So for example, here all we are dealing with a user object, right? But the same object is stored in the document. So how easy it is when you retrieve or when you are saving something, if it is similar to the way you are if it is same as the way you that you deal with the object, that makes a lot of things easier. So in this case, if you look at this example here, user object, right? All we do is we make a call to MongoDB and we send this user object as it is. If it is in traditional databases, what you have to do is from front end you will get this user as a JSON object, and then you take that object. For example, here you take name and age, whatever, right? You frame the query, you write SQL query, and then that SQL query will execute on the DB server, and data gets stored in the form of rows and columns. But here we don't have that concept. We don't have rows and columns concept. We have documents, collections, documents, and attributes. That's all we have. So here this guy, let's say this gets stored into the MongoDB, right? So MongoDB, and then we are calling this as document, right? This object we call it as document, and this guy we call it as attributes. Okay, attributes. That's all you deal with. So where does this get stored? It gets stored in the collection. So for example, this is user related, right? So in MongoDB, what you do, you create user collection, and then under user collection, so this is user collection. Under this user collection, you store all these documents like that. It's all array of documents, right? So the terminology that you want to remember is collection, document, and then attributes, right? And then remember, MongoDB is a data store, and this is of type NoSQL database because it doesn't have any queries. The way you query the data or put the data, the way you interact with the database is different when you compare to how you used to interact with the traditional database using SQL queries. And then so let's get to the MongoDB documentation real quick and see what it looks like, right? So let's go to document. So MongoDB, right? So like I keep on telling from the beginning that it's always get to the documentation to get some understanding of it. So let's get rid of this diagram here. So where do you go? So basically you get some basic, like you to get started, something like that, right? So learn more, learn with MongoDB. So this is kind of, you can try out stuff, Mongo basics, you know, that it looks like they have some courses here. But to quickly understand the concept, you can see this is a rich So basically, most intuitive way to work with data generated by today's applications. And like I said, it's in documents, right? So documents map to how developers code support arrays and nested objects as values and allow for flexible and dynamic schemas, right? So directly you can map your code directly to the documents. That's what they meant. So work with data as code. So how do you query the data? This is how you do it. So this is the MongoDB console. You will have this DB as a global variable, and then in that you have collection, users collection, and then on that collection you'll call methods. This is exactly like you write the code, right? You're already familiar with objects, methods, and variables, right? So what's happening here, if you look at the syntax, you should understand DB is an object, and then users is an object, and that find is a method. For that method, you're passing this query. So address.zip, the collection which has the address, the user which has the address and which has zip code of 90404, that is the filter we are using. So it's a little different when you compare to a SQL query. SQL query, how do you write? Select star from user where zip equal to 90404. That's what exactly is happening here. And there is tons of things that in MongoDB that you can deal with. You can complex scenarios, you can use these collections and aggregations. There are a lot of stuff, complex concepts there. But for now, just understand its collection, documents, attributes, right? So from our code, if you look at our code, so here I want to save this user, right? Save user to MongoDB, right? But how do you save? We need to write the code. So do you go ahead and write all that nitty-gritty code that interacts with the Mongo server, and then you talk to sending collection to sending this user object to collection, and then it will save? We could do that, but it takes forever, right? That's why, like I said in the beginning of this course, that we always rely on libraries. So many people have already worked with MongoDB. They have come up with a lot of npm libraries, right? So where do you look for npm libraries? You go for npmjs.com, right? So here we have one library called Mongoose. It's a popular library. Mongoose is a MongoDB object modeling tool designed to work in asynchronous environment. So so it gave a lot of options. It's so powerful. So the object that you have, like for example, you have user, right? You can create this classes user model, and then you can write code to run these Mongo queries easily. So if you look at here, all we have to do is we have to require that, and it could be imported in the syntax. This is another syntax actually. And then how you connect. So for example, this code is running in some server, right? And MongoDB might be running in different server. Then we have to connect to the host. So that's how Mongoose has connect method, and then you give the URL of your database, and that's how you get the connection. And you have schemas. We'll get into these details later, but basically if you compare this user, let's say you have user, right? You will define model something like this, user, and then name, that is of type string. You define that, you define the schema, and at the end, when you're ready, basically you will create model from that model object, and using the model object you will run these queries. It could be find, it could be save, it could be find one. There are a lot of methods. Okay, so there is tons of documentation, but basically we, from your scenario, what you need to do, and then we will take it from there. Okay, so we explored, you know the basic terms of MongoDB. You know what is MongoDB, and it comes under NoSQL type of databases, and then it stores the data in the form of documents, and then document is a object and it has attributes, and each document that gets stored in collection. So collection is a collection of documents. That's it, right? It's very simple. So this is how you learn. Anytime you learn some new stuff, don't get too deep into it. Just understand the basic terminology and then try to get around the concept. Try to get your head around those words. Then automatically, oh, now with that terms I can explain this right now. Assume that I don't know anything. I just know these basic terms of MongoDB. Okay, so I'm dealing with user. Okay, so I want to store that into users collection because I know collection word. I can say users collection. And then in the user collection, this is the document. And what are the attributes of the document? Oh, the name. I have only one attribute. See, this is what we discuss in real time also. There is nothing more than this. But when you get to the real implementation, you might run into situation depending on the project that gets so complex, and you will dig through how do you run the bigger queries in an optimal way. There are a lot of performance tuning, all those concepts, but always make sure you understand the basics strong. Okay, so now with this, what we can do, let's go ahead and install Mongoose library, and then using that we can write this code here, and when we run the server, it will establish the connection and then run the query that gets saved to MongoDB. So before we even, so let's install this, and then we'll go ahead, and the next step we'll go ahead and run the Mongo server. So how do we create MongoDB server locally in our machine? And then once we get that MongoDB server up and running, then we can come back to the code again and we'll write that code that connects and run these queries. Okay, so let's run this Mongoose. So this is very sleek and lightweight. It's so powerful. So if you look at package.json, we have Mongoose library. So now it's available. We can design, I'll go through the diagram now, where we can exactly put this, so the file where it can establish connection, and then how could we use the connection across all these files. We need to export that variable, connection variable, and then using that we will create models. We already have this model here, right? We will leverage this to create this like a database model, and then we can run the queries. Okay, let's get to MongoDB installation and then set up the MongoDB server. Okay, so let's go to MongoDB installation Mac. So there are steps for Mac and also for Windows. So right now we are working on Mac machine. I'll provide you all the steps for Windows as well. So install MongoDB Community Edition on Mac OS. So it requires some Xcode command line tools as a prerequisite, but I think I have it already, but we can try installing it and see. Okay, Xcode, select install. So command is already installed. Use software update to install updates, right? So I have that already as part of other software installations on my machine. So basically on Mac, to install it easily, Brew is the best way. So using Brew, any software can be installed in few steps on Macs. So tap the MongoDB Homebrew tab to download official Homebrew formula. This is all to get the Brew itself on your machine. So I have it already. So let's go to Brew install and MongoDB community at 5.0 version, right? So it's going to install on my local machine. So while the get install, so basically what it's doing, it's updating the Homebrew. So it's updating the Brew itself so that it gets the latest version of MongoDB, and then once it gets installed, then we will start the server and see what happens, right? So if you see, for installation, what I did, I don't remember the steps. Basically, to install software, it's a regular installation, right? So all we have to do is download the corresponding software and then install it. Always rely on the documentation. Go to the documentation and then go through the steps. That's what we do, right? So while they get installed, let's quickly go through the steps, right? So once they get installed MongoDB, this providing some information about this, right? So this installation includes the following binaries: so MongoD server and the Mongo as sharded cluster query router, and MongoDB shell, right? So MongoD server, it's a server itself. That's what is running on the machine, on local machine, or on any machine in the cloud or on premises, right? It's all processes. So MongoD process is the one which takes care of all the queries and storing the documents and getting the documents, all that database related stuff. And then Mongo as is the sharded concept. So once you install, right now we're working on single machine, right? So when you're dealing with large data set, for example, if all this data in MongoDB, it stores in the form of collections, right? Let's say if you're working with users collection and you have thousands of documents, you can store these documents in a sharded manner. So each shard can have a chunk of data. So let's say you have 20 documents, right? Number 1 to 10, those documents, the IDs from 1 to 10, that can be stored in one shard, and from 11 to 20 can be stored in the other shard. Shard is a space. For now, think like a space. And then if I want to query the number 2 document, all I have to do is I have to go to the shard 1, corresponding shard. I don't have to go through all other documents and search for it. It makes your search faster and organize your data properly. That is a little advanced concept to talk about at this point. We can get to that later. For now, understand there is some concept called sharding. And then Mongo SH, it's a Mongo shell. So if you want to play around with concepts right now, after install this, I'll show you how to connect to Mongo shell and then see what collection looks like and all that, right? So let's see where it is at. Yep. So no available formula or cache with name. So it's saying it's not able to find out that MongoDB 5.0. So it looks like let's do this root tab for MongoDB, so it will know about that. Brew, and then let's install. See, so it's basically this tapping is letting the brew know about the MongoDB stuff, and so it's downloading 5.0 version. It's a piece of software, like it has a lot of jars. They did a pretty good job. It's a revolutionized database from SQL to NoSQL. Before MongoDB, there were other concepts like HBase in big data. That's when this NoSQL really started, and then around that concept, DynamoDB in AWS also, it's a similar concept, but not exactly like MongoDB. And that's a key value store. It's a very high performant in AWS. So while that gets going, so let's continue. So Mongo shell, right? And then these are particular to a processor. They provide some information that if it is Intel processor, this is where the configuration file will get stored, and Apple M1 processor, it's this is the location, right? These are the main files: this configuration file, log directory, and data directory. So a configuration file is where you provide all MongoDB configurations. What is the port number? It has tons of configuration parameters, which drives how a MongoDB database should function, right? That's where you control. And then these are all regular information. So once installation is done, what we do, we are gonna use brew services start mongo community. This is going to run that process, MongoDB process. So, and then you're ready to connect to Mongo. Okay, and then services list, you see list has started, and connect and use MongoDB. So this is where you, so once you install, you got this Mongo sh available, which is shell, and using that you can connect to MongoDB and play around with that. Okay, still downloading. And then Mongo top, once you have installed the MongoDB server, the database tools are available directly from the command line in your terminal application. So this is the terminal application, right? So once it is installed, what they are saying is all these tools are automatically available. You don't have to go to a particular installation path and run that. They are available already. And then the additional information they're providing is by default MongoDB launches with a bind IP set to 127.0.0.1, so which binds to localhost network interface. Okay, that means it accepts connections from this IP. That's what it means. This means that MongoDB process can only accept connections from clients that are running on the same machine. So whatever clients that are running on this machine, they are the only one which can connect to MongoDB. Imagine if you are running this process in cloud or somewhere else, and you wanted your app to connect to MongoDB, then you would have to set their IPs in the configuration file. See, in the MongoDB configuration file with the bind IP, you will set that. Okay, and then install an older version of formula and you may encounter. So there are some of the errors that you might run into. This kind of explaining that, right? So this is the roughly steps that we go through now. Okay, yeah, almost there. So once we install, we log into the shell, and then we create collection, sample collection to quickly show you, and then and we'll go to MongoDB queries itself in the documentation, right? So here, let's say if you want to insert documents, this is what you do. In the shell, you basically run this collection.insert1. If the collection doesn't currently exist, insert operations will create the collection. So all this will happen. Let's say you are inserting into users collection. If that does not exist, then it will create the collection, and then it inserts the document into the collection. Okay. So and then use db.inventory. This is inventory collection actually. So if you look over here, this is the collection name. In our case, we will say db.users. I mean, the naming convention, it all depends. Many people they have their own standards. Sometimes some people will say user collection, and then someone will name it as users, like that. But the concept is important, right? Okay, so this is installed. Okay, let's get back to our main page. So MongoDB server is installed, and let's go to service. Let's run this command: brew services start, and then MongoDB community at pi.o. Okay, I'm going to start the MongoDB server, and they also provide the command if you want to stop it. You just, instead of start, you'll just give stop. Okay, then let's go here. Let's see if that is running fine or not. Brew services list. See, MongoDB community status is started. It is running now. So now you're ready to I mean, if you have a lot of services running, right, this is one of the way that you can check. If you started MongoDB as a background process, you wouldn't see this, but you would grep the processes, and then this is the Linux command, processes, and then you're gripping on MongoDB. Okay. So let's connect to MongoDB shell. So you know the diagram, right? I just cleared it out before, but this is the server. You have APIs, and then API connects to DB. So DB has to run on some other machine, that server, right? Right now our API and also our MongoDB running on this machine, the same machine. Okay, on the same machine, these both processes are going to interact. So MongoDB process and also our APIs. API, which process is that? It's a node process, right? They both talk. Now when I say Mongo shell is like a client. From this process we are talking to MongoDB process. Okay, the shell is interacting. Mongo shell. See, I can execute that step from any other directory as well. That's globally available. So connecting to, this is what they're saying, right? On the other page, that by default the bind IP to, it's bound to 127.0.0.1, and this is the port number, right? We connected to that, and the test. Okay, so let's go ahead and insert some document, right? So you have this DB already available. Okay, I think it is show collections. There are no collections as of now, right? So let's say db dot what we can say, demo dot, let's say, just to get a feel of it before we get into the main collection like users or movie collection. This is the command, right? So insert one. So demo, we are inserting one document, and then you are providing let's say name, great demo, right? And then this guy, we can give this, okay, insert one, and that's it. See what happened now? I just inserted one document, but like I said before, we haven't created any collection before inserting any document into the collection. Collection is a container, and then within that container you will store all the documents, right? What document did you save now? We saved demo document, which has attributes called name. It has name attribute. As soon as we inserted, what happened? It acknowledged. MongoDB server responded with saying, hey, it went through, it is successful. And then whenever you create a new document, MongoDB always creates that, and it gives a unique ID. So this is globally unique. Object ID is unique. Okay, and that is the ID. I mean, some people use this ID as a reference to their document, or when they're saving in the real time, they will generate a unique UUID, like a UUID v4 or v6 format, and then they will store that as well as one of the attributes like UUID, right? Now if you see show collections, it will show there is a demo collection exists, right? I want to find, so now we inserted the document into the collection. Now I want to find it. How do you find that? db.find, right? So come here and db.find. So this is how we write the query. So if you know the SQL, how you used to write select star from so and so table where name equal to that, right? But here this is how you write db.collection.find, and then this is the query parameter that you are looking for. Give me all documents which has item of value canvas, right? So db.demo.find, and I want to find by name, right? Give me the document which has name called great demo. See, it gives array of documents. How many documents we have? Only one, because we inserted only one document so far, right? And it has the ID generated So he always has this underscore id, which means that is generated by MongoDB, and this is the name attribute. Okay. We inserted one document and we found that, and this is one of the ways that you could insert many documents. If you want to insert multiple documents, insert many. And if you just, okay, I just wanted to find, I don't want to give any query. What you can do is you can just give find and then give empty. It will give you all the documents. Okay, so let's say I'm going to insert one more, right? Like lucky day. Okay, I inserted one more document. So if I say find, it will give me two documents, right? In this collection I have two documents. Now the great concept comes into picture now. So every time we are inserting, we are giving only one attribute, right? What if I want to add one more attribute to this? Would that scenario possible in SQL, in traditional relational databases? It is one-time creation, right? So once table is created with some columns, you cannot add columns dynamically. If you want to add a column, then you have to go and add column to the table, and then you start inserting the data. But here it is not, and so NoSQL, that is the advantage. So I can add place is space. Okay, like it is space, it inserted. Now if I find all documents, see these two documents, first two documents doesn't have space, I mean the place, right? But third document has it, but it did not restrict. You can dynamically add as per the need, right? That is one of the advantages of flexible features compared to relational databases and MongoDB, which is NoSQL. Okay, but you got the concept, right? This is exactly that we do from the code. Now you did all these operations, inserting document, finding document, and then updating the document. You can also update the same document, so if you go to let's say there is a save, I think here, update documents. Yep, insert many, and then you are giving update operator. So you see update one, so you're updating one document, and then here, I mean there are many ways that you can update one document, so you're setting this. So in this case the example uses update one method, inventory collection, to update the first document where item equals to paper. So where item equals to paper, that is the document. All documents that matches this criteria, it will execute this value. Okay, set, it is setting the UM to CM and then status to P. Basically it's updating some of the attributes. We can get to that all of those operations, but I just want to let you know there is a way, and you can also delete the documents and stuff. But with this concept, let's get to our code. From the code, how could you create these documents? In our case, what is the example? We want to create this user object, right? So when you want to save the using Mongoose library, right? So using Mongoose library, you will create you will insert the document. Okay, so all we have to do is we go to the routes, and then here we import that Mongoose library, and then we execute whatever we executed from the shell now. So this is the Mongoose library. Okay, let's get to the code. But you got the idea for roughly the MongoDB collections. All you have to remember is collections, and then documents, and then attributes. If you want to compare that to a traditional table, collection is like a database, and then demo is a collection. Sorry, demo is a collection. Collection can be a table. You can refer to the table. and then in the collection you have attributes, right? Attributes is like a columns. Okay, so table, columns, and here collection, and then there is a document concept, right? So this is how table in relational database corresponds to collection in MongoDB. Rows in a table, rows are there, right? Each row corresponds to document in collection, and each row you have columns, right? Columns represent to attributes in MongoDB, okay, in the document. So these are the only terminology you have to remember, and then all the operations is pretty straightforward. Let's get to Mongoose, how we could utilize Mongoose and then start saving this movie and user objects into MongoDB. Okay, so the Mongoose documentation, right? So you see the pattern. Every time we get to the new stuff, we first go to the documentation, and in the documentation they will give you the basic steps to get started, and then on top of that we'll build as we go through the project. Okay, so like I said, Mongoose is a library that will help you to model your database, especially this MongoDB, and then using that model, how could you do these operations and all, right? So if you look at here, they're providing a simple code snippet where they're requiring Mongo. So once you install Mongoose library, it's npm library, right? This is how you require, and then using that instance you connect to the localhost MongoDB, right? And then once you connect, the connection is established. So using the Mongoose instance, you're calling model function of Mongoose instance, and then you are giving, so in this case they are creating, looks like they are creating a model for cat, right? So cat will have name. So in our case it's movie, it's a user, right? A cat, and the cat has name, right? So it will give you the cat model, and then for that model you start creating object, right? So you create new operator, and then use cat, and then you provide the name. So you're providing a value to that. So basically you know the syntax, right? So this is creating the object instance like we discussed earlier, and then you got model instance. Using that model you have access to the main methods, which is save, and then then it is creating, and then once it is successful, it will save this document to the MongoDB. So this is the basic minimum code that you require to create a model instance, and then creating the object, right? So like you can just go to the quick starting guide also. So here they'll provide more information about what each function, what each step is doing. Okay, so to understand the concept, let's quickly try these steps, and then let's see how we could utilize this concept to save a movie. Okay, so first we need to install Mongoose library. So as far as I remember, I think we installed Mongoose already. So let's go ahead and install it again. Let's make sure that it's in place, right? So it's installed. So if you go to the node modules, you can find Mongoose here. So this is the Mongoose library. Okay, that's been installed, and then let's go to the steps. So once we install, we need to require that, and then we need to create this connection, right? And then we have to connect to Mongo instance. So we have our MongoDB running already locally. So what we can do is we can put this code in the server file, and when the server starts up, it establishes this connection, right? Let's try that. So let's require this Mongoose library in our server file. So here, so we can put that at the top. I mean, it doesn't matter. So we are doing all these middleware and then endpoints, right? And then eventually we are starting the server. So before you start the server, make sure you establish that Mongoose connection. So here what they're doing, they write a function. So here async and await, right? So there's something new that that deals with promise. So what is promise and all, where do we use promise and all, I'll explain in detail later. But for now, understand this code just establishes connection to MongoDB, right? So let's copy copy this code. Just to save some time, I'm just copying it, but try to understand the concept. So what this file, basically we are executing line by line, and then it's eventually it executes this function, so which makes the server to listen on port 3000, right? So before we start the server, we need to establish this Mongo connection. So server has the connection to the MongoDB machine where MongoDB is running, and so when we execute this code will have access to the Mongo database and collections, right? So here we executed Mongo this main function. So what we can do is we can execute this function and then then. So this is how we execute the promises. So this will return something, assume that something called promise, and then once that is promise gets resolved, then it comes here, it executes that, and then then, and if you have any problem we can write .catch, right? So here, as soon as this executes, what we need to do, we need to listen to the server, right? So what we can do here, we can just, for the logging purposes, we can say MongoDB connected, and then we have this server running. So if you have any problem, then we can say catch error, we will take function, and then we can display that error, right? Okay, so this is good. So let's see, we have MongoDB running already, right? We established connection here. Okay, so let's run that. So if it executes run fine, then first you see the sequence of steps here. It connected to the MongoDB successfully, and then now it's ready to accept connections, right? So we established the connection. Now the next part is creating the schema, right? So for brevity, let's assume that all the following code is within the main function. Okay, so with Mongoose, everything is derived from a schema. So let's get a reference to it and define our kittens. So in our case, we define a movie. So what is the schema of the movie? So schema is basically the template of the model. So in our case, for movie, we created a movie object with a name, right? It's a pretty same concept here. That schema we can create. We don't have to create it here. We can create here in schema. So movie, right? And then here basically you're creating new mongoose.schema, right? So let's create a new schema here, movie schema.js, right? And then let's create this here. Let's create this movie, right? All it has is name for now. Just understand, that's just the name for now. And we need this mongoose instance also to be accessible, right? So basically we can create mongoose here and require that mongoose, right? And then we need to exports equal to movie. Let's export as it is, not like an object, right? And then using this we can use that in our next steps, right? What we need there, we need to create model out of that schema, and then using that model we do all these operations, right? So far so good. We've got schema with one property name, which will be a string. The next step is compiling our schema into model. So we created schema. Out of that, how do we create model, right? So this is the syntax. We do create a model. So before we export this, let's do that creation as well here. Let's create movie, and then so here movie schema, right? Just follow along. I will summarize at the end again. Okay, so we got the model, and then we are exporting that model from this one, right? So once we established that model, all we have to do is create model, passing the proper data, and then using that model, you call dot save or anything for that, any operation that you want to, right? So in this case kitten, in this case you see here you pass some kitten and then you're passing await dot save, right? So with this model, let's see how could we use this model to save a movie. So when we get to post connection here, this is where we would like to save it, right? What we need for that, currently we are importing this movie model that we are playing around with before, right? So here instead let's copy this whole thing into movie, right? And then let's delete this. So movie itself, consider that as a model, which is a mongoose model. And then how could we use that here? So we have already doing this. So we are getting the name from request, and then we need to pass. This is the syntax, right? If you see here, this is the syntax. Name, you pass name to the object, right? Now we got the model. What we do now? We got movie.save. That's it. Movie.save, and then you await on that, right? So here we will say async. So this is the promise concept again. You will await. So what this concept is, await means it will await until it saves the document to the MongoDB, and then it finally responds with movie, right? So and we can use the find method later in the other method, and then we can see. So here you have collections, right? Movie, and then you need to create movie, and then schema here you're giving movie, right? The model movie, so it goes into movie collection. Okay, so let's execute this and see if it gets saved to the MongoDB. Okay, started, and then let's execute from post. What is the connection? Post, and go to the server, movies, and name inception, right? Send it, right? See, back to the path, ID, document name, and then ID 1. So this is the movie document, which is what we saved, which is what we are returning from there, right? So let's go to movie routes. So this is the movie instance. So we're returning the whole movie. Instead, let's not return the whole movie object. Let's return just one. And since it is connected already, it would have saved this document now, right? This code has been executed now. So what happened right now, when we call this post movies endpoint, it got here, and previously we were not saving it, right? Now we are saving. So let's see if it got saved in the documentation in the MongoDB. Okay, so let's find out movies dot find. So you know, right, the syntax, db available, that variable is available, and then you use this collection dot find, right? See, this is what we saved, ID and name. So let's go ahead and create another tenet, right? Tenet, let's call that. Now go here, fine. See, tenet has been saved. So this object ID has been created automatically, generated by MongoDB, and this is the name, and this is the name we saved. This is the version, right? You just executed one end-to-end operation from the API. So you called endpoint, and then you're passing this object, which is input, which is of type post request, then it comes here. So previously we were creating this movie, we just played around what is the schema. We just started with a name, and we converted that movie model object into the form of mongoose schema. Schema is all about, we create the properties, what properties does that schema exist, and then what type it is. This is string, so that means you cannot enter number to that name. It's only restricted for strings. String is combination of numbers which is in quotations, right? And then now you name this model as a movie, and then movies here, right? It automatically created the collection. So the movies collection does not exist in MongoDB. So whenever we saved here movie.save, it created that collection with movies, with the name movies. Okay, then and then we're responding with response.json with the id 1. But what if you want to return just the id whenever you save? Then you need to find the document, or you can see if save give you any response back, right? So let's find out. Let's say we are creating here saved one. Let's return the saved one and see what it looks like, right? So let's execute that. See, this is the movie we created, right? If you go to Interstellar, so it's directly returning the saved document, right? Which is what we're returning here. So as soon as you save it, that will give you the saved instance. So you see this number 616347 ends with, right? You go to the MongoDB shell, see 616347. You started creating these documents. Wonderful, right? So it's very exciting. You just got together the API server and then MongoDB process, and you interacted with the DB and created collection through code, and then you saved the document. So what is the terminology you want to remember here? With respect to MongoDB, it's all about collections. First starts with database. In the database you have collection. In the collection you have documents. Within the document you have attributes, right? So in this case, what is the collection? Movies collection. Within the movies collection you have movie document. In that document you have name as an attribute, right? You can add as many attributes as you want there, right? But where is mongoose coming into picture? So it made this operation a lot easier, right? If you had not used mongoose, the way you want to save, you need to write a lot of code. So if you go into this save method here, you would see a lot of code that is interacting with the MongoDB itself. So they abstracted all that nitty-gritty details within the low level code, and they provided like an API. So that's the advantage of libraries, right? And all you did was you created this movie. If you go here, movie, you required mongoose, and then using mongoose you created schema from that, and then using this schema you created model. So this is the model you will interact with in going forward in your code. Whenever you want to do any operations in movie model, this is the instance you need. And where we are importing that, we are importing in movie routes. So we use that already here. When you are posting it, you create a new object and then you are saving it directly, movie.save, and then returning that. And if you want to find out by in the get, for example, with the name query, right? So here let's see here. So you have movie.find, right? So let's look into the find instance, right? So go here, query, and then you go find. So how do you do that? You have this model and then you dot find, right? So here you have this movie model. I'm just interacting with the movie model, and then what I can do, movie, and then movie dot find, right, and then name, whatever query I require. I'm asking for, I want all of those documents. So what you can do, you can just return movies. So let's say this is going to return array, right? All am I doing is taking the movie model, calling find, and I'm providing query parameter. So if you compare this with the traditional SQL queries, it's all about select star from movies where name equal to so and so, right? Let's restart this server. Let's copy this name. This is the name we are interested to find, right? Let's change this to get. So get, and then query params, right? Query params you can pass here name, and then interstellar. So this is what I'm finding. So if you just find that, what is happening, circular structure.json. Okay, so the response that we are getting back is not straightforward to use. Okay, so basically we need to await this, otherwise it will give you the promise details, right? So it's the same concept. So it's a promise, so you need to await until that promise gets resolved. Promise means it's some task that executes in the background, and we are saying, okay, wait at this line until that gets resolved. Resolved means until it connects to the database and get the data. Okay, so now let's execute that. Right, see, we got the array of documents. So all we did was movie.find, and you can also find by. So it's pretty same concept. You inserted the document and you find the document by providing some query. So what happens if I query by inception? There is a document, right? So sorry, not this one. So we need to provide in query parameters, right? See, document exists, but what happens if I send with some name does not exist? Then it's empty, because we don't have any documents in the collection with the name inception 1, right? So yeah, so let's get to the other methods. And how do you put and get by ID, delete by ID? How do you delete documents? And then once you implement all these, let's get to the front end. How could we hook all these endpoints to the front end? So from the interface you can do all these operations. Okay, let's finish this put now. So for put, it's pretty straightforward. So what we get for put? So what is put actually? So like we discussed before, put is something that you use to either create a new document or update the existing document. But in this case we talk about updating the existing document. So for updating, so basically what we do is the URL and the URL endpoint, that it takes the ID of the document. So for that ID, so the document with that ID we can update, right? That is the basically put call, how REST put works, right? So we get this ID from the request.params, right? So let's take that ID, ID equal to request.params.id. Okay, so for now we're gonna, for all these methods we're gonna put basic code, so we can save that, we can update. So just to understand that concept. But going forward, once we implement end-to-end from the front end here and the back end, we will add more code in this place. So basically that doing the validation or any security concerns, all of that we can discuss later. Okay, so we take that ID, and what do we need to do now? So we take the model, right? We have the model. So right now assume that I don't know anything about put, right? What do? Where do we refer? We go to the documentation, correct? So let's go to the documentation. So here we go to the documentation and read the docs, And here we're interested in knowing methods on the model, right? So we have model here. Okay, and then look for we know find by ID. There are a lot of find methods, right? We're interested in updating, right? So if you look up here, you go and you got update here, update many, and update one. But there is some other method where you can find one and update, and also there is one more, find by ID and update. So to update any document in MongoDB, first we need to get the document. Theoretically, if you don't use this library, right, we query the document and then we take that document, we update it, and we save it back. That's what needs to happen, right? So all that, getting the document and looking finding by ID, all that happens behind the scenes if you use these methods, utility methods on the model. Okay, so for our case, since we are passing the ID in the request in the path, for that ID we are passing what is the latest object, latest body, right? So for us this method makes sense, find by ID and update. So what happens is, so if you look at the documentation here, it takes the parameters. So this is the function, right? That function takes, this is the ID parameter, and then what the body that you need to update. And then you have a lot of options, like where you can say lean and strict. I mean, these are all options we can figure out as you work through it. But for the purpose of updating, just focus on these first two, ID and the update, right? So let's go here, and what do we need to do? So basically we have to keep this function async. If you don't have async, and you cannot use wait. So async, await, they go together. Okay, we use await because model dot movie dot find and update, find by ID and update, that method returns promise. So whatever methods that returns promise, if you want to resolve promise, you want to wait until promise gets resolved, you need to use await. Okay, find by ID and update. So what do we need to do? We got the ID here, right? We pass that ID here, and then what do you need to update, right? That one you will get it from the body, correct? So for post, whatever we're doing here, you're getting the body from there, from request, correct? So say in the same way, you will update name request.body.name. okay, so whatever name that we want to update, you will pass that in the body, that gets update. So once this is done, I mean, we can return basically the updated document, right? So here updated, and then here you can just return updated, right? So if we don't know what it's going to return, you can look at the documentation here. What is it going to return? Find and body. So the query, so whatever the document is equivalent to find one and update, that's going to return the updated document. Okay, so here returns query, and find matching document updates it according to the update arg and options, and returns the found document if any to the callback. It returns the document. Okay, so I think we're good there, right? And we don't need to pass this ID anymore. Okay, that's it. So let's restart this, right? And which ID do you want to update? So here we have how many documents we have? We have 2 documents, and let's take this ID, right? We're updating by Mongo ID for now. Later on we can introduce our own customized view ID. Okay, so let's take this one and go to postman. So what do we need to do? Put, right? And then movies, you're gonna give the ID. So what body you want to put? So here we want to update name to be Bahubali, right? What we're doing here is, for this, if you see the semantics here, this is the localhost, and then movies is the resource endpoint. For that movie, you're updating the movie with ID of this, right? Movie with this ID, you're updating the name to be Bahubali. So currently, what is the name? Tenet for this ID, right? So once you run this one, it will update that document. What happens in the code? This code goes into, and behind the scenes, it finds the document by the ID, and then it will update that with this body. That's what happens. Okay, so we restarted that. Let's execute this. See, the return document, it is returning lots of other information, right? So that's where we can utilize lean method. If you specify lean, it's not going to return all of this, but just it will return this, the updated ones. Okay, so if you look up here now, see, it got updated to Bahubali. You got it, right? So if you look up this ID, this is what we updated, correct? 2DA starts with 616 and 2DA. This is the document ID 616 2DA. That's what we updated, correct? So I mean, when you implement in real time, you don't want to get all this query information, right? This is the query it used to find the document. That's what it's returning. But instead of that, if you want to just return the updated one, we can see in the documentation. So here, objects options.lean, if truthy mongo will return the document as a plain JavaScript object rather than the mongoose document, right? So options, and then here mongoose lean tutorial, find one, and dot lean, right? So if you just put dot lean, okay, start that, right? So it will give you the updated document. So version 0. If you want to update this to something else, maybe something, right? Then it where is that? Name something, and then here, let's go here. Fine, it got something, correct? Something, correct? So that is the put call, right? All we have to do is just find by ID and update, and then we're responding with updated document. That's it. And so previously we just discussed about getting the movies by using the query name, but if query name does not exist, then it will give you for like empty array, right? So basically here, little tweak we can do. So what I'm trying to say is, if we go here and get movies, right? It is not giving anything, correct? Why? Because our code, we are expecting to get some query parameters, but it doesn't have to be like that, right? Query parameters are optional, they're not mandatory. So what we can do is query equal to if query dot name, if they passed, then what we can do, our query object should be query dot get query dot name, else we'll give empty, and then here we'll use that query. Make sense? What we are doing is, in the request, if we pass, when we call from postman, if caller passes any query parameters, use that and then construct query by this object. If they don't pass anything, just query by this object, which is, it's gonna find all of the documents, right? So let's go here. Now you got all of the documents now, right? Now if you query by name, it will still work because it's coded that way, right? Now something. And then if you remove that, that's it. So we just I just fixed that, right? So get by ID. The next one is get by ID. It is pretty simple. So all we have to do is just find the right method on the model and then call that, right? So what do? We put async and then constant get by ID. ID equal to request dot params dot ID, right? This is a path parameter. And then what do we do now? We get the data equal to await and movie dot, what do we do? Find by ID, right? I mean, logically that's what we want. Find by ID. We'll just pass the ID. That's it. Pretty simple, right? And then you'll pass the data. You can also get this on lean, right? We want the lean version of the document, right? So let's restart that. And then get by ID, right? So let's get this. Let's use this ID. Get passing in the path parameter, and then you got it, right? Fantastic. And let's try another ID. Code 7. Industrial, right? Perfect. So this is the advantage of using these libraries and using the right functions. It's very easy these days writing any code, any functionality, because there's tons of libraries, npm libraries, especially in Node.js and using JavaScript. You can get this job very easily. All you have to do is understand these basic building blocks. You'll get there. So let's talk about delete. It's pretty same concept. Sync and await. What do? We take movie dot delete by ID, right? Logically, if you think like that, there will be a function, right? Delete, find by ID and delete, right? That's what we want because we are passing the ID there. Okay, so request dot params dot ID. Okay, and it's deleted. So let's see what it's going to return, right? Lean and constant deleted, just name like that, and then we'll return that response here. So later we'll add this to reload automatically. Okay, for now we have not added that yet. So for example, if you get all the movies now, what do you want to delete? Select something. Okay, let's delete this something, right? We pass this ID, right? We choose delete, and then you'll pass the path parameter like that, right? Delete. So it deleted and it returned the deleted document. That's why you see this. Now if you go to the get movies and see, you'll have only 2 documents, right? Let's delete this one too and get that, delete. Perfect, right? So we get all movies. You see what's happening? This is the client, is the front end for now until we build our application, React based front end application. This is the front end, and this is making the call. Where those calls are coming? This call coming to this server, the middle one, and then server is talking to the DB. Where is DB running? It's running the same machine, and this is the shell for the MongoDB, right? So that's the overall concept. So far you got all the basic building blocks of server, and then MongoDB, and you created collection in MongoDB and created documents, updated documents, deleted documents. You just did that, all of those operations through code, through Express Node.js server. So you pretty much have come across a lot of main building blocks. Okay, and try to keep revising these, right? I mean, now since we have these two in place, next step is to move on to the front end, right? So for pause the video and try to recall and go through, revise main concepts, and then continue to watch the front end video now after this, right? So, and then what else here? So I think it's pretty much covered with respect to all of that. And server you have, so this is pretty much we covered, right? And that's it. So let's move on to React.js. Okay, so before we dive into React.js, let's talk about the real the components of the end-to-end. So this is the area where we will be focusing on from now on, and these two areas we have already covered, and you are pretty much comfortable with the building blocks, right? So this is called the front end area, where user interacts with the web application, and the user will do a lot of operations on the front end. So this client, basically this can be a browser, this can be a mobile, this can be iPad, any device, right, that interacts with server. So when user sees this interface, what are all the things that that is involved into that the client interface, right? You might have heard about a lot of front-end frameworks. AngularJS and React.js is a library, and Vue.js. There are tons of front-end frameworks. Those frameworks are developed to make developer job easier to develop the front-end web application, like the designing the interface and writing the code, handling all the functionality on the front end. So assume if you don't have any of those frameworks, what it would look like. What are the bare components of the front end interface, right? If you talk about the browser, right? So let's open up some application. For example, narsicloud. Let's talk about our company website. Like this, you might see a lot of websites in your day-to-day world, right? That website will have icon here, and then they will have a lot of images, and then you will be able to scroll through, you know. So if you just look at this website, it got some paper cards here, and then it got icon, which will take you to the YouTube link, right, which is narsicloud channel, and you have LinkedIn here icon, and this is some text, right? What are all the technologies involved so to build this, so we're able to see this page on the browser, right? Browser itself is a renderer, like it renders a page, right? The technologies involved in developing this website, especially, it's React.js and Material UI, CSS, Material UI library, which helps to paint your page, right? All these images and these background pages and all that. That's developed by Material UI, right? And then the way you arrange these elements is all by using Material UI elements like grid. There are some of the elements like that. But even though you used Material UI or React.js, it's a library. It's written in JavaScript, and when you write in React.js, browser cannot understand React.js as it is. This browser cannot understand CSS, the Material UI library. It doesn't know any of that code. But when you develop using those, let's say this client, right, this green one, React.js, Material UI, when you look at that code, it looks in the form of the semantics of React, semantics of Material UI. As a developer, you will understand that. But by the time we bring that application and render that in on the browser cannot understand that. So what we need to do, we need to transpile the code into the format the way browser can understand. So what does really browser can understand? Browser can understand only three things: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. No matter, it doesn't matter what libraries, what framework that you use to develop your code, but at the end of the day, you need to convert that into these three: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so let me show you that concept. So this website, right? Any website, you can see the elements, you can inspect the elements. What I mean by that, so you can right click, you can inspect. So when you inspect, it will open up the developer tools here, where you have elements, console, sources, network, performance. On the browser side, this is the window that you utilize to analyze things, what's going on, right? Anytime if your website is not displaying the way it's supposed to be, or if it is not functioning the way it should be, or if your browser, if your app is making a call, network call, and that is not functioning, then where do you check? You check in network. You can see all the network calls here. Okay, we'll get to that later, but for now let's focus on these three elements: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? What is HTML? It is a scripting a language, the template language which browser can understand. HTML, hypertext markup language, the full form of HTML. It is basically bunch of tags. You see, HTML, you're saying here doc type is of type HTML, and HTML tag, it has open tag and close tag, and in between you have lots of tags which will make a page, right? So in this case, if you look at the body, see it has div, different divs. This div is a container of this whole page. And then if you go to this div again, see as I move things, the corresponding item is highlighted on the page. That way it's very easy to see or debug things and manipulate things here, okay, on this page itself. And then once you fix or see arrange those things, and you can take this code and you can develop as needed, right? And this is the main container. And then if you go here, this guy represents that top container. So everything is divisions here. Div is a HTML tag, and if you see it, go to the bottom, the middle one, right? So if you see middle one here, right, it covers this video and then this too, right? And then this one is the bottom tag. So this covers HTML, right? For now, understand HTML is bunch of tags which you will use, you will write, so you can develop these components, the different divisions, different sections on the page, right? Then where does this CSS comes into picture, right? CSS is a cascading style sheet. Why do we use style sheet? To paint your website. What I mean by that is, so let's take this text, right? This text element. What is by default? It is of type H6. That is a header, right? If you click on that, see it has some styles here, right? For example, the font size is 1.25 rem, right? Don't worry about these units. It got a lot of units like pixels, rems or ems, right? We'll discuss all of those later. But for now, understand, for this text, we are specifying different kinds of style sheets, CSS tags here. For example, if you disable this, see that size got reduced. That means if you don't apply this style, this is how it looks by default. Now what we are doing, we give this font size, we applied style to it, which means you applied paint, proper paint, so it looks beautiful, right? So line height, it will reduce the whole thing, the height. So basically it is like painting an art, right? You draw with a pencil and then you apply paint so it looks beautiful, right? That's what we use style sheet is for. So, and then okay, we used style sheet and we painted this way and we arranged these elements properly, right? And you see, as I drag this one gone to the bottom, right? Those are all things is done through CSS rules. What we say is rule, as the window size reduces, bring this down. That means we give it the proper area, so it will arrange automatically. These are all done in the combination of using Material UI and then CSS. Eventually it's done with through CSS rules, right? If I take this whole thing here, because the window size is increased, it doesn't make sense to keep this down, so it will automatically come to the side. It all happens through CSS. And where does JavaScript comes into picture here, right? So JavaScript comes into, for example, here if you see the click event, I'm clicking this here, right? When I click here, how does it know to go to YouTube? That means I wrote some JavaScript, right? So which is what happening here through JavaScript code. Okay, so from these points, understand any website is built, eventually it comes down to these three: HTML, CSS, which is CSS here, and then JavaScript. Okay, with that, let me show you very basic HTML file, and we'll take a couple of tags and apply styles to it and see what does it look like. Okay, so let's create a demo.html. okay, so what I said, all we have is HTML tag. Any HTML page starts with HTML tag, and then HTML, what it has, body. For today, for this concept, let's just discuss just the HTML and then couple of tags which makes sense to build a page. Okay, the body always contains the main content that you want to show to users. Okay, so let's start with h1 tag. Okay, h1 represents header. So all of these things you can see in Mozilla MDN website. They have they're the ones who maintains all the documentation for HTML, CSS, JavaScript. They maintain the standards. Okay, any reference you can go there. So h1 represents header. So let's come to front end world. Okay, I applied I put these tags and I did not put any styles to it by default. So let's see what does it look like. Okay, so to see this page on the browser, what you can do, let's go to the main location here, and then here what you can do, you can see open with browser. Okay, see, so meanwhile let me delete this diagram here. So by default it looks like that is h1. Because of header, it is by default in bold. Okay, of some size, right? What happens if I change this to h3, right? h3 and then refresh. See, the size is reduced. By default h1 is giving some style to it. Okay, what I said earlier, if you want to inspect that element, click on inspect, and then by default if you see here h3, it is giving some styles automatically here. If you want to give your own styles and try some things out, here you can try that. For example, here you can say color, right? Color, you can say red. See, I applied style to it, and let's say blue, light. You got tons of colors here. Blue, right? Sky blue. So basically you're applying styles. So here I used some CSS attributes. So CSS has some, again, it has documentation in Mozilla MDN. You can see there, right? So this is what I'm saying, Mozilla MDN. Okay. So here you have all resources for CSS, reference guides for CSS, JavaScript, and so all of that, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So every CSS has its own attributes and stuff. But let's get back to our concept. So now, so far we used body, HTML tags, and some of the tags, and we applied some style to it, right? See, when we apply style here, it automatically put h3 style equal to so and so. You can also do that as well in the code, because we did not directly put this code into onto main code. If you just refresh this, right, it will go back to its original code, which is what we wrote here, right? So if you want to apply style to it, you can say this one, and then color blue. Okay, now refresh. See, it got blue, and we apply style there. And where does this JavaScript come into picture? So whenever you need some interaction with the website and to do some functionality, and based on the interactions we need to talk to different servers and get the data and all that, right? To manipulate the data, to work with the data, you need JavaScript. So to summarize, to add dynamics to the website, to make it dynamic, we use JavaScript, which is what browser can understand that. Okay, so here let's say it has on click, right? What it does is it will have tons of functions like that. So what it says is on click. So when I click on this tag, what we're saying, call this function, right? You know what function is. And whenever you want to run any JavaScript on HTML page, you need to include that JavaScript code within the script tag. Whatever you put here, that is a JavaScript code. What we're saying, show alert, and then you're writing the code. You're directly writing the code on HTML. Okay, and then we use JavaScript function alert. You clicked me, right? What we're saying, on click, call this function. That's what we said to the tag. And then what it does, but what browser does, as soon as we click on the h1 tag, h3 tag, it will call this function and it will show this alert. Okay, let's refresh this, right? And then here, see, I clicked on that, it showed you clicked me. So how did this happen? It happened with the JavaScript. So if you go here under head, there is a script tag. So under head you can also apply styles. There are a lot of other tags where you put under head tag, and then you have body. Okay, so with this you understand now, you develop websites, web pages using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's all it is. And any website that you see, eventually all of that will be converted to these three things, because browser cannot understand anything other than these three, right? Now you understand, like, okay, if you want to add more and more functionality to this page, then I might have to write a lot of tags, HTML tags, a lot of code. So you could still do that, but as it grows, it's very difficult to write all of these, the basic code, the tags, and maintain that. It slows down the process. So that's where we use the UI libraries, which will help us to develop all these pages quickly, and that those libraries also will take care of converting all of that to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript behind the scenes. And then once it is converted, we will deploy that to the server, and then when we open the browser and call the server, it it will give us all these HTML things, JavaScript and all that. Browser will display that. So which is what happens in narsicloud.com. So if you look at, let's say I'm just rendering it now. See how where does this browser is getting all this content? See, it makes the call, get call here, and then response, you see here, response, it's getting all the HTML. It is getting from the server. Server is giving all this code and browser is just displaying that, right? So which is what happens in our real time. This code will be rendered by the server, and the server will give all this code to the browser. Browser will render that, which is what you will see. And from then on, once it gets all the things to the browser, from then on it's all interaction. As you interact, depending on the functionality, browser will talk to the server, and server will give corresponding data, and browser will react accordingly. Okay. In this course, we'll use React.js as a library, front-end library, and Material UI for painting the website, and JavaScript obviously we will use to do all this functionality. Okay. So let's get to the website that we are designing. It's a movie rating app, right? So we want to display movies in the form of cards, and then you should be able to give rating for each movie, and that will be recorded. It's a simple functionality, right? Once we finish that, then you have enough tools to build upon that, and you can envision or visualize any new website, and you can start developing it. Okay, let's get to the design part. So the design, so I put the diagram together so to save some time. So what we're going to design on the page is that you have a simple page like this. It's a single page, and then you have one logo, and you'll have image here, which is a background image. So since it's a movie rating app, we can put some movie related background image on the page, and then you will have the movie cards, so on each card it's basically represent one movie. So you'll have a movie image there, and then if needed we can just put some basic details about the movie and whether you like it or dislike it, right? Those two buttons we can put on each card. So what we can do at the end of the day, so once it is developed, user will come here, and then it's pretty straightforward, right? It will just show all the cards, and we can give some action there. So what we can do when we like it, how we're gonna update that end-to-end flow, right? But before that, it's not just about liking the movie. So it involves a couple of steps. So you'll need to have these movies created, right? So before we even come to this page, this data should exist, right? So for the sake of time, what we can do, I will prepare the data behind the scenes. Assume that you have all this data in MongoDB, and I will show you all that data, how does that data look like and all that. And once we load the page, this page can retrieve all the documents, all the movie documents to this page, and we can quickly verify one endpoint where it's basically a put call to the movie, and it's the same process, right? You will get the clear understanding on what it looks like developing website and interacting to it, and how call is happening, and so they're kind of tools. That's what we're interested in, right? So with that, we'll use React.js library to develop this page, and the Material UI CSS. Okay, so let's get to React.js. So how we even bring that React.js into our system, and how we can create project and all that. Okay, let's get to React.js thing. So it's the same process, right? We go to documentation and how we can create the project for React.js. So let's delete this diagram here. So we have React.js create app. So React.js provides this create new React app. And so what it does is, so if you look at our previous page, we developed this raw HTML and we put this script ourselves, right? We wrote the code here directly on the page, and then CSS we applied it here. But in the real-time projects, so you'll have your JavaScript separately in separate directory, and then you have CSS in your directory, and depending on how you import the JavaScript code into a HTML file, it automatically brings in all of them, and it creates all the finalized HTML. So who will do that? That's where React.js project structure and the build pack, like how to build your project. Building means it's not that complex. It's basically putting all of your files together, convert that into a language where which browser can understand, right? So in the React.js, you write your code in JavaScript, but you use JavaScript, the React.js libraries, like the format, the tags that you use, components that you write. I'll get to that, what component and all that. Browser, as it is, it cannot understand. So we need the middleware, someone in the middle of the process that can take this React.js code, the application code, and then convert that to the raw files like this, right? All that build process, it is inbuilt, provided by this project structure. Okay, all we have to do is we have to just install that, run this, so it will create that folder. Okay, so let's run this command. So npx is basically, it comes with Node. So now you have your Node installed in your machine, right? So this should work as it is. So let's name our app like movie rating, right? What we can do is here. So we are in my app. So let's get to let's run it here. Okay, npx create. So that is React script, npm react npx create React app, and then we can give movie rating. Okay, so what it does is it creates all the template of the project with the required libraries, and all we have to do is just npm start. So npm start is how you run this project, right? So the start is basically a command in package.json file. So right, package.json is where we maintain all the dependencies, the structure of the project, what the name of the project and the dependencies, all the configuration details of the project are all in package.json. Okay, so here npm start is one of the script. I will show you. It is one of the commands in package.json. By default, it will be there. Okay, so what happens is when we run npm start, it starts the server and all that. So it created the movie rating project in this directory. Okay, let's get to movie rating project and see. It got all these files, right? It got node modules, package.json, source and public. Okay, so let's open that here. So I'm creating a new project, UI project, particularly for this movie rating, because we don't want to combine all the UI and the API code in the other folder that we've been working so far, right? So here, if you go to package.json, see, you have scripts. So I'll quickly go over this. So we discussed this already before. So name and version of this project, the dependencies that this project depends on. These are all libraries, right? React, React DOM, React scripts. React scripts is the one which takes care of running and converting that into bundling and all that. It will take care of. In scripts, you have these commands. These commands are the ones which you call from your command line when you want to run, start the project, build the project. See, it's using React scripts, which is what this library, dependency library is. Okay, so for now, understand the npx create React app. It's a script that helped us to create this project template with required dependencies, and it also created some structure here by default with some files, and quickly we can run it, right? Before you run, what you do, we need to install, right? we need to install all the modules. It's already there, but that's directly came from from their server. So let's make sure it's installed properly, all the node modules. Okay. So and then what we can do is you can run the start command. So in the run start command, what it does, it starts the server, starts the server on some port, and it will serve the HTML file, HTML with the script and all that. Okay, so let's make sure we don't have anything running here. Yep, so movie rating, right? So npm start. So it called this React script start. So if you look at here, see, it is starting the development server, which is what gonna build all the files and give you the page. See, the web server is running in localhost, which is our local machine, and then it's running on 3000 port, right? And this is what it rendered. So how does browser get all this content? Like this has been developed here, like app.js, right? So app.js is the main file where you create your page, and this is where everything gets started, right? Right now you won't understand this. I mean, syntax, you know, right? This is function, but it's returning the HTML itself, right? It's a little bit weird when you refer to some, like we've been dealing with a lot of functions so far, right? We're writing functions and returning some values, but this guy, it's returning the whole page itself, the divs, which is HTML. It's returning a HTML, right? And we're applying logo here, importing this logo. All these files are here. We're just importing in the app.js file. What we're doing, we're importing this. We're importing some CSS. We're utilizing those CSS here and also the logo here. And whatever this app returned, that's what being rendered by the browser. So to prove that concept, let's say you have this learn React, right? Let's say here, let's change this. Welcome to movie rating, right? When you save this, it automatically reloads. See, welcome to movie rating, right? So let's adjust these screens, and as you change this, it will change. Let's say if you 1 2 3, see, it reloads. So that's all been set up by this create React app dependencies. Okay, that's what is called hot reloading. And so you can just remove all of this, okay, and put the bare minimum HTML, so it wouldn't have anything. Welcome to world, right? All it has is just the HTML, which has just this tag, right? But if you just go to the previous version, then when you look at into network tab here, so I refresh, right? See, it calls to localhost, and then it's returning this HTML. Look at this HTML. Did you write this HTML? All you wrote is some of the tags in this, but here you have div root, right, body, and then if you look at the edit, this all image, it's in the header section, right? So that's directly coming here, but there's no script. And here, if you see script static JS, did you put this? You did not put that, right? See, we haven't put that, but it's been included here with the building process. What it does is it creates bundle.js. So whenever you have some code in your in this project, it puts all of that code into bundle.js. It combines all the files into single file, and then it will refer that in HTML. If you refer to our previous project here, map, so we put this script code here, right? But here the source we are referring to some file in the other project, right? Let's open the new window. Right, so this is what it's helping us to create these apps, right? So you basically just focus on the business logic of the application. All you do is just use these tags, write the components, develop the page, and then you just boom, it just renders, it takes care of building all of that and builds this whole page, right? And now we have set up this folder structure using create react app. Now let's talk about some of the React essentials before we dive into our template that we're going to develop, that movie cards list of that, right? So what is React, and what is the terminology involved in React technology, right? So the main terminology that you want to remember is component. Component is a crucial part in React. So each component represents one UI element, right? So in our previous the template, you have the square box, right? And you have logo can be one component, and each movie card can be another component. So all you're dealing with component is like a brick. What do you do when you're building some architecture, like any house or any structure? When you're building something, you basically put all the bricks together, right? You bring all the bricks and then you form the shape, and eventually it looks like a beautiful building, right? So think of like a component is like a brick. That could be a movie brick, that could be the logo brick, there could be background, anything that can act independently, self-contained logic. That's how you separate the app, split the app into components. So component is a self-contained logic which will have the UI and logic and CSS, right? And that can be rendered independently. And the other one is state management. State management, think of like a mind for the component. State remembers the data. So if you have a component like a brick, right? So brick has some mind. State is like a mind. Brick stores whatever the data it's dealing with, it stores in the state, and then it uses that and sends the data to server, right? And when you want to deal with the components, basically you write functions. Functions are the ones which will return those components, and that will be rendered by the browser, right? So in this case here, if you look at this whole thing is called as one component. This component is returned by this app function. And where is this being called? This function is being called, if you see index.js, this is where it is being called. It is imported, right? This is the file. This is the app file, right? So I'm just talking in the form of in layman terms, so you get the concept. So when you get to develop the page, now you automatically understand what we're doing there, right? So React DOM is the one which are getting from React DOM library. So React, right? These are all coming from React dependency. Looking at package.json, you have React and React DOM. They're all dependencies, right? They have some code. We're kind of utilizing that, right? And what we're doing, React DOM, we're using React DOM and then .render. What is render means? Render means it is rendering the page on the browser. So that is being done by this function render, and for render we are passing this app component. So let's split this here, split right, and app.js. So in the app.js, this is basically a function, right? And we are exposing function. For function, how we are using that function here? In the form of tag. That is the beauty of React. You're using this is the component, right? I told you this is the component which is returning this whole HTML, right? So this whole thing we call it as a component. But syntax wise, if you look at, that is just a function which is returning HTML. In React, we call that as a component. And to use that function, this is the syntax we want to use to render this page. It is a HTML syntax, which is easy, right? So now you understand each function is a component, and each function you're using it as a tag. Now you're getting it, right? Depending on the number of things that you have on the page, all you have is components. You import all the components onto this index.js, and then you write those tags. You could have something like this tomorrow, right? Logo. All you are doing is arranging those in a way so they can have their own space. It looks beautiful, and that is the beauty of React. It's very easy to understand, easy to deal with building complex websites in component language, right? And what it's doing for render function, we're passing this tag and then comma. The second argument we are saying we are providing HTML element. Document is available in the browser. That is the global variable, right? The document get element by ID is a function on the document, and we're calling root. What is root here? Root is the ID of that HTML. You remember we have this index.html, right? So in the app.js, and if you look up in the public, you have this index.html, correct? This is what's being rendered, correct? And then here in the HTML, everything is in the body. Whatever is in the body, you will see them, right? So in the body here you have this empty div tag, correct? So when you render this component here in the index.js, when you render this function, you're passing this component, you're passing the root element. What is the root element here? The div. What it's doing is this tab, it is taking this app component, which is this HTML, right? Eventually it is returning this HTML. It is attaching this HTML to this div. Since it is attached to this div and this is in the body, that's why you see that on the browser. So if you go here on the browser, you have this page. If you look at, this is attached to the div. So if you look up this one, so HTML, let's inspect that. Div and then header. See here, this is the root, right? And for that root, we are attaching this whole div with the class app, which is what this is here, which is what this is, right? This component is returning that, and we are attaching that to the root component, root div, which is what is happening. That's why you see this here. Otherwise you wouldn't see that page. For example, if you go here, right, and let's say, I mean, it might throw the error because it doesn't find the element, correct? See, the target container is not a DOM element. So basically this function expects to pass the real DOM element, okay? That's why it's finding. But you got the concept, right? Basically we are passing, so far, just to summarize, we created a component called app, which is a function returning HTML. That component we are passing it to render function. Hey render function, please render this on the browser. And render is asking, where should I render this? I mean the browser, that should be tied to something. That is what this tag is. We are saying tied to this div tag with the id root. That's why it is coming as a child to this parent. That's what happened. Now you have everything is in place. As you are modifying this app.js, you're seeing the changes on the browser, right? Now what is our goal? Our goal is to build a page with logo, movie cards, and movie background. So let's get to the real development and see what it looks like, right? So now let's remove all this code, and then let's start with the template. So with the logo and image and the movie cards, right? So let's remove this guy. So for now we can just start with the raw HTML elements and how we can arrange those elements properly. Let's put the elements on the page first, and then we can think about CSS, how we can move these elements around using the libraries called Material UI. It's a lot easier, but before we get into Material UI CSS or using components from Material UI, let's understand, just play around putting the elements on the page so you know what elements are going to come, and then we can use CSS to arrange them properly. Okay, let's remove these class names as well. So like as you know, the HTML, so see, as soon as I save, basically that whole page is empty now. So that's what we want. Let's close all of this. So we'll be working in app.js, which is what being used in the index.js, right? So that's what's being rendered. So anytime you develop these websites, it's always better to get to this point, set up your project, and then play around, type something and see what's coming around here on the page, right? See, let's move this a little bit here. As soon as you make changes, you'll see the changes getting reflected on the browser. Okay, so let's start with div tag. So div tag is HTML, one of the HTML tags, and you use div to separate things. So div is it's called division, right? So you divide the things on the page. So you arrange things, dividing them into multiple blocks, right? So div, let's start with the root div. So that is a parent div. So as you guys know, so for HTML, like you see in the other page that I showed you, it's all tags, right? So you have the header section, and then body, and then footer. That is the basic layout of HTML. And then you're mostly interested in body section, and then in the header you configure script, JavaScript, or any links that page is accessing, and also any CSS, all those things we will mention, any styles will mention header. But you specifically don't write them in header when you're developing the project. You basically use these libraries, and as soon as you involve them or import them into files, they're automatically put into right place when this project is built. Okay, so div is the division, right? So we need the parent div, and then what we can do, we can say, okay, we need one more div, which is the top section here. So let's assume this whole section we can put div, and then in that we can include logo. Okay, and then here, and again we have a header, actually header section, we can put that, and we can have section, which is the middle part where you can put the main content, and you will have footer. Okay, so you can just divide the things like that, and then here let's say you write logo. Okay, you got logo there, and then section, this is where you'll have movie cards, the list of movie cards. Okay, and then footer is this is a copyright, right? So you put these are the main components or cards we would like to put onto our page, right? So now the next step is logo. Okay, logo is how do you put logo onto the page, right? That's the image. So we can take, let's say we have this logo image here, right? What we can do is we can use the real HTML tag, image tag, and then we can say source equal to, here we can say logo. Okay, see, you got logo there because in the header this is the section. Why we are getting this bigger image? Because that is the default size of the image, right? It occupies the whole thing, the 100% of the page. So what can we do? So the next step is to see the styles. What are the styles that's applied to the page? Like I showed you before, you can edit that here, right? You can just play around with the CSS here. So in div, directly go to that header section and then you click on image, right? See, this is where you can apply whatever the height or width of the image that you would want to. Okay, and then header is a display block, right? So let's go to the element that you want to mess up with. Okay, so right now if you see, image is around 766 by 541, right? But let's try with the height, probably 200 pixels, and then width, right, 200 pixels. See how it looks now? So if you close that, that's how the logo looks like, right? We can change the logo later, but you position the logo in the right place, right? And if you want to use some other size here, then we can say 100 pixels and 100 pixels, right? It's cool. Now let's go to, as of now we haven't used any external libraries. It's all raw HTML, raw CSS. Okay, so once you understand the concept of how you're putting the elements on the page, then it's easier to get to that material UI and go through that concept. Okay, then okay, so for now that is good. Let's go to movie cards. So movie cards is where we would like to display the cards, right? How could we display a card? So card is basically a border, right? Ideally you put some border and then within that you'll put image or the movie video, right? How could we do in CSS, the raw CSS? So basically here you can say for section you can give the border, but we don't want to give for section because section is the whole area, right? So if you look at this is the whole area section. In that section we would like to put some div, and then for that div we will display the list of cards. Okay, so for example here, let's say we're gonna put one div, right? This is movie 1, and then we can put another div which is movie 2. Assume that you have 2 movie cards. Okay, then let's go here. Then you can mess up with the CSS here. So once you are comfortable modifying CSS on the page, then you use that CSS, you copy that CSS and put that into the code. That's one of the ways that you try it out, you try the concept and see how it's turning out, and then you can put that onto the code, right? Let's go here. So the div I want to give border is that movie, right? I click on the div. So whatever we can say display block, that means for that you can apply these borders and all that. If it is not block type element, you cannot really style that with the borders. Okay, okay, let's give border border, the syntax is you can say two pixels, color it is solid, and then color you can say for now maybe blue color or light sky blue, right? So just to match the colors, so it occupies 100% of the page, right? We can do the same thing. So basically the syntax here is we're giving the border for this element. The syntax is, the first one is we're saying what is the width of, what is the size of that the border. If I say 10 pixels, then see the border width is 10 pixels. Solid is the line. Okay, you can also say that like dotted, right? See that it's dotted, you can see there. I'll zoom, right? That is a dotted line. And then here you can say solid, and then you'll see you're saying what color it is. Okay, now click on the second movie. You can say border 1 pixel and solid and light sky blue, right? Okay, that is good, right? But it's a little weird, so we don't want this whole, we don't want to occupy this card all over the page. You would want some kind of square boxes, right? What we can do, we can give some width and height, right? That will fix it. Height maybe 20 pixels and width, we'll just start with some random number, and then we'll say, see this, it is too small, right? We can say maybe 100% and 100%. So when we say 100%, what happens is it occupies the whole thing, right? So that's where, so instead of that, what we can do, let's go here. So height, right? We can say, okay, it can go with the content, right? As the content is increasing, then it can the content, the border can also increase, right? So we can make it flexible. Okay, but for now, let's give, for example, 50 pixels, right? Height, and this guy could be 60 pixels, right? Let's assume we're gonna put some image into that, but we can also give some better. Okay, so 200 pixels, and here here we can give 200 pixels. Okay, so for now, okay, we made some square box, right? But you see here, we want this movie card to go side by side. We want to have in a horizontal direction, right? But this is in the vertical direction. So how could we move this movie to the side? What we can do, we can say display flex. So there is a concept called flex concept, which there are a lot of options in there. It could arrange elements in order, in the horizontal order, in the vertical order. As you change the window sizes, it can adjust automatically. We can use that. Okay, so display flex, basically we can set up on this display. See, got flex here. as soon as you put display flex on the parent, then what that means is we are saying the elements under that, the children, that can go in a horizontal direction by default. You can also say, for example, the direction, right? Flex direction. You have flex direction, and if I say column, right, that will come in the column direction, which is vertical, but we don't want that, right? Okay, so that is good. But now it's coming along, right? We can let's no since we say display flex, what we can do on this one, we can remove height and width. So then it grows by content. Okay. Okay, now we have these two boxes attaching to each other, which is not good. In that we can give, probably for each card, we can say margin. You can give margin. So margin is the area around the element, right? So like we discussed earlier, it is around the content. So here around means it comes around this box. Okay, so we can give margin 1 em. So ems is one of the units that you can give. So we have pixels, ems, and rems. There are three another type of unit. So I'll go over those, what those their units are, but all of them represent the size of the elements that's on the page. Okay, so now we gave 1 em around the margin, right? That means margin top, which is here, margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. We gave 1 em, and we can also give for this movie 2, we can give margin 1 em, right? So it's in right place now, right? So if I change the size of the window, see what happens. See, it just stays there, right? So because it maintains that size. And there are a lot of other things that we could utilize for flex, display flex concept, where if you imagine if you have a lot of movies, then with this approach, if you do, all those movies will end up in a single line, and we need to say, okay, wrap true, then it comes into the second line. So manually you need to set up a lot of elements. If you go with the raw HTML tags, it will take a lot of time. It becomes complex at some point. It becomes less maintainable. Okay, so it's no different than, for example, when we discussed about Express server. Did you write any code with respect to server? The way server spins up, starts, or the way the internally how it is communicating, that code, HTTP level code, you haven't written, right? We used Express library. So in the same way here, we don't deal with a lot of this type of code and this CSS like that, and giving display flex, all of that. It will take a lot of time if you do, because this is simple website, right? But imagine if it's some little bit of bigger website where you have a lot of complex elements, then obviously doing like this will take a lot of time, and it become cumbersome at some point. We need to develop fast, and it has to be maintainable, and it has to be clean. So for that, we could do, there are a lot of UI libraries, CSS libraries, but Material UI is one of the top libraries in today's world. Many companies are using. If you use Material UI elements, this is little different. We use their elements, and they will take care of putting or writing these divs behind the scenes and applying CSS, and we provide CSS styles to that, and this will take care of things automatically. For example, if I were to render this on the iPad, right? Or on the phone, let's say iPhone 5. um, all these elements automatically arrange properly depending on the window size. It's easy to configure using those libraries. Okay, if I make it responsive, see how it behaves now, right? Because we gave this padding, I mean the margin there, it stops there, right? Otherwise it'll still go against each other. So the responsiveness is very important concept. So responsiveness is something that you develop one time, then the same website will display rearrange elements according to the window size that it's being rendered. For example, if this is app, right? If I open this app on mobile, obviously window size is small, then the elements have to be arranged properly so it looks good on that screen. And then if I open the same website in the browser, then I have a lot of room, then elements have to be arranged a little differently, right? So imagine here, if you have 100 movies, then we cannot display all the movies here in one line, and we cannot scroll like that. But it should automatically arrange how many elements that you can accommodate in a row, and remaining elements should stack upon each other, and it should go downwards, right? All that happens automatically if you use Material UI CSS. I mean, without using that also we could do all those operations using raw HTML CSS. But like I said, to save time, we use libraries, and all you have to do is pass some options, tell the elements okay how you want to render, and it'll take care of it, right? And here you have the next section is copyright. Copyright is pretty straightforward, right? It is one of the tags, and you can also give border to that, or you can just give one line there, right? Separation. All you have to do is we just click on footer and just give some styles to it, right? So if you were to go border, see how many lines are there, how many options you have. Border top, border, let's say border top, right? And 2 pixels solid, right? So you have little separation between the main section and the copyright. But I mean, it's all about to make it beautiful, to make it intuitive. Okay. So now you understand the concept of putting elements, what it looks like putting elements on HTML, right? So far we have done div, the div section. The tags that you know from this one is div, header, and section is the main content, and then footer, general sections on the HTML, right? So in HTML CSS, it's an ocean, so it has a lot of concepts, but you don't have to learn all of that, and we cannot also, nobody can learn everything, right? Depending on the requirement. So in here our requirement is putting logo and putting some background image, right? And putting the movie cards. So it's all about first you put those elements and then rearrange them, apply some styles. So how could we do some background color? So since we don't have background image here, so what we can do, I can show you quickly. This is the root container, right? So let's get away with that. So this is the root, right? For that is the parent container. So we can apply some background color to that, right? So background, you can say light blue, or maybe you can give some contrast color, right? Black or gray, right? Light gray. See, you can do that. So in the same way, basically, to give some background image, all we have to do is we'll give background here, and then you will give URL, and then you'll give that image. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. So all we have to, it's basically user will drive this. It's not about, okay, we need to use that concept and then go get that element and use it. It's not like that. The front interface will drive. Okay, on the interface I want logo here. Okay, let's see what I can use, which element can I use out of HTML or out of the library, right? Okay, I want blue color, this blue color on this blue border on this movie. Okay, how could I apply blue color? So assume if you don't know anything about HTML, what will you do? Okay, apply color border. I will search for Google, right? Border HTML. So there are tons of examples you'll get immediately, right? So border style, there are a lot of things like that, and you can try out stuff, right? So it's all about how to understand the concept is more important, and then implementing it is easy. In these days, with the resources that we have, it's very easy, right? So now let's get to see what we could do to make it easier using Material UI, so we can achieve our goal. So in Material UI, let's look into some of the elements before we dive into preparing this template using Material UI. Let's play around with some of the Material UI tags and see and get some feel of it and see how it looks like. Okay, so let's get to the documentation, Material UI. So this is particularly the grid component, but let's go to the documentation, the main documentation. So you see this is a React UI library you always wanted. So this is particularly React based UI library. So this is how you install. Okay, so right now let's see if we have installed that, right? I don't think we have done an installation on Material UI, correct? So here we have dependencies. We have React DOM, React scripts. So let's go ahead and install this. Let's copy this. Cancel that. So npm install. So basically what we're doing is we're installing the library. So like the dependencies is all about someone written the code and they're providing us the library. So we're just utilizing that, right? So let's do that. So once you do that, so basically what it does, MUI, Material UI, provides a robust, customizable and accessible library of foundational and advanced components, enabling you to build your own design system and develop React applications faster. So why it is faster? Because a lot of tags is already built in. It's all about we just go ahead and use them as it is, and that will style all of the properties automatically, and each tag will take some of the properties, and that will control how that particular component is styled. Okay, so it's been installed. So the current version is 5.0.6. Let's get started here. So if you see here, some of the check the docs for getting every component API. So they've got the documentation, the example, and how it renders the page, and corresponding API for the control. Okay, so React, TypeScript, CSS. So let's get started on this. Okay, so let's drag this a bit. So this is a quick start, right? Here is a quick example to get you started. It's literally all you need. So if you see, we are working in our app.js file, right? This is the main application of our main component of our application, right? Whatever you write here, that'll be rendered. So in their example, they're just rendering the button. So where is this button coming from? That's coming from Material library. So looking at this code, what they're doing, we're providing button, and then for the tag we are providing this property, which is variant, the value is contained, and see how it is styled. So did you give any color like blue color here, and did you give any shade like this? No, right? It's already built in. So that's what the CSS that's coming from Material UI. So if you want to try this out, what we can do, let's remove all of this. right? And so let's refresh that. Okay, let's restart this. Npm start. All you have to do is import the button and directly use that button like a HTML tag. So this is possible only in React. So this is React component. So we haven't gotten to React yet, but for now, assume or understand this is kind of HTML tag, like this div tag. Okay. So before that, I want to show you something. So basically, if you write h1 narsicloud, right? Then refresh. So you got narsicloud here. But to provide some style to it, previously we tried modifying the element directly on the browser, but that's just for testing out things, right? Eventually you will have to copy that, all of that CSS to the code to your file, right? So instead, what we can do, we can pass the properties here to this tag. So how could we pass? Basically, I want to pass the style to it. Okay, so let's say I want to color this to blue, right? So change it to blue. But how did that happen? I am passing the property to this tag, right? So just understand that concept. We can pass the props. We call these as props. We call this as props, and since this file is kind of not completely JS or not completely HTML, it's combined. So we call it as .jsx, right? JavaScript extension. So we call this format, writing this JavaScript code and also HTML in the same file. In React, it is called .jsx file. Okay, in JSX syntax, we can write the code like this. So if you want to write JavaScript code anywhere in this HTML, you want to write within the braces. Okay, so for now, understand we can pass props to the tags. Okay, so likewise, what we can do now, we can get button from material library. So we got button here. So we can pass the properties to that, right? So what properties we can pass? Here, variant content. So in this case, in this example, they're using variant property. Okay, you don't have to remember any of these properties. They have clear documentation. So based on our requirements, we can always go to the documentation, their API docs, and we can show what things we can pass, right? So for now, just to understand this concept, let's take the same thing, right? So before we use this property, let's see how does that look like, right? narsicloud. Okay. Failed to compile, can't resolve, emotion react, styled engine, module not found. So looks like we need to, did they say that here? So these material components have some dependency on some of these packages. So lately, the material UI has changed a little bit. They made a lot of improvements. So this is one of them. Can't resolve. So let's install this module as well. Okay. Because if you see, we don't have React installed, so maybe that's the material UI related stuff. So if you look at dependencies, we just have the main React file, but we don't have this emotion React, which is what they separated out. Previously, it used to come in the big bundle in material UI, so they reduced the library size by separating them into some individual modules. Okay, so let's install that. So that has some connection to the styled engine, and which is what coming from material UI, right? Which is what the style, which is what that styling the button. Okay, npm start. So it's running, it's compiling, failed to compile. Okay, so let's install this as well. Can't resolve styled. Okay, so usually they should have mentioned all of this in this get starting page itself. Okay, hopefully that's all they need. Styled engine, emotion styled. Okay, that's good. So there we go. So by default, so far, just to summarize, right, let's go to package.json. So all we did was we installed this React and styled the npm libraries. So let's see basically what they are, right? So if you are curious about what their packages are, emotion styled, right? So like I said, material UI changed the way they do things a little bit. So they separated out into the style component, styled API for emotion/react and emotion style, right? So more documentation is available. So basically they're using some of these packages behind the scenes in their code, so to style all these components. Okay, it's just dependencies for material UI. So by default this is how it looks, right? If you go and change and pass some properties to it, right? So variant equal to, what was that property? Variant equal to contained, right? So that's okay. So here, see, it changed. So because we passed this property, it gave some shadow, and it popped up that button a little bit, and then it applied that blue color, right? So the point being here is that you just define this button with a minimal code. You have not written any styles. Ideally, if you were to develop this button without using material UI, what you need to do is you need to define the real HTML button, which is let's say cloud here. See, this is how by default button looks like using raw HTML. And to make this button like this, how much code you want to write? So you need to write border. So before even border, let's say background, and background we can say black, right? And then color white, and see, to style something like this, how much code are we writing here? Just for simple button. Imagine if you have a lot of components like that, how many styles you need to write like this, and will it be easier to maintain all that code, right? That's the whole point of using these libraries. So the material UI will help us in that context. So with one line of code and having the properties, you'll get what you want. Okay, so coming to what is our goal now. Our goal is to create a page with a background image, logo, and the list of movies in the container, right? Every time you think about designing the page, think in the form of layouts, the box model. So everything is a box. Okay. um, the logo part will be one box, and then here at the bottom, this all could be one section, right? The container, and within that container you could have some heading and the list of movies. Okay, so we could write divs for each thing and provide styles and make it responsive. So like I said, responsive means um, it should adapt for every device width. It should adapt for iPad, and it should adapt for mobiles. It should adapt for laptops and bigger screen sizes, right? Depending on the window size, it should accommodate properly. So to make it such kind of responsive, if you don't use libraries, yeah, you have to code a lot. Okay, for that we can use grid system. Grid system will help us to arrange the elements properly and easily, and when you stretch the screens, the elements will automatically adjusted and with the proper spacing. All those cases will be helpful. So let's look into Material UI grid. And you don't have to worry about why we're starting grid now without going to a lot of other elements in Material UI. That's how you will work as you work through these projects. Your requirements will drive you to the right components, because technology is an ocean, right? You cannot just start from the beginning and go one by one slowly, like we learn alphabets and then you learning statements and then you learn how to read and all that. It doesn't work like that in software world. It's always you directly get to the point and explore what you can use. All you have to learn is how to learn. Right? All you have to learn is how to learn. So that's all you need. So now how to use grid is the one which you want to explore. So let's search for grid. Grid is a powerful concept. It is built around CSS flex box model, flexible box module. Like I said, flexible box is nothing but just it all treats everything as a box, and then it automatically adjusts the size of the box, arrange them properly. Okay. Just quickly getting into the concept, we can start building the grid like this and see what it looks like, right? Let's copy this. For time saving, I'm just copying the code directly, but you don't do that. Always you type it, even though you think you know or really you know. Just type it, because that will make you more comfortable writing the code. You can think in code. So let's import that and remove this button and grid. Okay, so item is not defined. Let's import that as well. List item. Okay, let's type it out. And item is not exported. Grid here. Fail to compile. Import is not exported. Okay, so let's look into the code. What exactly do we need here? Import item, and they're giving this. Okay, so in their example, they particularly styled this component and they created this item tag. So in our case, we won't need that, because this itself, in our case, it doesn't matter, just for example, right? So what it's saying is this whole thing it is saying it is a grid. Grid, you know, right? It's all columns and rows. And we're saying this is the parent, this is the container of all these elements. Okay. And what we can do, it represents, so forget about these things here, it's too early to discuss them. Okay, so access equal to 4, remove that. What we're doing now, we're creating a grid with the 2 items in that container. Okay, so let's say if you want to put some text, right? For that you can create typography. Typography is, we use that when you want to write something in text. Okay, so let's say we can say logo, right? And then here we can say typography, and you can say movies, just for now, just to see how it represents. Okay, and we can remove this and we can put this logo for now. So let's say what it looks like, right? See, it got, by default you got this side by side. And why is that? Because by default this uses display flex in a horizontal direction. So let's inspect this element. Right, go to this guy, right? See, display flex. By default it behind the scenes it styles all of that, display flex, and the flex direction is row. If I change this to column, right, this one will come down. See, come down. And then if you remove this display flex, right now you wouldn't see the difference, but when you drag and add more elements you see the difference. Okay, so right now you just understand flex direction is column, so that's what we need, right? We want movies to be below logo. First one is logo. Okay, and as you are hovering over these elements, see, it highlights that corresponding element. So I'm putting on this root, it says that the whole container. That's very useful when you want to see why these elements are not sizing or placing properly when you're writing the CSS code. Especially with the CSS rules that are out there, it's easy that you get into that confusion, because when you're expecting, you style that component and then that doesn't change anything, because let's say if you add some width to the element, let's say you increase the width like 10 pixels by 10 pixels and the box is not resizing, how would you debug? So you would get to the element and see if it even has that enough space to grow. If it doesn't have, if other elements beside that it is stopping, then no matter how much size you would give, it wouldn't move, right? That's all you'll have to explore at this level, like coming to this inspection and see, hovering on that. So now I hovered on root, it is container. Now this is still the container. Okay, and I go to the first element, first item in the grid, and then here this guy, right? So now we have logo and movies, the container, right? All we have to do is just put logo image here, which will automatically go here, and then here movies. I'll show you how we can render that movies, all of that. But this is all React. Because of React we're able to write like this, like HTML. So grid itself is a React component. What is component and all that, I'll explain React concepts later, but for now understand these are all belonging to HTML, and we're writing HTML tags. Okay, so now let's get to the logo and apply properties to it so we can center it properly and arrange things accordingly. Okay, let's take one of the sample image. So I copied this image movies.jpg and movie logo.png. So what do they look like? So let's open that. I mean, I got this from online sometime back, but you could just try with any image. Just to give context, I just got one of the movie images and the logo, something like this, some sample logos, right? So I brought them into this directory, into source directory, and see how we can put our background as a movie's background. Okay, and then we'll take it from there, how we can figure out the logo and cards. So we can just start with a div, right? So anytime you want to put some section, start with div. There are multiple ways we could do. We could put logo into header tag, but we can just start with the div. Okay, and then within that div, so we put all the other elements into this parent div. Okay, so for now let's comment out this. First we'll start with background, right? So background, how could you put? You know the tags, the CSS properties background image, right? For background, you can give the URL of the image that would that will paint all the background with that image that you passed. Okay, so for now, style equal to. For now, we'll just write the styles directly to the element. I'll show you using React way how could we pass these classes, defining somewhere else and importing them here and passing it. Or you could define those CSS here itself in the file and you can pass that here. Okay, you can say background. Okay, and URL and we'll import this movie logo, movies.jpg. Keep that like that and import movies dot movies.jpg. So what am I doing? I'm just importing that movies background. Okay, movie background, let's say. Okay, let's put that here. Okay, so what it does is for this div it will define the background with this image. Okay, and then we can apply a lot of other properties. So now let's see with this particular thing, how could we how does it react. Okay, so to avoid confusion, take this also away so it's clear for you, right? Okay, so let's start that. So this is rendering, starting the development server. You see this spinner here, it is rendering that. So we don't see the background, right? So let's see what's happening there. So mostly you would see things something like this. You will try to apply some image and there are a lot of CSS properties that you need to explore, but for now let's go ahead and background image CSS. So the URL of background image, and so we're applying this to the div. Okay, and URL movie background, you're getting that there, so which is good. Then what we can do, let's go to the elements. So this is the best way that you will run into this most of the times. You apply CSS, but somehow that doesn't come. Why? Because it wouldn't have enough space to get to that. Okay. So if you look at root, this is, you see the size there, 529 by 0. The height is 0, so there is no space on the page itself. What we can do is right from HTML-C, this is HTML tag, and then under HTML you have head and body, right? So everything is 0, so it doesn't have height at all. So what we can do from here, you can say height 100%. Now if you see, you got 907, right? See, previously it was nothing, it was not showing the whole thing. Now let's go to the body. Body also make it height 100, so that body will be extended and corresponding children also will have space to expand, right? Right. So you got the body. So now body has enough height. Let's go to root. Root, if you give height, then this image will pop up if it has enough space, right? Now that will give you enough space there. I'm giving height to the root now, the root tag. Height 100%, right? Cool. So until this point, it's all 100%. It has enough space. Now let's see for this div, which is what the background is being rendered for. So it has height 0, right? So we already have URL. See, this proper URL. So as soon as you give height, it will show up. See, that's it. You got the concept, right? This is very, very important concept. Elements will not show up. All you have to do is just go to the element and see if it has enough width and adjust properly, right? But image, see, it doesn't look right? Our image should look something like this, but it got zoomed in and it is just showing the part of the image as a whole, right? That's where you'll have some properties that you want to capture. So background position, right? Background position will say center, right? So when you center, then it zoomed to the center part of the image. Okay, that is good. And you have some other property, which is background clip color, image, background position, background size. So background size, you specify contain or cover, right? Cover means that whole image will try to cover the space that it has. Okay, so let's take this cover. So what it's doing is, this is the image we have, right? But it's trying to cover the whole available space. But if you change this to contain, whatever the width of the image, that is the part it will cover. Remaining part of the window, let's say if you have window of 100 pixels, 100 by 100, but image size is 50 by 50, then it will occupy only the 50 by 50 part, and the remaining part is all empty. So you can see here content. So in this case, it's showing it properly because this image mostly it occupied, right? So if you see here, it is repeating from here. If I say repeat no, then you will see this as empty. So background size contain and background repeat no repeat, right? See, when it is no repeat, what's happening? This is the original image. See that? This is the original image, and it doesn't occupy this the window that we have. We have bigger window, but image is small. It won't scale. That's why mostly what we do is we make it cover property. So whatever, mostly we'll make it scalable to that size, the bigger size that it could get, and so that the bigger window, it will have the correct content, and then as you squeeze on the other devices, it will adjust properly because it's already scaled to the bigger one. So when you squeeze it, it automatically have good pixels, right? So pretty much, see, it looks beautiful, right? We got the background. So what did we do? We just put div and then apply some stats. So but we did not copy those styles to the code, right? So let's copy all of this and put it down here. So there it's a little different. It's not as it is. The property names are a little different here because you're writing in the code, right? And it should be that content center background size. So the CSS all you'll get comfortable the more you practice, the more you understand the concept how CSS works. That's the only way that you can get comfortable with CSS. Otherwise there is no way that you'll get comfortable, because CSS is a little tricky. With a little change, it can mess up things easily if you don't do it right. Okay, then so no repeat. Okay, so it got that, and we have to put this height to 100%, right? So we put this 100% here, but we did not put for root. For now we'll directly change this in HTML itself. Okay, later I'll show you how we can give this through CSS file so that it automatically applies. Okay, 100%, and this guy. %% here. You don't need 2 quotes there. Okay, and then copy the same thing, apply that to the body and also for root. Since you apply height for everything, so it still requires height for other tag. Let's see if it reflected that. So it has and we need for HTML. So HTML we did not put, that's why it didn't reflect there. So ideally we wouldn't have to do here. Just for demo purposes, I can just do it here for now. What we do is when we load this CSS, in CSS the first line we specify HTML, body, and the root all height 100%. And then when you import that CSS here, it will take care of it. You see in app.css, this is where we can specify, but we'll get to that semantics later. For now this is good. So now you got it, right? So even though you don't have those specify the tags, you refresh, it's all back, correct? So this is cool. Now let's focus on logo. So for logo, we can use grid, right? In this div we can put one grid, and for that grid we can create two rows. First row will be for logo, and the second one would be for list of movies. Okay, as you know, we have this grid, and we'll say this is container because it's going to have two rows, and then for that we have one item, right? Which will be logo. Okay, we'll say this item, and what this item holds, image, right? Logo is the image. So we have in HTML we have image tag where source equal to, we can specify the logo, import logo from we have movie logo, right? And then you can say logo here. Then okay, there is already a logo here. Okay, we can rename it like movie logo, and then here, without applying any styles, see how it looks like. It's compiling, it renders the image, right? So every element will have box around it. Everything is box model. So whenever this image is contained within the box, and whenever you want to adjust the height of it, all you have to do is give corresponding width and height. Okay, so to try those things, let's go to image, and then you have this content, right? So this is the root, which is the whole page, and then you got background. In that div you got this guy, root container, and then in that you have logo. See the box 254 by 201. For that, if you adjust the height and width, let's say I give 50 pixels and width 50 pixels, see this height and width got reduced. If I say 49 em, so the whole thing, see, for the div the size it increased, right? The width is increasing for the div because that image is within that, because this image is within this div. So when you're changing this div, it increases the box around it, the surrounding box. You're getting it, right? So let's say 50 pixels. So when you're giving height and width on div, which means we're applying, see now the box size of div is 50 by 50 there, but this image is still having that, it has its own height and width, right? So now let's apply this image height and width here. Height 100%. So when you say 100%, what happens is the image will be driven by the surrounding div, and width 100%. Then whatever the parent container, parent height and width, that's what drives the image behavior. So now if you go here, and then let's say this is 100 pixels, see, and then and gi 100 pixels. You're getting it, right? Now we can say 5% or 5 em. That's ems is one of the units, like that, right? So there are a lot of ways that this is how you would understand the concept. What is really happening at the element level? Element is all about it, that by itself, and where it's being rendered, under which parent. That parent will drive the size of it, right? So now we put the logo, and at the bottom we need to put movies, right? So that is one another item, but here we will have movies. For now, let's put as a typography and movies, right? So you got movies here. It is there, but because of the color, it's not showing up. But we can style it, right? Here, color white. See, got movies white. So by default it is in direction. This container direction is in row, that's why it is coming side by side, but we want this as a column. Okay, direction equal to column, right? Got here. But if you remove this white, it got disappeared, right? But it is there, right? So we got the basic elements, we got the logo, we got the background, and totally if you just expand this is how it looks. And then here basically we have the parent container, and then you got logo and movies. This is just a text placeholder, but in this here we'll get the cards, all the cards. So quickly, if you want to try out the cards, right, we can search for cards. Simple example here in material UI, the card. So maybe we may want something like this, right? We could have video here, and then some description about that movie, and we'll have like buttons here. Okay, so let's take this code, right? Here is the media card, and instead of typography, we can just copy this. What we did, we just copied the card. Okay, card media, and this is the card. So here first let's send this here, then just adjusting this. Okay, that's it. So within this grid we copied the card, and the image, this can be a YouTube video URL. Okay, we can say component is iframe, right, and height we can give as needed, but we can just remove it for now. So card media represents, in this case, this represents this guy, this top portion, and the card content, we don't need this card actions for now, we can remove that. Okay, and so basically imagine that this is card is an element, HTML element, and card media is one more HTML element which can take the video URL and will display that. And these are all card content. Card content is all inbuilt library, right? So that will give some enough styles like this. Okay, then what we need to do is, let's take some YouTube YouTube video. Okay, let's take this narsicloud. Okay, now copy this, then here share, take the, basically when you're embedding that, you need to take the embedded version of URL. Okay, because you're embedding into this iframe, that's why you need that. So I gave, you can also give source or image, either way it will work. Card media, let's import that. Card media and card content. So what we just did, we just took some of the elements according to our conditions and expectations, right? See, you got it, right? You got logo and then you have this video. So likewise, we can have multiple videos here, eventually movies, and then you'll have some like or dislike buttons here, just to prove the concept, right? And when you play that, you'll get it. Okay, but between these two elements, it's little, there is no space, right? What we can do, we can give some margin. This is a grid container, right? In between these two, we can give some margin, right? For this guy, for this second item, so all you have is two items, right? To separate between two items, you can give some space surrounding the box. When it is surrounding, what do you call that? It is margin. So you can give some margin to this. So style equal to margin, we need margin at the top. Okay, margin top equal to 2%. See, you got some space, but here it is it doesn't have enough space on the side of this, right? You can also give, for the whole container, you can give some padding. I mean, you can give some either padding or margin, either way will work, but we can give padding here, because the content, you need to have border as it is, but padding is within the box, margin is outside the box. So style equal to padding, we just give padding overall, then it will apply on all sides. See, there is space now. See, when I'm dragging this, there is a space. So just to show you clearly, remove that. See, there is no space, right? It is within the parent box. And when I apply padding, it applies to the content, so around the content, but margin is around the box, right? So if I give margin to this one, right, see what happens, you'll get some white, the whole box will come down. See, got it? So which we don't want. For box should be like that, but that's why we didn't give margin there. We give 2%. Okay, it's good. And how does it look like if I put one more card like that? So we'll be putting a lot of movies like that, right? This is a movie rating app. See, you see, this is coming down like in the column direction. So because it is taking this top level direction, which we don't want, right? This item should have its own direction. We'll turn this as a container, right? And we put this card within another grid item, because the top one is container, right? So basically we are putting this whole thing into another container, and here we'll put this as item, right? So we turned this item as second item as container, and within that container we put this item. Okay, now we can give direction equal to row. So this item, and then it's still coming as columns. Why? Because this is row. Okay, that's good. And let's check this now. So this is good, right? So if for the container, if you give the direction, then that should move all of this to the side. Okay, what we can do is, let's go to inspect, and here okay, reboot that. Now let's go to which one? This guy. This is the container, this is one, and then we want this whole thing, and then you have this container. Oh, why is this coming here? See, there's something wrong. This should be part of the container, and you got one item here. So yeah, that's not copied properly. So you got, yeah, that's the reason. So this item is supposed to be within the container, that's why, right? You're getting it, right? We made this container, and then we got one item, and within that item you're putting one more, right? All right, so now it's improper. The parent container, the first item logo, and the second item is container. Within the container you got two movies. Okay, let's see that. See, it got to the side of this. Okay, now why is that margin top? Because we have this margin top on this one, so that's why you see this guy just come down. So see, that's it. Now there is no space between, right? The advantage of this container, the grid system, is you can just specify spacing attribute, and you can give 4, let's say. It will automatically apply space. It will adjust depending on the width. See, as you reduce the size of the window, it automatically coming down. So when it is in mobile, that's what we want to see, right? It cannot hold up here. But if you don't use this material UI or grid system, then you would have to code for these kind of things to happen. Like that's what we call it as responsiveness, right? Yeah, we pretty much got the layout of the website, right? So our goal is to not build the whole website in this course. Just to prove the concept, we put these cards and image, then we put this like or dislike button, and then now once we put the like and dislike button, we'll click on that. We'll take that event and save it to our MongoDB through API. So once we do that, then whole flow is done. So assume that here we are showing these movies, right? So these movies, assume that these movies are already stored in our MongoDB like documents, right? So when we load this app, it's going to retrieve all the movies, and we click that, then that will save the event to MongoDB, and whenever you load it again, you will see those likes, right? That will cover the whole end-to-end scenario. Okay, let's get to that. Let's put these like buttons and execute that operation. So now on the card we need the like and dislike button, right? They're called actions. So whenever you want to give some input or some events to happen on the UI, so basically that should kind of show up. The buttons should show up to the user so that user knows that okay, they take some actions. For example, in our case, it's clickable, right? So the like button, you can click on that, or a dislike button, right? So before we get to the operation, let's put those buttons, let's arrange those buttons on this card. Then the next step is hook those buttons to the API call, right? So in let's go to the documentation, right? Everything is documentation. So all you need is basically the requirement will drive, search for the components. So you're looking for something like the icons, right? You want the like or dislike like that, right? So icons, probably we need something which is clickable, right? So in material UI you have icon button. Okay, so in icon button you got that makes thing whatever that's going to render within that icon button, that makes it clickable. Okay, so if you look for, let's say, icons, right? Here we have the icon somewhere here. Yeah. So we need two things here. So first thing is you need icons material, so which is what we're gonna give you those icons, so many images. For example, if you look for search for full list of icons, so you need something like this, right? So we need here probably the like buttons, right? We need thumbs up and thumb down, right? So those icons. To use those icons in our project, we need to import that from icons material, right? To import that from icons material, first of all, we need to install that, right? So let's close that. If you look up our package.json, look for the dependencies. So we never installed that icons material, right? This is the first time we're dealing with icons. So you know how to install. Let's take that and okay, material UI icons material. Okay, so once to install that, then we can import these two icons. Okay, so meanwhile let's go back to, yeah, this is installed. Let's import that. Let's go here. All right. Okay, so import. And how do we import that? For example, so copy that. So the import syntax is important. Sometimes you get those in the form of objects, you know. So if it is something like this, then you will run into errors. So you need to understand what you are really importing. Okay, so we need thumb down, right? And then we also need thumb up. Okay, and then here let's change it to thumb up. Okay, these are the icons, but we cannot use icons as it is. We need to surround them with icon buttons. Okay, so let's search for icons button here. So you can find that in icon buttons actually. So under button section, if you know that, basically you can search for it. Okay, see the icon button. So this is the API. Okay, so if you go to the buttons demos, here you can find all the examples related to that. These are all different kinds of buttons. I mean, even we can use this button but icon button is more closer to this scenario, right? Buttons and then upload buttons with icons, start icon and delete icon. So this is what we're going to use, icon button. So this is what we're kind of looking for, right? We need some icons and it should be clickable. Okay, so we need icon button. So let's look at the code and see where it's coming from. So it's coming from material, right? So we're already importing few things from material. So let's put that here, icon button. So where do we need that? If you look at our app now, we have this section card content, right? But below that, for card, we have card actions. You got these two operations are called actions. User is taking some action. So let's put them under card actions tab. Okay, so you can find this in the card. If you go to the card API, you can find what are the things that you could put under card. Okay, so card actions are the ones more applicable to this scenario. Okay, so what we're gonna put, icon button, right? That is a tag, and then under that, so you're gonna wrap this icon button, right? So the first one we need is the like button, right? So thumb up. Okay, let's put that thumb up here. So if you look up thumb up, they give some examples, right? Icons, and then here list of icons. To maintain this size, they provided some example that you can pass. Here, see, font size medium. This is font size small, font size large. For us, I think medium makes sense. Okay, medium. Okay, and then let's also put the thumb down, which is that. Okay, it's pretty simple. So all you did was added card actions, which comes below card content. Okay, so let's run that. So let's say what it looks like. So it is rendering now. So you will see two buttons that will come below this section. Okay, so card actions is not defined. Okay, so we did not import this, right? Card actions, that comes from material as well. Okay, let's change that. See, you see that card actions. Why this button did not come, did not get that? Because we did particularly for this item, right? There are two cards in our scenario. So you're gonna copy that here. For now, basically we're doing specifically for these two cards, right? But in general, you can write another JavaScript code here and then you can loop through that. Okay, I'll show you in a bit. Code actions. Now you got like and dislike. Okay, but these items can be on the right side, right? So usually we see these kind of buttons on the right side of these cards. So let's move that to the right side. Okay, so what we can do is, this is under card actions, right? We can tell card actions about some of the properties, some of the styles that we can pass to that. Okay, so if you're not sure about the properties, what it takes, right? Like I said, you can try that in the inspection before you try that in the code. Okay, that's easier, right? You're for sure that what properties that you can use. So this is the container that we're using, and this is one property, right? So for this, the parent, we can say, let's see, this is one card, and this is another card. Okay, for this container, and this is the card, and here you have these actions, right? For these actions, you're passing these two buttons. So this is the container, right? So you can try, looks like there are some of the properties, but you can try justify content flex end. So that will take these contents to the flex end. You can also say flex start, which is what by default. Okay, what happens if you say center, right? It goes to center. So what we need is flex end. Okay, so let's put that property in here. Justify content equal to flex end. Okay, so let's refresh that. So it looks like that's not taking as it is to the property, right? So we need to pass that to the style. Okay, justify content and flex end. Okay, see, you got that. So let's do that same thing for the other card here. Yeah, flex end, right? So that's cool. So now we can click on this, right? But what happens? So when we click on that, how do we capture this that user has clicked, right? So that's where your JavaScript code comes into picture. Okay, what we are doing is, once we click that, we need to take that event. That means we need to capture that user has clicked on that action, and then we use that, construct whatever the request body that we need to pass to our backend server. We construct that, and then we save it to MongoDB. When we click on this like button, we're gonna increase the like. When we click on this one, we're gonna decrease it, right? There will be so many dislikes or likes, right? That's what we're gonna do. But first of all, how do we capture this? So that's where you have on click events. There are tons of events, but in this case we need to use on click. Where are we clicking? We are clicking on icon button, right? So this is icon button. Within the icon button you have icon, right? Okay, so on icon button you can say, so you're doing on this second item, right? On click, see, on click, and then you can put some JavaScript code here. When you're putting JavaScript code, basically you need to give these braces, right? What it takes is, it basically takes a function. Okay, and for now let's do console log here. I like this. Okay, and then we do the same thing on the second icon button, which is dislike. I dislike this. Okay, we did that on the second card. So when you click on the second card, now you can see this console.log. It will print that, for example, see, I like this, I dislike this, I like this, I like this. See, there's so many likes. So like this, we need to increment the counts. So here we can put some other icon which can display how many times that's been clicked, right? So this covers capturing the event, right? But now we are kind of displaying these cards specifically. See, there is a bunch of code for one card and there is code for other card. We don't have to do this, right? Basically, when we get the data from API, it's a array of elements, right? In JavaScript, you can loop through the elements, and here you can render the element with one loop. Okay, so how you can do that is, we can write the JavaScript code here. Okay, so assume that you have two elements for now. Okay, array of two elements, and then you got keys. So this will produce array. Okay, This will produce array of 2 elements. That means it just looping for loop for 2 times. Okay, and then you will map that. So map takes a function. Okay, so it every time it maps, it's gonna give you index. Okay, so it takes a function, and then here you see the number and the index. So we need you can say element and then index. Okay, and then here all you have to do is just take this one element and then return that. That's it. The loop will take care of that, and we don't need this anymore. Okay, what we're doing here, we are kind of taking some sample data and looping through it. So all you did is, once you loop through that, all you did is that see, we just have only one item now. So basically one item in the sense, it's not really one item, it's basically you're looping through, you know, the loops, right? So looping through the elements and then you're rendering it. So that's the advantage of loops. Since you're looping it, here you need to give the key for React, otherwise it thinks that it complains about they're not unique. Okay, so this will take care of rendering it. See, if you see, you still have 2 cards. Okay, and if I reduce this to just 1, then you'll have only 1 card. See, so likewise I can say 5, you'll get 5 cards, which means that this is what the data that you get, the data that you get from server, that's the list of movies, right? So from each movie you'll take the name, and then you'll display it here, and then you'll take the YouTube URL from that, and then you'll display that here. When you click on that, like, we take that event and we save that event to movie object, right? So what happens is it will keep track of number of likes, number of dislikes. Okay, so let's get to how could we capture the event. Like I showed you, right? On click, we put on click here, and then you capture that event. And so let's put that here. So previously we were putting that in on the other card. So did we take that out here? Yeah, we took that out. So let's put that here again. On click equal to, it will take function. So for now, let's put the console.log. Okay, so this is I like this. Okay, so let's put the same code here as well. I dislike. Okay, now click on that. You got it, you got it. Everywhere you have that. Okay, so now let's talk through how. So now so far, if you look at, we prepared the whole template, the UI template. You got icon. Forget about some of the beautiness of this, but the concept wise, you got the image, you got the logo, and you got the data rendered properly, right? At least you're able to see that. Now all we have to do is hook this to the API and click this and save it to MongoDB, and it automatically keeps track of the things, which is the final step of this course. Okay, let's get to hooking this to the API. So before we hook up the API, let's quickly summarize what I've covered so far, because we have covered MongoDB, Node.js server, and then the UI template now. So just to bring all of you onto the same page. So first, if you remember, a few hours ago, we started with API, right? API is to handle all the API endpoints for movies and for users, right? We tried calling them from Postman and passing the request body and how we update all of that, right? So for that, what code we have written, quickly go that go to that my app. So here, remember, these are the files we created: server and then movie.js, the schema of Mongo, and the movie routes. Remember, right? Post, put, get, and delete. So we set up that, and then we introduced the database element, which is MongoDB. So what we did, we installed MongoDB on our local machine, and we started the server, and we created collections and inserted some of the documents, right? Eventually, once we did that, we integrated the server with MongoDB step by step, right? And then we were at the point to, for example, if we just call this endpoint /movies get, it's getting all the documents from MongoDB, right? That's where we were. And then we started with the front-end element. So we discussed about HTML, CSS, the templates, and where we ended up now. So we designed this website. So this one is still not integrated, right? So this piece here, if you look at that front end piece, so this guy, this part is still not covered, right? We have not integrated with API. So this, whatever you're seeing on the browser, that's what this piece is, right? So this piece is just the front end phase where you put HTML, CSS, and then some of the React components, right? Which is material UI components. But we use React as if we are using HTML elements, right? Just to get that going. So what we did there, in movie, we created this app, and then we designed this website, the single page, which is div, and the grid we used to material UI grid, and how we leveraged the columns of grid and rows, and how we set up CSS, right? And the data, we just created 2 elements, we hard coded that, and then we looped through that elements, and then we did this, right? So now once we integrate, right, this is the part where we'll be working on now, right? We will integrate that. So first, let's start with getting the movies from the API, right? To get that data, like, we could do a number of ways, but in this case, we're gonna use React query, and also some of the React core concept itself. Okay. So before we use React query, let's quickly talk through some of the terminology associated with the React in this context, and also React query. Okay. So when I say getting the data from the server, so we're getting this data. What data are we getting? We're getting this data, right? So when the browser receives that, so assume that we're making some calls, API calls from the browser, which is from here, from this code, and once we get that data, we can display it here. That is fine, but that data has to reside somewhere on the browser, right? Browser is not something that, okay, so it'll just render and it'll just go away. It's not like that, right? Browser is like a person. Browser has its own mind. So whenever you refresh the page, or when you navigate between different pages, browser has to deal with those number of events that's happening. So it has its own mind, memory. The data that it's getting from the server, that data it will store in its mind, and it will use that as needed, right? So here, where do we store this data that we get? How do we display that? For example, here we're displaying a lizard hard-coded name, but ideally we have to display this name, right? From that data, how do we use that? How do we grab that name and send that to this component, right? And while browser stores that data, if you manipulate something on the UI, that data gets changed. And how does that data get communicated to the server? Who is going to deal with that, right? So all those semantics, and first of all, that is at the data level. But On the page level, we have this grid, right? They are purely HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code, right? There's nothing else. But who is gonna inject data into this component? Who is gonna provide it, right? As this component renders onto the page, it needs to get the data so it can display, right? So there is some terminology involved in these two areas. One is component rendered, that is the page rendering, and how does that data gets communicated to the page, and who is going to do that, right? That's where React core concepts come into picture, and also React query. So let's start with the React core components. I think earlier I discussed quickly about the components a few hours ago, right? Components and what is component and how do you use the component, right? So I said here it is just a function, right? This function is returning HTML, and we call this as a component, this whole thing. How we are using that? If you go to index.js, this is how we are using that component. So we are rendering the same way as if we are rendering as if we are using HTML tag, right? So that capability is provided by React. So what is React? React is a library, JavaScript library. It's a web development library where you could develop your front-end applications in the form of components, and you can build these components together. So you can build something from that, right? So let's take this example here. So let's say when I say component, we can say this is one rectangle, right? There is some UI elements, right? Here each thing can be one component, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., right? On this page, this represents it has 4 components. One component could be a navigation bar, another component could be buttons, right? Let's take for simplicity, let's take only 2 areas. This is some text and this is some button, okay? This whole thing is one component, and inside that this can be another component. What is component? It is a function that renders HTML, and this button can be another component, okay? So in using React, when we develop this page, what we can do, we develop one component for this one, which we can call page, and this one we can call as button, and this one we can call app. So let's say you're designing an app, and how do you compose these components, right? What do? You already developed this page and button, right? What we can do, we can say page, and then under that we can say button. These 2 components we're gonna render in on this app function which we are doing here, right? So this will be some function app, and this is one function, let's assume that. And when we render the main app, we will we'll use this app which say with one tag. So when we render this, what this does is it's going to render all these 2 components. This is very simple example, and that's what we already did that, right? That's what we did here. We rendered this app, and this app in turn rendering all these components, right? So this is one component, whole component. Within that we have grid, and inside grid we have this card component, right? They're all one component. So from this, what did you understand what the component is? Component is a self-contained logic which has the page, which has corresponding logic, which has the logic to get the data and put into that component. It's a self-contained, the whole end-to-end, okay? So that is a React way of seeing it, the pages, Okay, component is a important term. So within the component, what else could we have? So like I said, component involves page data and rendering the data onto the page, and the whole page rendering itself, right? So when the data is involved, then how does component can store the data, right? So let's say here on the page, for example, let's say we have another component, and we have we are displaying some list, right? Displaying some list. The list is coming from the API. Let's say there is one button here, right? When we click on this button, it will add one element to this page, right? So then what that means, when we add this, what we can do, this is a component can have state. This state will hold the data within the component at the component level. Other components outside of this one doesn't know anything about this state. This state is so specific to this particular component. So this state is like a mind of this component. So whatever the data that you want to deal with, you can store in the state, and whenever you're ready, okay, this data is good enough in the state, you can take the data and send it to the server. So when you're interacting with the component, that's how you will do, right? So for you, the terminology that you that you come across is component, and within the component you have state deals with the data. Okay, that is like a mind of the component, and that's it. And whenever you add new data to the state, that has to be displayed on the page, onto the page, right? Who's gonna do that? That's where React will do it. React will keep track of the changes that you make to the state, and it automatically re-renders the page. What is rendering? Rendering is something is a term which says displaying the page onto the browser. So when I refresh this, what is happening? The browser is rendering the page. Rendering means displaying, processing all the UI content and showing it to you. So in this example, if I modify the state, for now let's assume that the state has got 11 elements, right? 11 lines, which is 11 to-dos maybe. When I click on add to do, and if you add one more the to-do list item to this state, the React, what it does, it sees, oh, there is a state change, then it checks what has changed on the page, it compares, then it will re-render that specific thing which is changed. It's not going to reload the whole page, it just renders that particular part. For example, in this case, right, if we click on like, if we want to increase the number of likes, it will just re-render this particular thing when we implemented that. It's not going to re-render any of these videos or the whole page. That is the beauty of React, and that's where it's save a lot of performance as well, right? So that is the React state management. And since we are involving with the state on this component, likewise we will have lots and lots of components, and every component has state. Then there is someone who has to manage all this state, right? And that's where state management concept comes into picture. What is state management? Since we are dealing with a lot of component states, and the component level state is not visible to outside world. Outside world means other components. The whole app, they cannot see the state. Then what if some other component wants to use this data? There is other component called let's say style the to-do, styling. So this one just adds to-dos, and then someone has to style it. The other component doesn't know anything about this to-do. This component has to have access to this state here, but we cannot have other components to look into this component state, because the component state is like a mind. It is like I am looking into your mind. Do you allow? No, right? That's gonna mess up. So what happens is, in that context, we use the state management tools, which will allow us to maintain this kind of data at the app level. So any components can interact with it and get the data. So when you maintain this at the app level, what we can do, let's say this is some state, right? App state. We have lots of data here. Is to do, users, movies, data, all of that. And we have components here. What happens, since this is at the app level, any component can get this data. It will just inject into this component, it will use it. And whenever it changes the data will get updated here. And this get the, everybody will see the data changes. As this data changes, then corresponding components will be re-rendered. For example, there is a movie called, one movie here, right? The movie name. And that movie, let's say M, that's being used by this component, let's say. And this component changes this to N, then wherever this movie object is being used in the other components, all the other components will be automatically get updated and show the latest data. Who is going to take care of this? React, in taking care of, though there is state changes, then I have to re-render. React will take care of it. And who is going to manage all this data? That's where state management tools will help. What state management tools will use? We have Redux, React with Redux. Redux is a state management library. And the other one is called React Query. It is not particularly state management, but it is it cached the data and it manages the cache. It's mostly pretty much like state management. Okay, so the two libraries that we're gonna use in this course is React with Redux and React Query. So just for this particular end-to-end course, we go with the React Query. And React Query made a lot of things simpler compared to React with the Redux. Okay, so to show you what exactly they are, I can show you React with React Redux. So React Redux is one of the state management tools. It will help us maintaining all this app level state. And there is a other one called React Query. React Query is will help us getting the data, fetching the data from it does a lot more than React with Redux state management, right? So let's go with React Query, and let's start implementing integrating this the front end piece to the back end. And the first API call that we're going to make is get the data, get movies data, and how we could inject the data using React concepts, and how this data gets stored onto the cache. I will show you that. Okay, so let's get rid of this diagram. Okay, so the first we need to install, like you guys know, we need to install React Query. Okay, let's get started. Installation. So let's start with installation. npm install React Query. So meanwhile, while that installs, let's go to overview. So React Query is often described as the missing data fetching library for React. See, data fetching library. But in more technical terms, it makes fetching, caching, synchronizing, and updating server state in your React applications a breeze. That's what I said, right? It takes care of updating the global state, refetching the data, synchronizing the data, all of that. All we have to do is we need to, it's pretty straightforward, just using it. Okay. Okay, so we installed that. Now let's go to the documentation. So what they're suggesting, we needed to have this query client provider, right? I'll tell you what it is. Let's import that query client provider to the example component. So in our case, what we need to do, our index.js is where our app is starting. So we need to use the query client provider. Why we need to provide a query client provider? You will get to know when we are using that. Okay. For now, understand. Okay, we need to provide query client provider to this app component. So the syntax of this guy is the provider, right? In React, there is a provider concept. So what they are providing here, they are providing client provider, which is query client provider. Take this guy and call this, import that, right? And you're passing query client to whom? You're providing it to query client provider component. What this does is, whatever the child components here underneath of query client provider, they have access to this object. That's what it means. Usually, how do components get access to properties? You need to pass them to the components. But what if you have, unless you pass like this app component doesn't have access to the query client object. Okay. But what if you have, imagine if you have a lot of components here under query client provider. If you have a lot of components like this, do you want to pass everywhere like that? You don't, right? That's why we have provider concept. Once we surround this component with the provider, then that will take care of having this variable access to be accessed by all the child components. Okay. Why we need to provide this here, this query client, we'll get to know later. But just for a hint, we React query library behind the scenes, it uses this client for fetching and for updating the state, all of that. Okay. So we did that. What next? We provided query client provider. The next step is directly fetching the data, right? For fetching the data, what they're using, use query. Okay. They're using fetch and then URL, passing URL, and then responding with response.json. So in our case, app, you know this, right? Functional, the components always has to return HTML. It could be HTML, it could be direct text or null, right? If it doesn't return, then it will throw error, because this app is being rendered like a functional component here, right? So let's introduce this use query concept. It's okay, let's type it out. Data, okay, use query React, and use query, the first argument it takes is what is that you're fetching, and with which tag do you want to store that in the state. We want to store the movies data, right? And the second argument it takes a function. Okay. So use query movies, and it's taking the function. What this function does, this function thing is to get the data or manipulating the data, right? So we need to retrieve movies data, right? For that we can use fetch library. It is inbuilt with JavaScript. Okay. Movies, and then use fetch. Fetch takes the URL directly. So it's our API is running, you know, right? That front end will call backend, right? This is the call we're making now. This front end code is making call to the backend. Okay. And then the endpoint is movies, right? That's what it is, right? So this is the URL we're calling. Okay. Since it is a promise call, and we put async await. Okay. So it got the movies, and we need to return movies.json. Okay, so that takes care of making the call to the API. And use query, what it's going to return, it's going to return an object with error or data or is loading. Depending on those states, you could return corresponding thing. So like I said, this function component has to return some HTML or some string. So that's what it gets displayed onto the page, right? What if there is an error? We cannot return some HTML, right? I mean, we need to display something. If it is loading, also same thing, we need to wait until we get the data. So imagine if you are using this data, this is the real data that we get from server. If we start using the data here, and what happens when we use this component app slash like this, what happens? It will try to render the page, and we are using this data here, but data is not yet available. Then it will throw error, right? It will throw, oh, data is undefined, something like that. So for those cases, we need to make sure if there is an error, then return some error, some string. And if is loading, then also we don't want control to come here to render this page. We want to return is still loading. I mean, this is just for proof of concept, right? Usually in the real-time world, you will have some pages here. You will display some error page, something like that, right? So we want to render this only when we have everything, all the data is available. Okay. So when this is not, these two are not satisfied, then that means the data is available. So use query. Use query is provided by React Query. React Query, like I said, it's a fetching library also, right? We use to fetch the data. So we are using that to fetch the movies data. That's well and good. Now let's use this data here. This is movies data, right? So here we are basically looping through the hard-coded array. What we can do, data.map, and then let's take the name from that. So when we are looping through map, you have /name here, and then we can use that name. Okay, so this is basically one movie element from the data. What is one movie element? One object. In that object we have name, right? Let's take that name here. We're destructuring that object, and then that name we are using it display here. Where is that? The card content name. Now this typography, it will display the real name of the movie, which is coming from the server. Okay, so this is well and good. Let's try to run this and then see when it tries to make the call to the API, see what issues that you would see. Okay, one thing you notice, we are running, so when we run this npm start, we are running localhost / 3000 port, but our API is running on localhost / 3001, right? So see what you run into when you try to call this API from this server on different port, right? Let's see. So go to the network. So it made movies. See, it made movies call, and it's getting the data, right? Perfect. You got the real names. And sometimes if this origin is different, right, you would run into cross origin issues. So cross origin is a different concept. Let's say if this localhost is some other machine name, and this browser is calling an API. That API host name is different. I mean, assume that. So server would not allow. Server will say, hey, this origin sharing, no. And then what it says, okay, so browser will say cross origin issue. Okay, then when you make this API call, you will run into cross origin issue and you wouldn't get any data back. Okay, then the course concept itself is a different concept. It has its own thing, so we can spend more time on that in a separate video. But for now, understand when there is a host name difference between the two clients, one client calling the server, between the client and server, then you will run into course issue. For that, what we do, whenever you run into that issue, what you can do is app.use course. Use course. So here let's restart this. Okay, npm start. Okay, so now let's refresh this guy. So now you're getting the movies. That's all good, right? Now if you run into that course issue, what you can do, you need to install course. Course is another library which will help to resolve cross-origin sharing, cross-origin resource sharing. Okay, so all you have to do is course and require course, and then you use that middleware, right? Then npm start. If you run into that issue, do this and call, you wouldn't that issue will be gone. Okay, so npm js, look for course. See, npm course providing express middleware that can be used to enable course. So what that does is server will enable course, which means it will allow cross origin resource sharing. So this one, what the server is doing, actually it is sharing the resource, right? With sharing the movie resource. In the movie routes, movie is a resource, right? In this resource we have a lot of endpoints. This is being shared to the browser, right? If browser is coming from different host machine, then server should allow that sharing. So the server will enable cross origin resource sharing with this code. If you don't do that, then this will not allow that. Okay, so keep that in mind. And now you are able to see the data that's coming from the server. Now what's our next step? Next step is to click on this, capture that event and post that data to the server, and automatically that count should get increased here. As I click on so many number of times, that number should keep on increasing, and that should get updated to the state, and then that will render the React will take care of rendering the latest data onto this page, right? Now what we have done here in the component, all we did was this whole thing as it is, nothing changed. All we did was this code, and then we provided query client provider. For provider we sent this query client property, which is being used behind the scenes by React query library, right? And what is this use query? What is this pattern? They're called use effects. In React they are called use effects. This one is an effect, one side effect, right? What the side effect is doing? The side effect is doing, it is fetching the data and having the data available to this component, right? We're just injecting it into the component. So component have the data available. Where is it available? It is in this data available, and we're directly using the data here. That's why you're able to see those cards, right? So that's what it's rendering. So in React, we used React component, and we are not dealing with state yet. We will deal that when we do the likes button. Click on likes and capture, every time it's not mandated to use the state within the component. It all depends on the scenario. Okay. Sometimes you directly update into the app level state, and all the components will be re-rendered with the latest data. Okay. And then we dealt with React Query. React Query is a fetching library. It allows refetching, caching, synchronizing the data. It does a lot of things. Okay. And all we did was we surrounded with client provider, and then we went to app.js. We injected this effect, use effect, and use effect. Like I said, the use effect is a functional way of handling things. So you handle this injecting these effects. So likewise, you could have many effects that you can inject into the component without modifying or without making it messy. The React will handle all the effects straightforward. Okay. So before these effects, React was handling things differently. They are called lifecycle methods. It has, whenever you are rendering this component, right, it has some lifecycle methods called component will mount, component did mount, those lifecycle methods. So whenever you want to do some code before the page shows up on the browser, you will utilize those lifecycle methods, and you will write the logic accordingly. But that was great in the initial days, but later it got not maintainable. It wasn't easy. Like, code was becoming messy, and it's not scalable. So in the latest versions of React, they introduced these use effects. It's more functional way of implementing, which is pure. Okay, so let's get to our business called like. Click on like, capture the event, and store it to the MongoDB. Okay, so let's put some number, the label just beside the like button, and also dislike button. So as you click on the like button, that number gets increased every time you click on that. Okay, so let's get to that HTML page here. So we have two buttons under card actions, right? So basically what we can do is we can treat these each button into its own div, so that we can put this like icon, and also the label which will display the number later. Okay, so let's put the div section here. So div will give you the ability to group things. Put that here, and that's it. So, and then you can start with the label, and then, for example, let's say 200 number, right? Just to start with. Eventually, once we integrate to the API, you can change that to the real data. So it's always better that to write some template code on the UI that will give you better idea that how does it look like, and to adjust any styles before you integrate the real data. Okay, so what we did, we just grouped the div elements, and so right now we want these to be horizontally placed, right, side by side. So let's see how it looks like now, right? You got that. And so let's refresh just to make sure it has the latest changes. Okay, that's good. And let's apply some styles to the label, right? So it looks a little bit bigger. Probably you can try inspecting that element, and give this here font size, probably let's say 12 pixels. And here is it too small? I think that's better. Probably let's say 14 pixel, right? That's good. So let's apply for font size to 14 pixels, and also let's make sure this whole div has been centered properly. Okay, usually it's better that you always center, align elements, and justify content to the center, so that when you squeeze windows or when you expand these windows, they'll be placed in the right place. Okay, so you're applying that to align items center, and justify content center, and that's it. And text align center. So you won't see any changes happening here, but when you squeeze, right, sometimes those elements may be displaced. Okay, so for that we have to, it's a better practice. Okay, so let's apply these elements to all the cards. So we can put that here, style equal to, and align items center, and justify content center, and text align center. Okay, and then for label we give style font size, we give 14 pixels, right? Now it applied to all the cards. Okay, it has enough spacing, so this looks good. So now when we click on this, the server should be accepting the proper data, so the server can update that data for this movie card, so with some ID, right? So let's get to our API. So we can introduce, there are multiple ways you could achieve this. Usually when you are updating something on the resource, here it is called movie resource, right? You can use patch method. So patch method is specifically to address these kind of scenarios, that if you are updating the partial resource, then you can utilize patch. But for this demo purposes, let's introduce a new endpoint, and let's focus updating just the likes of the resource. Okay, so we introduce one more endpoint like this, and then we name /likes, right? And then we can say patch. Okay, so the patch, you don't have to send any body. What we can do, that endpoint can assume, okay, this is for incrementing the like. And what we can do, we can retrieve the document from MongoDB with that ID, and then we increment the likes array, the length, and then we save it back, right? Let's do that. Let's keep it simple. Okay, so before that, in movie resource, what we have as of now, it is just the name. So let's introduce likes, right? Likes is an array, correct? And then dislikes. So as we increase those, click on those, we will keep increasing the likes and dislikes. Okay, this is also, I'm kind of keeping it simple just for proof of concept, because we're not really developing the whole application, right? If you want to try it, we can try multiple things. Okay, and also we can put some description, right? Description will be string. So assume it has an array for Mongo schema, right? Okay, Mongoose. So we introduce movie schema. So when we save it, we can, now it allows to provide likes and dislikes data, right? And if you go to the endpoints, so let's introduce new endpoint. Let's copy this guy here, since it is closer to that sending the ID and the path parameter. Okay, so what we need patch endpoint, which is of type patch here, and then we pass for this id likes, and what we need, we got the data, we're going to find out by id, and then we're going to update to we increment the likes, right? So basically our goal is to get the document, and then in that document increment the likes by 1. So we always assume that this endpoint is particularly to handle incrementing the likes, right? So update to save, and then here you take the data and you will update likes and you increment the existing likes, right, plus 1. So what this does, it's going to override the likes with the latest number. And how are we going to update? So we already did that in put, so we can do the same thing here. It's a pretty straightforward, and here you just pass the update to save, right? That's all we need to do. And here let's take this away, okay, and we're sending the updated response back, right? So this is gonna handle for likes, and for dislikes it is the same thing. You pass dislikes here, and then here also you're gonna override dislikes, and here you get the dislikes, existing dislikes plus 1, and that's it, right? It's pretty convenient, these methods. That's why this mongoose library, it's so convenient to use when you're interacting with MongoDB. Okay, so that's pretty much about endpoints, right? Now we need to get to let's get to the schema and have and provide some default values for likes and dislikes, right? By default, some of the documents they may not have those attributes, right? And if they may not have, they may have null values. So if they have undefined, right, when you do this operation, it's gonna throw error, right? You need to make sure to provide some default values. So let's do that. So here for likes, we can say for schema, usually you can provide some default values. So let's see in mongoose schema. Mongoose schema default value, right? So usually I'm trying to see the syntax. So you use it type. So it basically we can give the object like that, and then you can give the default value. So here type an array, right, and then default. Not really. Why is it an array? So it's not an array, right? You're not storing the array of the objects there. It's basically, it's just a number, right? So you give type number and you give default 0, and same thing here, type number, and this can be just a number, right, and default 0, and then you provide the comma there. Okay, so that's all we need. And there is one more tool that I would like to introduce, which is MongoDB Compass. You can go ahead and install that. It's really available for Mac versions and Windows. It's pretty straightforward. Takes next steps, right? So there you can create new connection. When you create new connection, you'll get this, and here you'll provide localhost :/. 27017, the MongoDB port number, and you click on connect, right? So if you see, this is what you're gonna give: local MongoDB /localhost/test, the test DB, and I'm connecting to that. So we are running this MongoDB locally on my machine, right? So previously I was showing you to manipulate the documents through console. You remember Mongo sh, and then we logged into the server, and then we use collections, all of that, right? So that is doing things through terminal, but This is a very convenient tool, MongoDB Compass. You can visually see the documents and modify accordingly. So far we have these 3 documents, right? Calling these, that's why we're getting these 3 documents. So now let's introduce, let's say we modify this, right? Then introduce some add field name, right? Description and great movie, and add description likes 200. So here let's say this is the number type, let's say integer or 64 and 0, right? And dislikes, so you can say here 200, and dislikes, let's change this to int 64. Yeah, you can put anything there. Let's say 0 dislikes, okay, and you update that. So it's easier to interact and manipulate the values accordingly, okay. So let's see, we have some of the documents which don't have this dislikes and description, okay, and one document we have those 2 now. Now let's query this. Now we're getting them back, right? Because for movie object, we added that into the schema for saving purposes also. So we have those values now. Let's try to use this on the UI now. So we're getting movie, right? So here we can take description, likes, dislikes, and here instead of the whole thing we can say description, right? And the like buttons here, the label, so here we can say likes, and here on dislike button which will be dislikes, right? So now see, we got the real data, right? Great movie, because here the description we removed it, that's why that size got a little bit reduced, right? I mean we can adjust that, but you're getting the real data now. So now if we go into MongoDB Compass and let's say 2000 or 10,000, right? Let's update. See, got refreshed, because here React query it keeps making that call because it thinks that data is stale all the time. I mean there are something that we need to do that React query, we can say it can cache for some time, and it doesn't make those calls every second, okay? So that React query deep, and if you want to go deep into React query itself, we can talk about in separate video, but for now understand, okay, React query is fetching the data and we're utilizing that here, okay? So if we refresh that and we're getting the latest data here. So now let's introduce click event. When we click on that, we should be able to send this, make a call to that likes endpoint that will take care of incrementing the value, okay? So before we integrate from UI, let's try it out sending out from Postman, okay? So from here all we have to do is we have to call the patch endpoint. This is the best way that you can do before you even try to integrate this endpoint with the UI. Figure out if it is really working, okay? So go to Mongoose and take this ID. For that ID we want to we want to increment the likes. Okay, we are patching the likes, and the body is just empty. Okay, so we don't have to send the body. So let's send it out. Now it should return you the JSON response. Now you got the updated document, but now if you look at the MongoDB, it would have had two likes, right? And same thing can happen for dislikes. Let's say let's call dislikes, and you got existing document is 0, but if you go to Mongo, it will be 1. Oh, likes. So in the code we did not update this to dislikes. That's why, right? You need to be very careful. So that will take care of updating likes and dislikes. Okay, now you go to dislikes and go to find. See, dislikes is 1. Okay, so now we got the endpoints ready. All we have to do now is when you click on the like or dislike button on the UI, we have to call these endpoints. That will take care of updating it. Okay, let's go to movie rating, and this is where. So before that, how do we make this call, right? It's basically it's a mutation. We call this as a mutation in React query, because you are updating the data, you are changing the movie data, right? So use mutation. Let's see the syntax for that. React query mutation, and mutation is one of the side effects in React query. So we use mutation like this, and then we provide function to that. We usually, as usual, we make calls, right? On success, you have that. On success, you invalidate the data, so it will get the latest ones. Okay, so like so here we're getting the latest data with the use query, right? So likewise, whenever you do this patch on clicking the like button, it updates the server, and then we have to tell React query, hey, whatever the movies data that you have, invalidate that, so that it will make a new query and get the latest data. Okay, so here let's introduce use mutation. Okay, mutation semantics is a little different. Okay, provide function, and then let's go here. So let's see various examples, right? We're getting the mutation here. This is taking the object and mutation dot mutate. So whatever you want to mutate, you want to take this mutation, and then on click you call mutation dot mutate. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Let's see. So here use mutation, you have add to do the first thing, right? And then this is one more syntax. Use mutation comes with some helper options that will allow quick and easy side effects at any stage during the mutation lifecycle. So when we do this mutation, we can utilize these lifecycle methods, and on success we can say query client. You remember the query client object that we discussed? Query client dot invalidate on add to do. So it will invalidate the data, and that invalidation will make a new query, new API in the get call, and then get the latest data to the UI. Okay, so these are all different options here. So the cancel queries and invalidation. So right, see, query invalidation. This is what I was saying. So invalidate queries. You can also say invalidate queries to do's. So every query with the key that starts with to do. So that will make it that'll make it fetch the new calls. Okay, so we have a lot of varieties of using use mutation, right? So it's taking function, and then we can also provide object with different lifecycle methods, right? All right, so let's go here, and then here we can say object, and then on success we can say on success, and we can also say on error, right? So you can say error while updating likes or dislikes. Okay, and yeah, this could be just the likes, and we have a different mutation for other endpoint. Okay, and here, I mean, you don't have to worry about the data here. We're not going to utilize that data, and we can utilize this fetch, right? Fetch call, and here we can say URL and method, right? And then we can say patch. That's it. We don't have to pass any body there, and we can say headers. I mean, that's fine. I think we don't need to pass this as well, so we'll see if it is needed, right? It's just a patch, and then movies will be ID, right? So here we can say the arguments ID, and we utilize that ID here. Where do you get that ID from? From the card that you click on. Okay, ID / likes, and this ID, let's so this is a use mutation, right? So likes mutation. Okay, on success we will have to invalidate queries. Okay, what for invalidating the queries we need, you remember query client, this is where we need the query client object. Use query client, right? And whenever we use this use query client, the React query, it grabs that query client object that we passed from the provider, this object. It will get access to that, and since we are returning here, so where is it complaining? So I wait, so let's utilize that async here. Okay, that will go away, and on success query client dot invalidate queries, and we will invalidate queries of all movies. Okay, so use mutation, let's import that. What happens is called conditionally. React hooks must be React hooks in the same order. Did you accidentally call React hook after an early return? Okay, so this must be called before you return. Okay, that's not the right place because you're already returning here, right? So it will complain. You need to make sure before you get into the real component, all the side effects should be called. Okay, shift control, yeah, you just formatted that. So what's happening here, once this call is successful, on success we're going to invalidate the queries. Then React query, what it does, it makes this call again. It just makes the get call on movies, and whenever you get the latest data, that will re-render and you will see the latest data. Okay, when you call mutation, let's see here, So this is where you need to call, right? On the like button, you click on that. On click, you will say likes mutation dot mutate, and what you will pass? ID, and you have this card component ID already with you. You can say ID, right? And then you will pass /ID there to that. So for each card, for each movie, we are providing this card ID, right? As a movie ID. When we call likes mutation dot mutate, you will pass this parameter ID to the mutate function, which will in turn call this function, which we are passing it to use mutation function, right? Use mutation is a side effect, and then for that you are passing this function, right? That function will be called with the parameter that you pass. Okay, so likes mutation, and let's make sure we are doing it right. Mutation dot mutate, and that's it, right? So let's execute this. Now what we do, let's open this up and movies. Okay, that's good. Click on that, should increase the count. See, as you click on that, what's happening? The first one, it made the call to the movies, and then this is a likes call, and response you're getting that. And as soon as the success, you get the success response, you are invalidating the queries, which is happening here. Invalidating the queries, which means we're telling React query fetch the latest data, and that's why when you fetch it, you see the response you're getting 2. If you increase this again, see, the first one you will get 3, right? So same thing happens here, because we have not integrated that for dislikes yet. So let's do that for dislikes. It's everything is same. Okay, then it's just for dislikes, you say for dislikes, and you say dislikes mutation. Then all you have to do is on click on dislike, you'll call mutate, you'll pass the object ID underscore ID, right? This ID you got it from the movie card, right? So let's see, I mean, here we put the same buttons, right? So that should be thumb down, right? You can increase these likes. I mean, usually when you are dealing with these kind of things, when you for given account, you will allow only one time click, right? You cannot click so many times like that, correct? So let's refresh this. So this one is still in pending status, because, so let's see, that doesn't have default values, right? Let's see if there's something going on the server side, right? So there's a cast to number failed for a value not a number, right? So when we saved that document, after the fact we saved some of the documents, we introduced this likes concept, right? The type number, you need to make sure the default value should be 0. As if you don't have these documents now, assume if you're saving new document, because we introduced this default value, you always have some value here. Dislikes would be 0 and likes would be 0 to start with, right? And you wouldn't run into this issue. Okay, so just for consistency, we can resave this document. Okay, let's take this and go to the server, movie routes, and what is this expecting? Request.params and movie.name. Okay, so let's call that post, which is the put thing, and then you call this guy, and what we are passing, request.body.name, and we can say in the body, let's take this guy here. So I'm just making sure they have default values as 0. Okay, but here we are not saving them, right? So you need to, let's see what they have now. It doesn't have, right? So you need to pass it. So let's say likes 0. If it is undefined, basically it will give that value. Okay, it's like 0 and description fantastic movie. Okay, and let's call that, and let's go find. So because we have to restart that server, right? And let's go to Mongoose. Now we got this default values. Now if you go and update this for fantastic movie, you will get that back, and you won't get that casting issue anymore. Okay, let's also do that for other one. Movie, and then the body, we should get this interstellar, and send that, right? So now we have created all the documents with the default values, right? Now let's go to UI. Let's refresh that. See, you got default values. Okay, now click on that. See, fantastic, it works for all the cards. So this is the app, right? So you introduced lot of technologies in this whole course, right? Now eventually you're able to build a simple website with the API, MongoDB, and on the front end you're using HTML, React JS, and React Query, right? So when you click on this, we're making sure it capturing the event and then making the call, right, through the API, and API is updating the MongoDB, right? So, and also I would like to show you one more thing. I told you React Query is getting the data and storing that in cache, right? There is a way you can see what data is being stored, and how data is fetching. It has a lot of options. So when the React Query, it enables the dev tools. So it's very convenient for developer, right? It's enabled only in the development mode. Okay, index.js, what we can do, you can give React Query dev tools. So let's go here and to React Query documentation. That is the best way to find this stuff. Installation, quick start, and then here you can say dev tools. Yeah, this guy, React Query dev tools. Okay. If you enable that, it will allow you to see what's happening with the data, right? You can import this React Query dev tools, and what we are passing is initial open false. Okay, by default it doesn't open. It will give you the icon is initial open false. Okay, so let's go here. On the front end app, you would see the icon here. What's happening? No query client set. Customize the handling behavior. DevTools panel. I think we put in the wrong place. We should put this outside, not the outside, inside the query client provider, right? So see, you got all the cards, and now you got this icon, right? Did you notice that before it was not there? Now after we enable that, we got that, right? So reboot, see, that's gone. So that is the icon they will enable, and when you click on and open that, right, open that, see, so far we stored the movies data in the cache, right, with a identifier called movies. When you click on that, you have the data here. See, whenever you want to refetch, we can try refetch. See, it's making call movies, and then we can say, if we say invalidate, it will make the call again. Reset makes the call. So it means refresh, it will refresh the whole page. But invalidate, which is what we are doing on success, on doing mutation on success, we are invalidating, so it makes the call and getting the latest data. That's why you're seeing the latest data on the cards, right? 5, 6, this is wonderful, right? And in the query, you have a lot of options here. This is the cache time by default. You can control that, right? There are a lot of things that you can play around with the React query itself. So this is very convenient actually. When it is fetching, when it is inactive, fresh, right? So that's about React query and the whole application. Now the next steps is, where do we go from here is the question, right? If you had made until this point, you are pretty much good about all the concepts in full stack, and I will provide you all the resources, the next steps, where to go, and how you want to build the applications going forward, right? I will provide you all the URLs, the documentations, the basics for reference purposes, right? Okay, so these are all the resources we've been using throughout this course. I put all the URLs together, starting with web technology references, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The Mozilla documentation is the main source of truth for any web development related stuff. You'll find all the history and every detail in that. And Express.js, Node.js will help you to develop your API. If you want to find any more details about Node.js internals, yeah, that's the right place to develop backend servers. And React.js and React Query will help you to develop your front-end screens and the front-end logic, front-end, the whole functionality. They will help you. And MongoDB and Mongoose, they will help you to develop things on the backend side, which is a database. And the Node API and movie rating app, they're all those two are the repos that we have developed throughout this course, right? Feel free to clone them and feel free to add more functionality to it, and try so many things, so you'll get more comfortable with the concepts, and you'll be able to apply for a job, right? That's it about this course, and be in touch. The more you practice, the more you get it, the more you'll be comfortable. right? You will be independent. And remember one thing, talent itself won't be enough. Even if you spend more time, that's not enough. They're all not needed. All you need is persistence. Persistence, persistence, and persistence. That's the only way that you can achieve anything in your life, right? Be in touch. Thank you.